Lee Kang-hui is a small guy, but he possesses athletic prowess that leaves everyone in awe. His encounter with Il-rok became a turning point, catching the eye of the school's basketball coach. However, past scars caused Kang-hui to gradually distance himself from the sport he once loved. After much encouragement and persuasion, he finally agreed to watch an exhibition match, and that very moment reignited the fire of passion within him. From then on, Kang-hui joined the Jeongwang High basketball team, training tirelessly with his teammates and constantly pushing his limits. A passionate journey, intense matches, and precious friendships await. Join Life Manhwa in following this captivating series. A new day begins at Jeongwang High School. Someone raises their hand to check the stopwatch. Two high school students are looking in one direction. He is running. Who? At the starting line, Kang-hui and the other contestants are ready to go. Lee Kang-hui. As soon as the signal is given, he takes off instantly. The person Kang-hui leaves behind is left dazed. On the contrary, he ignores everyone's chatter and continues to sprint. So fast, in no time, Kang-hui reaches the finish line. The referee exclaims in shock. 10.68 seconds. The male student's eyes remain fixed on him. God, that is under 10 seconds. A female student nearby cheers excitedly. This is insane. Kang-hui lies on the grass, satisfied. People say there is not a single sport Kang-hui can't play. Hee. A little later, everyone runs over to talk to him. Kang-hui, how are you so fast? Why do not you join the track team? Hearing this, he modestly replies, it is nothing. Suddenly, Kang-hui's gaze shifts to one side. Not far away, someone else is also sprinting on the field. Il-rok dashes off to the cheers of two girls. Il-rok, go. Witnessing this, Kang-hui remains silent. Following that, the referee's voice rings out, Choi Il-rok. 12.28 seconds. Two boys gossip excitedly. Il-rok is really fast too. Yeah, with that height it is quite impressive. A few girls sitting nearby look at Il-rok with admiration. Doesn't it look like he is running even faster? With those long legs he is so cool. Kang-hui clicks his tongue in annoyance. Tiksh. He does not even look that fast. He turns his back on Il-rok, muttering to himself. This is exactly why I hate tall people. Scene change. Kang-hui is getting his height measured. He holds his head and groans. Lee Kang-hui, 167.8 centimeters. I can't even hit 170 centimeters. Looking up at Il-rok on the other side, Kang-hui says nothing more. Choi Il-rok, 198.2 centimeters. Wow. Il-rok, you have grown again. His expression darkens, both in height and personality. Kang-hui recalls their subtle confrontations. These two clashing personalities have been rivals since the start of the semester. Push-ups, 53, 54. He wipes the sweat from his forehead with his shirt, a smirk creeping onto his face. Wow, 10 more than Il-rok. Hee. Kang-hui's athletic talent really is on another level. In another direction, Il-rok stands firmly at the starting line. With that, he leaps high and far forward. Soon, Kang-hui's face darkens even more. Wow, 282 centimeters, that is so cool. He literally flew. Two classmates whisper to each other. In this fitness test, who is going to win more events? They are tied 5-5. On the opposite side, Kang-hui and Il-rok go their separate ways without a word. Whoa, those two are sweeping every first-place spot in our class. They really are fated rivals. In the classroom, a sudden sigh is heard. Just a little more. A short-haired friend complains helplessly. Kang-hui, if you had won just one more event, you would have gotten free snacks. It is a draw. Seeing this, Kang-hui realizes, are you guys betting again? The short-haired friend calmly admits, of course. The rivalry between you two is the hottest topic this semester. The friend standing next to him can't help but speak up. Is there anything you can totally dominate him in? What about soccer? The short-haired friend puts his hands on his hips and replies, we tried that last time. Kang-hui finishes his water and says sluggishly, does my opinion even matter in this? Suddenly, one of the friends has an idea, and Kang-hui's eyes light up. Ah, basketball. What about basketball? Not far away. A tired Il-rok is catching up on sleep. Hey, even for you, basketball might be a bit much. Kang-hui slowly continues. Il-rok is on the basketball team, though. Hearing that, the short-haired friend feels a bit guilty. And with that height difference, it is going to be tough. Hearing the taunt, Kang-hui frowns and glares at him. Immediately, he points at himself and raises his voice. What? Do you think I have never played basketball? In elementary and middle school, I beat all the team aces. Kang Hui's group is making quite a noise, but Ilrok still has not reacted. Oh, really? You are good at basketball, too. Of course. Those basketball kids just rely on their height, but if you expose them, they have got nothing. As he speaks, he casts an expectant glance toward Ilrok. Besides, is not Ilrok here because he was not good enough to play seriously? Our school does not even have an official team name. If he were good, he would be at a prestigious school like Gunam. Suddenly, Ilrok bolts upright, his chair slamming onto the floor behind him. He lets out a mocking laugh. Kang Hui's two friends turn pale instantly. Did he hear everything? Ah ha ha ha. I do not know. Ilrok takes long strides toward them. His tall frame blocks the light in front of Kang Hui. Subconsciously, Kang Hui leans back and stretches his neck high to face him. Kang Hui says in a low, harsh voice, "You guys need something." Sensing the rising tension, the two friends get flustered. So today is the day. Are they going to settle this with fists? Ilrok remains silent from start to finish. He lets out a breath, his voice vague and tired. "Ha! No." Then, Ilrok leans over and walks away. The milk is here. Kang Hui watches him in silence. Near the entrance, Ilrok quickly grabs a large carton of milk and chugs it down. After finishing the first carton, he crushes the empty container in his hand. Ilrok quickly grabs another one. One more. Suddenly, he gently places that milk carton on top of Kang Hui's head. Ilrok's slow words are like salt on a wound. "Drink up. It might help you grow another centimeter." Kang Hui's eyes go wide, speechless. The two friends nearby suddenly explode. Holy crap! Ilrok turns his back, showing no further emotion. Suddenly, a shout makes him turn around. "Hey!" Kang Hui charges forward with his fist clenched tight. He uses all his strength to reach toward him, immediately followed by the screams of their friends. "Hey guys, there is a fight." A while later, in the teacher's office, the discipline teacher punishes Kang Hui and Ilrok with push-ups. "You kids just started 10th grade, and you're already fighting. Do them properly." The two grit their teeth, silently competing. If this were back in the day, you kids would have... The evening shadows begin to fall. The friend with the dorky bangs asks excitedly, "So what happened?" The short-haired friend immediately recounts the story while Kang Hui walks ahead, ignoring them. "Who won?" Ilrok's nose bled first. "So I guess Kang Hui won." "No, who decides it like that anymore?" Suddenly, the dorky-haired friend rushes over and puts an arm around his shoulder. "What do you think? Who won?" "I do not know," Kang Hui replies through gritted teeth. "I had to do push-ups all day. My arms are killing me." Suddenly, he praises him. "But man, Kang Hui, you are a great fighter. How did you take down a guy nearly 2 meters tall?" "Yeah. If it were me, I would not dare throw a punch." Kang Hui remembers the push-ups from earlier. While doing them, his arms had uncontrollably trembled. "I tried not to put too much power into my hand. I hope he is okay." Suddenly, a call interrupts his thoughts. "Hey, Lee Kang Hui." He starts and turns around. "Huh." The dorky-haired friend immediately invites him. "Want to go to the PC Bang later? I hit master rank yesterday." Before Kang Hui can answer, the short-haired friend cheers. "Nice. Can you carry me?" Kang Hui rubs the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I have got something to do." Their conversation fades out. Flaking again. "Where do you always go after school?" Night falls over a crowded apartment complex. "I am home." Kang Hui's mother hears him and comes out to ask, "Why are you home so late every day?" Kang Hui hesitates for a moment and lies to her. "Well, just hanging out with friends." Glancing at the wound on his face, his mother becomes worried. "Oh my, what happened to your face? Are you up to something shady?" He quickly turns his head and denies it. "Ah, it is nothing, Mom." With that, Kang Hui runs into the bathroom. "I am taking a shower." She shakes her head helplessly. "This kid," dodging the question again. "Huh, must be puberty." Suddenly, Kang Hui's younger sister mysteriously appears. "I know why he is late every night." His mother covers her mouth. Why is that?" Not a single light is on in Kang Hui's room. He lies motionless on the large bed, looking at his hands. Kang Hui still has not made a big move. He slowly recalls his friend's sarcastic comment, "Hey, basketball is going to be tough for you, especially with that height difference." It is a bit much, is not it? Kang Hui's eyes flicker for a moment. He remembers the image of everyone cheering for him in the stands. Back then, Kang Hui was the fastest at controlling the ball, Li Kang-hui is moving so fast. A spectator screams, "Go, Kang-hui," followed by Kang-hui's jump. Suddenly, his expression darkens. The fear of a massive person appears before his eyes. Thinking of this, Kang-hui's hand instinctively curls into a fist. He pulls the blanket over his head, thinking, "Let us see what happens tomorrow." The next day, as dawn breaks, Kang-hui is already at school. He calmly enters the classroom. His footsteps gradually quicken, followed by a shout, "Hey, Choi Il-rok." Il-rok gives Kang-hui a confused look. The two friends from yesterday startle instantly. What? Again? Il-rok speaks slowly. "What is it? Want to finish what you could not yesterday?" Ignoring the mockery, Kang-hui asks, "How's your wrist?" Hearing this, Il-rok's expression changes drastically. He turns his head away, as if your cotton candy punches could actually hurt me. "I am fine. Do not worry about it." Kang-hui smirks upon hearing that. Really. Immediately, he slams his hand down on the desk. Il-rok's small desk is now covered in bandages and athletic tape. Glancing at the pile on the desk, Kang-hui says loudly, "Let us call a truce." He puts a hand on his hip, his face extremely serious. "Instead, let us play one-on-one basketball. If you win, I will admit I am inferior to you. No excuses." The crowd gathered there starts buzzing. Basketball. Did I hear that right? They are playing basketball. Il-rok laughs mockingly. "Hey, but you know, I am on the basketball team, right?" With that, he stands up from his chair. The two are quickly in a face-to-face standoff. Il-rok looks down at Kang-hui from his height. "If you score even 1 point, I will quit the team." Kang-hui is instantly provoked. He retorts without backing down, quite confident, "Are not you? Fine. If I do not score a single point, I will be your dog." A short time later, on a beautiful sunny day, on the court, Il-rok and Kang-hui are warming up. The crowd is excited. "Hey, Kang-hui and Il-rok from Class 3 are facing off. It is basketball this time." Two friends are talking non-stop about the bet. Il-rok said he would quit the team if he loses, and Kang-hui said he would be Il-rok's dog. This is a huge match. Glancing at the surrounding crowd, Il-rok suddenly says, "Why are there so many people watching?" Kang-hui fixes his messy hair. "What are you worried? It looks like the crowd came to watch your retirement match." Il-rok has already started practicing with the ball. So childish. He explains the rules in a low voice. 1 basket is 1 point. First to 11 wins. Kang-hui replies indifferently, "Whatever." As soon as he finishes speaking, Il-rok jumps high right after. The ball goes through the hoop. That was the shot to decide who starts. Suddenly, he turns back to look at Kang-hui. But remember, you only need to score once to win." He catches the ball and gives the other guy a cold huff. Just keep your word." Il-rok replies nonchalantly, "Look who is talking." With that, Kang-hui raises the ball, preparing to jump. He releases a precise shot. However, Kang-hui immediately senses danger. His shot lacks the range to hit the basket. The crowd immediately gossips.
"What was that?"
An air ball. From behind, Il-rok starts trash-talking. The easiest way to make a dog listen. Kang-hui yells back irritably, "Put that book down right now." The spectators buzz. Does Li Kang-hui even know how to play? Even I do not throw air balls. On this side, Il-rok holds the ball, his whole body in a ready stance. Turns out it was all talk. Fine, I won't hold back anymore. After this match, remember to go buy a leash. With that, he quickly dribbles the ball behind his back. Then he makes direct contact with Kang-hui. The audience understands immediately. A 3-pointer. However, Il-rok is being tightly guarded by Kang-hui. He is using his strength to drive inside. He grinds his teeth and yells, "Bastard." Kang-hui throws the ball toward the rim, scoring easily. The girl in black watches excitedly. Il-rok is just as expected. The girl in pink says with shining eyes, "He looks even cooler playing basketball." Kang-hui wipes the sweat from his forehead. Il-rok turns around, his tone very composed. "I thought you would be left in the dust." "Not bad." Kang-hui finds it incredibly grating and roars, "Shut up." In the hours that follow, the crowd grows larger. Il-rok remains the dominant player on the court. Then, he executes another perfect shot. Kang-hui's eyes widen, speechless. The ball quickly passes through the net and falls. Everyone in the stands screams, "Whoa." A slam dunk. Il-rok lands safely. He does not say a word. Insane. That is the first time I have seen a dunk in real life. So cool. Kang Hui's two friends are immediately worried for him. How can he stop him? No matter how fast Kang Hui is, the skill level is on another planet. The two look at him on the court and say hesitantly, "It looks like Il-Rock has decided to destroy him." In basketball, height is a talent. Il-Rock has proven that true by continuously scoring using his height. Soon, the score is 10-0. Just one more point to end the match. Everyone's expressions change. Damn, the gap is too big. I do not know what Kang Hui was thinking challenging him. Over here, Il-Rock is leaning in, charging toward Kang Hui. Puppy, huh? He seriously evaluates him. That is a good name. Small and easy. Kang Hui shouts irritably, "Are you serious right now?" Before he can defend, Il-Rock charges straight at him. The people in the stands are dazed. Huh. Is he going for a post-up on the final point? That is brutal. Haha. Kang Hui knows he is in a bad spot and grinds his teeth. This bastard, even until the very end. He pivots his foot, intending to steal the ball. With that, Kang Hui reaches out to swipe the ball. He pushes the ball to the right, creating distance between Il-Rock and the ball. Il-Rock looks on, startled. Kang Hui quickly catches the ball. He raises the ball high with a satisfied smile. Hee, finally, I got it. Il-Rock purses his lips and thinks to himself, "Chick, I let my guard down. That was dirty." Outside, the dorky-haired friend can't help but say, "He got the ball, but can he even shoot over that height?" Now, Kang Hui looks at Il-Rock awkwardly. Looking at that free throw earlier, he looked like a total beginner. His face darkens as he takes a deep breath to regain his composure. He opens his eyes wide, saying nothing more. Kang Hui dribbles the ball hard against the ground. Il-Rock begins to realize his opponent's intention. He rushes in, passing the ball back and forth between his hands. Kang Hui recalls yesterday's memory. "I am home." "Why are you home so late every day?" "I was just hanging out with friends." His consecutive passes create a small V shape. Then, he catches the ball with his right hand. Kang Hui silently recalls the conversation between his mother and sister. "I know why he is late every night." Why? To everyone's surprise, Il-Rock manages to rush in and swipe at the ball. Dribble practice. Kang Hui snaps his head around to look. He remembers the days of grueling training. Immediately following that, Kang Hui steals the ball back. His sister's words echo in his mind. He just keeps playing basketball. Late at night, Kang Hui was still training without stop. He familiarized himself with the rhythm of the game, practicing alone on an empty court every night before going home. Back then, Kang Hui played with everything he had. The image of his past self over those days acts as his motivation. Kang Hui's friends immediately cheer. That dribbling is insane. He remembers the mockery from others. "You can't play basketball if you're short."
Oh, yeah.
From behind, Il-Rock starts catching up to Kang Hui. He is caught up. There is no way he can shoot. His gaze becomes determined. "Go ahead and bring out all the 2-meter, 3-meter guys you want." With that, Kang Hui pushes the ball back. Suddenly, Il-Rock's legs get tangled. His eyes go wide. A moment later, Il-Rock's entire body thuds onto the floor. The girl in pink drops her jaw. Kang Hui's two friends stare with wide eyes in shock. The two boys who were gossiping earlier are also dead silent. The entire crowd is stunned by Il-Rock's fall. Kang Hui looks down from above and says, "No matter how tall you are, once you fall, you are shorter than me." In the gym, a pair of sturdy shoulders appears.
Ha!
The person uses all his might to lift the weights high.
Ha!
Dong Hua's entire body is drenched in sweat. Suddenly the door bursts open, letting in a blinding light. Hang Yeo runs in quickly and shouts, "Dong Hua, something big is happening." He hesitates for a moment. Right now in the arena, Dong Hua slowly narrows his eyes and lets out a cold grunt. At the gym, Dong Hua, wearing a tight black shirt, squeezes through the crowd. "Move it, everyone." Being pushed aside, the passers-by start to get angry. "Hey!" His gaze gradually darkens. The person looks toward Dong Hua's large frame. "The basketball team. Excuse us for a bit." He silently watches the match. The basketball team captain, Lee Dong-hwa. Seong Bin bows in greeting. "Senior, you are here," Dong-hwa asks directly. "I heard Il-Rock bet he would quit the team if he loses a single point, right?" Seong Bin nods in confirmation. "Yeah, but it does not look like that is going to happen." The gaze of the two falls on the match on the court. "The height difference is ridiculous. That kid can't compete." Dong-hwa asks casually, "Who is that short kid anyway?" He silently watches the match. He looks familiar. On the court, Il-Rock is gradually regaining the ball. Dong-hwa scowls. Take it. Seong Bin, who was so confident earlier, is now getting flustered. No way. That kid can't score, right? This is bad. Kang Hui rushes forward, intending to score. Surprisingly, he pulls the ball back. Following that is Il-rok's sudden fall. Seong Bin's jaw drops. For real. The experienced Dong Hua quickly realizes what happened. Hey! He just broke his ankles. The crowd erupts. Whoa, unbelievable. Did you record that? That was top-tier handling. Kang Hui leaps high, ready to score. Shoot it. Il-rok tilts his body up to stand. Who is this kid? However, Kang Hui uses too much force, causing the ball to fly off target. Outside, Kang Hui and Seong Bin are both dazed. Kang Hui's two friends smack their foreheads. You do not even know how to shoot. On the court, Kang Hui immediately realizes the problem. Must be because I only practiced dribbling. Il-rok lets out a helpless sigh. Seriously, who is this guy? Kang Hui punches the floor. Damn it. He complains to himself, I should have finished it with a layup at the end. I got too greedy for a highlight. Il-rok waves his hand toward Kang Hui. Oh, poor baby. The two immediately square off again. Beep, beep, come here. Ah, ack. Kang Hui pretends to charge to scare him. Want to get bitten? Woof, woof. Il-rok clutches his stomach and laughs loudly.
Whoa! How dare you bark at your owner?
Seong Bin, watching from the side, can't stop laughing. Ha ha! That kid is killing me. It is the first time I have laughed like this. However, Dong Hua notices a different detail, but his ball handling skills are no joke. He narrows his eyes, looking closely at Kang Hui. Seeing that dribbling, I remember now. That kid. Immediately after, Dong Hua rushes forward to a confused Hang Yo. Dong Hua. At this moment, Il-rok and Kang Hui are still messing around. Get over here, Ack. Suddenly, Dong Hua rushes over and grabs Kang Hui by the shoulder. Hey! He greets him enthusiastically. You were on the New Myung middle school basketball team, were not you? Your dribbling was top tier back then, but it looks like you have gotten even better now. Il-rok looks at Dong Hua in a daze. Captain. Kang Hui scratches his head awkwardly. Who are you? I am Lee Dong-hui, the captain of the basketball team. You probably do not know me. Kang Hui's two friends are also bewildered. Wait a sec, Kang Hui. You were on the basketball team in middle school. No wonder your dribbling is like that. But why can't he shoot? Dong Hua continues to recruit him. Anyway, why have not you joined our team yet? Come join us. Play with us. Il-rok, standing nearby, does not show much emotion. Ugh, Kang Hui asks back stiffly. The following days, at Jeongwang High School, two kids from my school challenged each other to basketball, and the video of Kang Hui's dribbling quickly went viral online. A 160 centimeters middle schooler breaks the ankles of a 2-meter giant, sending him face first to the floor. Short, but full of energy. Views and attention on the video exploded. Everyone keeps arguing about the topic. Who said 160 centimeters? I am 167.8 centimeters, you know, haha. But you're getting a ton of praise anyway. And I am not a middle schooler anymore. That highlight reel even caught the eye of Jeongwang High's head coach. Won-gu pushes up his glasses. Jeongwang High's PE teacher and basketball coach. No Won-gu. Dong Hua says to him excitedly, Coach, you saw it too, right? This kid's ball handling is no joke. Won-gu lowers his head in thought. This student, where is he now? Dong Hua reports hesitantly. He is in the same class as Il-rok. But the problem is, he recalls Kang Hui's rejection from yesterday. He turned us down. He is not interested in basketball. Dong Hua is completely disappointed. What? Why, on the contrary, Kang Hui maintains a cold attitude. I quit back in 8th grade. Dong Hua still has not given up. What? Then what was that match about? Kang Hui crosses his arms and looks straight at him. It was just a bet. Hearing this, Dong Hua holds his head in frustration. Kang Hui looks toward Il-rok. Anyway, Choi Il-rok, fine. I admit I lost. But no leashes. Won-gu nods as if he understands. I see. If what you saw is true, Dong Hua, we can't let Kang Hui slip away. He looks deeply at the image of Kang Hui. This student, Won-gu slowly asserts, a human taking on a giant in a one-on-one basketball match. He is exactly who our team needs. Scene change at the court. Won-gu's calm voice rings out. Hey, today's PE class is basketball. Huh, wasn't it supposed to be volleyball? Those present gossip incessantly. I do not know, he said he changed it. Wait, Coach Wan-gu is a 12th grade teacher, though. Kang Hui practices dribbling with two classmates. He notices that Wan-gu's gaze is constantly fixed on him. Lunch break arrives at the school cafeteria. Everyone is bustling about. Ah, please give me one more roll. Then the kid behind you won't get any. Kang Hui is getting his food when the cafeteria lady suddenly gives him something extra. He looks at the piece of fried meat in front of him, confused. Wan-gu gives Kang Hui a bright smile. Coach Wan-gu. Later, Kang Hui stands in line for pizza. One pizza for me, please. Me too, madam. When it is his turn, the lady calls out loudly. Oh no, we just ran out of pizza. Ah, Kang Hui is about to turn back in disappointment when a voice calls out. That is too bad, sir. Seong Bin enthusiastically offers him some. The gentleman over there told me to give this to you. No way. In the afternoon after school, Kang Hui's two friends are on high alert. Kang Hui, I swear, someone is following us. Is it just me? Probably someone from the basketball team again. Dong Hua uses a small branch to hide himself as he watches them. He looks incredibly annoyed. Kang Hui finally snaps. He turns toward Dong Hua and yells, "Stop following me, I told you. I quit basketball." He jumps in surprise. How did he know? Dong Hua lets out a long sigh. He tosses the bush to the ground and replies, "Fine." Dong Hua slowly starts to speak. Then why did you quit? Isn't it because you still want to play? Kang Hui looks at him, confused. What are you talking about? Dong Hua asks coldly and directly. You said you quit in 8th grade, right? But your ball handling skills have not dulled at all. No, they are even sharper than before. That means, even after you quit, the ball has never actually left your hands, has it? Kang Hui is caught off guard and stays silent. Suddenly Dong Hua hesitates. And the look in your eyes when you start dribbling. He recalls Kang Hui's moves from the previous match. Dong Hua says in a low voice, "Those are not the eyes of someone who has given up." Hearing this, Kang Hui goes still. You are happiest when you are on the court. You still have not let go, have you? Quickly, he regains his composure. What do you know? Dong Hua answers without hesitation. I quit basketball once too, so trust me, I understand. He makes a deal with Kang Hui. We have a match after school tomorrow. If you want to come watch, just watch. I won't pester you anymore. Dong Hua thumps his chest and promises I will show you what our basketball is all about. I will make you want to play again. Kang Hui falls silent for a moment. Then he turns away without a word. The next afternoon, Kang Hui is at the court, sitting next to Wan-gu. Kang Hui asks himself, "Damn it, why am I even sitting here?" The match begins. Kang Hui fixes his gaze on Dong Hua. I can't believe I actually listened to that musclehead. He lets out a helpless sigh. But well, he promised to stop bothering me if I just watched. The referee blows the whistle. Match start. Players huddle up. Dong Hua smiles to encourage everyone. You all know what we need to do, right? Lee Dong Hui, senior, 191 centimeters, 96 kilograms, center forward. Let us show Kang Hui how we play basketball. Seong Bin nods in agreement. Right. Baek Seong Bin Jr., 186 centimeters, 82 kilograms, guard forward. We are up against Yuseon High, so we have to give it our all. Il-rok hesitates for a second before responding. Right, Choi Il-rok, freshman, 198 centimeters, 97 kilograms, center. Hang Yeol rotates his wrist and wonders, how is Yuseon going to fight back? Kang Han Gyo, senior, 188 centimeters, 78 kilograms, forward. No, Yul speaks to Seong Moon in confusion, huh? Is Jongwon going full power from the start? Should we do the same? Yuseon High, Lee No Yul, senior, 188 centimeters, 83 kilograms, guard, forward. He shakes his head and calculates. No. Let us just watch for now. Yuseon head coach, Park Seong Moon. Let the rookies get some experience. The referee shouts, "Start." Kang Hui watches seriously. All right, let us see just how good your playstyle really is. The referee prepares for the tip-off. Il-rok and an opponent both leap to catch the ball. However, Il-rok loses the ball to the other team. Yuseon has the ball. Nice. Kang Hui suddenly notices something unusual. Wait, was that lanky guy always left-handed? Why did he lean left during the jump ball? Suddenly, he recalls Il-rok's fall from before. He used his right arm to support his entire body. Could it be that back then when he fell? However, Il-rok still fell heavily backward. Not to mention, he had that push-up contest with Kang Hui not long ago. At that time, he did not pay any attention to the other guy's injury. No way. His wrist was injured from the start. Kang Hui holds his head and sighs. Wait, so I lost to a guy who was injured. Number 2 in blue has the ball. All right, let us go. Go, Yusion. First attack. Slow it down. He signals to his teammates, thinking to himself, it is just a basic match. Shouts ring out. Everyone on the white team is marking someone on the blue team. He is moving. They immediately deploy their tactics. In a flash, number 6 in blue rushes to support number 2. They signal each other. Hand off. Number 6 in blue charges into the white team's court. I am going in. At this moment, Gu turns and asks Kang Hui cryptically, are you wondering why we desire you so much? Kang Hui, Donghua, takes a deep breath. Then he leaps up to block the opponent's shot. The ball hits the backboard hard and bounces away. It is blocked. Gu smiles. You will understand after watching us play. Kang Hui's eyes follow the play in amazement. Donghua shouts with focused eyes. Run! Both teams immediately scramble for the ball. Gu leans on his cane and continues. We are a high-speed team. Fast breaks. Hang. Yeol catches the ball and passes it. The ball quickly reaches Il-rok's hands. He quickly puts the ball in the basket. A team that runs and guns, dreaming of a national championship. Kang Hui's eyes never leave the match. Run and gun. In the mid-1980s, back then the LA Lakers matches left me in total awe. Flashback to Gu's youth. Whoa. No Gu, 24, university student, physical education major. An intense basketball game is broadcasting on the screen. He is running again. Magic Johnson, so fast, his eyes gradually light up. Incredibly fast. The athlete on the screen scores a spectacular point. A magnificent finish. He celebrates the victory. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. It is showtime. Gu recounts sincerely. From that moment on, I was hooked on the run and gun. Now I can no longer be a player, but I have pursued basketball by becoming a coach. He reminisces as he tells the story, but this path has not been easy. When I first became a PE teacher at Jiangwang and started the basketball team, we were very weak. Kang Hui looks at him with wide eyes. Wow. So you have been here from the start. Gu laughs. It has been over 30 years. He remembers being criticized by superiors. And as basketball evolved and became more modern, more people began to doubt my playstyle. Coach, no. It is time to follow current trends. Gu lowered his head and said nothing at that time. Stop clinging to that run and gun and build a team that can actually produce results. Hearing this, a hint of sadness appears in Kang Hui's eyes. Gu says in a deep voice, but I still could not give up on my beliefs. The spectators cheer wildly. Basketball is driving the crowd crazy. On the court, Seong Bin pats Il-rok on the shoulder in encouragement. Nice bucket. Gu's voice rings out warmly. Basketball that the players love to play. Kang Hui looks up and observes. Number 2 in blue looks at them. Too fast. So the rumors that they run really fast were true. Kang Hui coughs slightly and replies, Ahem. But what is the use if they do not get any results? You can't keep a team running like that. Contrary to him, Gu chuckles humorously. Hey, did not you know? This past March, we made it to the quarterfinals of the spring tournament. Hearing that, Kang Hui snaps his head to look at him. Really, his eyes widen. He thinks to himself, what? Making the quarterfinals could not have been luck. Straight into the top 8. Is our school's basketball team really that strong? Gu asserts confidently. We qualified for the main tournament last year, and with Il-rok joining this year, we are aiming for even better results. The situation on the court is currently very tense. Donghua is stopping number 17 from dribbling. Right now, the run and gun team centered around Donghua is achieving the best results of my coaching career. Number 17 turns pale, looking at him. He is not being pushed back at all. The clock counts down the final seconds. Time, 04. Seong Moon shouts loudly. There is no more time. Shoot it. Number 17 releases the ball, but Donghua interferes. Damn it. He looks toward his teammate. Get the ball. The ball hits the rim and bounces out. The one who gets the ball now is Il-rok. Got it. He quickly passes to a teammate. Run. Number 2 grinds his teeth and yells. They are running again. Counterattack. Gu narrows his eyes, looking deep into the match. But the competition in the main tournament is very difficult. That is when we feel like something is still missing. The ball is passed to a teammate, and the missing piece is, however, he does not have enough confidence to catch the ball. The ball slips from the opponent's hand. A point guard to keep up with the speed. Kang Hui watches the situation and instinctively takes a cold breath. The blue team seizes the opportunity. They have the ball. Get back. Dribbling error. Won-gu continues to persuade Kang Hui, if you join us, we can grow even further. His eyes still do not leave the match. Suddenly, Won-gu slowly asks, why do not you join our team and follow your own passion? On the court, Hang Yol has the ball. Fast break. They are running again. Il-rok runs ahead to catch the pass. Block number 4. The blue team rushes over to steal the ball. However, after a spin move, Il-rok completely cuts past him. Il-rok quickly scores another point. Nice shot. Great finish. Kang Hui curses under his breath. That bastard. Choi Il-rok. The score gradually changes. All right. The lead is growing. Nice work. Zhongwang. Let us finish the first half strong. Seong Moon frowns and says, looks like the rookie can't handle number 4. He calls out a name. Do-man. Yes, Do-man slowly steps out. Baek Do-man. Senior. 203 centimeters. Center. You will go against him in the second half. His face gradually darkens. Yes, sir. No Yule sees this and turns to look up at Seong Moon. Coach, what about me? He shakes his head and dismisses the idea. You are not playing today. No. Yule freezes for a moment. What? Why? Seong Moon replies in a low voice. Didn't I say today was for the freshmen? No Yule still wants to join in. But Jiang Wang is using Dong Hua and the juniors and seniors. However, Seong Moon stops him in time. Enough. Be quiet. Soon the two get into an argument. Then why is Do-man allowed in? Shut up, kid. Halftime break. Everyone slowly heads inside. Good work, everyone. Yuan Che steps forward to give everyone towels. That is a 12-point lead. This match is easy, because Yusion's rookies are not playing well at all. Dong Hua asks while wiping his sweat. What do you think, Kang Hui? Were you paying attention to the match? Kang Hui nods. Yes. Well, you guys are better than I thought. Dong Hua shakes his head dismissively. No, not that. Don't you think our team would be even stronger if you took the guard position? Suddenly, Kang Hui is at a loss for words. Well, that is. A jersey is held out in front of him. This is a new jersey, no number yet. Seong Bin offers the invitation. How about it? Want to try the second half? Not far away, Il-rok takes in the whole scene. Kang Hui quickly steps back. No thanks. I only said I would come watch. Not that I would play. Seong Bin turns away, pouting. Titch. And I thought he was convinced. Seeing this, Won-gu has an idea. Then let Yun Seong be the guard in the second half. Yun Seong looks at him in confusion. Me. Yun Seong, freshman, 178 centimeters guard. Won-gu nods to reassure him. Why so surprised? Our newcomer needs to gain some experience too. The referee steps out to announce, we will now begin the second half. Noticing something different, Il-rok looks up. On the opposite side, Do-man cracks his knuckles as he steps into position. Yusion's main center is finally on the court. Whoa, he is a giant. He looks even bigger than Il-rok. Dong Hua greets him friendly. Oh hey, Do-man. He notices the other guy does not respond, and asks further. Still the quiet type. You have gotten bigger. Has your total score increased? On the contrary. Do-man just indifferently says a number. 590. Dong Hua awkwardly holds his head. Geez, I guess size really is king. I still have a long way to go. Anyway, let us have a good game. Do-man nods in agreement. Yeah, the white team is in control of the ball. The ball is passed to Il-rok. Showdown. Can they break Zhongwang's dominant winning streak? The ball bounces on the floor with the rhythm of his hand. For a moment, Il-rok and Do-man are locked in a struggle. He is not being pushed back. The blue team smiles triumphantly. That is our senior Do-man for you. Suddenly, Do-man's face darkens. Do-man. He remembers No Yule's words from not long ago. It seems like there is a problem with number 4's right arm. I know he is right-handed, but for the whole first half, he only dribbled on the left and shot with his left hand. No Yule smiled triumphantly. He even released the ball with his left hand. Il-rok throws the ball up, but Do-man blocks it. When facing him, try blocking the left. The ball flies off the rim, just as predicted. He missed. Won-gu suddenly notices something unusual. Man immediately realizes so it was true. Good defense. The ball reaches his hands, and Man immediately starts dribbling. Right after, he shoots the ball, immediately executing a three-pointer. The ball goes through the hoop. Nice shot. The blue team is ecstatic. Great. The momentum has shifted since Senior Man entered the game. Man approaches and asks Ilrock, "There is something wrong with your right hand." Is not there. He advises in a low voice, "This is just a practice match, so if you are injured, do not overdo it. Sub out. We will have a proper match next time." Ilrock suddenly becomes flustered. Suddenly he rushes forward and yells, "Hey!" Immediately after, Ilrock receives the ball. Man shakes his head dismissively. They are doing it again. He calculates for a moment. Ilrock is now charging forward recklessly. He pivots his right foot forward, intending to jump, but he is blocked by the opponent. Ilrock refuses to give up and stretches out to catch the ball with his right hand. Man catches his left arm, and his whole body seems about to lose balance. Despite that, Ilrock still recklessly shoots the ball with his right hand. Soon his face turns pale. The ball misses the mark completely. He missed again. I thought I just got past him. Man rushes over to grab the ball. He passes the ball back to his team's number 2. Counter-attack. Yusion is running too. Right after, they score a second goal. Nice. The gap is being narrowed by Man. All right, we are catching up. An 8-point difference. The second half quickly ends. Zhongwang, time's up. Hang Yol asks Ilrock in confusion. Ilrock, what was wrong with your shots today? You were completely unguarded just now. Responding to him, Ilrock says helplessly, "I am sorry." Won-gu approaches and takes his right wrist. "Wait, let me see your hand." He only presses lightly on 2 of Ilrock's tendons, but he immediately pulls his hand back. Ugh. Won-gu immediately understands the problem. "Your wrist is not right, is it? That is enough for today. Go, put some ice on it, immediately." Seong-bin asks in shock. "What? I thought your hand was completely healed." There is not much time left. Won-gu immediately changes tactics. "Swap with Seong-chan and Dong-hwa. You mark number 0. Back Man." "Yes, sir." The electric lights are turned on for the match. The blue team is surprised to see Ilrock leaving. Number 4 is out. They see him putting ice on it and realize, is he injured? Kang Hui witnesses this and shakes his head in frustration. Why is that guy trying so hard? This is not even an official match. Won-gu slowly replies to him, "I think he wanted to show you. Over here, Ilrock has left the court, but is still extremely tense." Zhongwang's full power. Kang Hui listens silently to everything. "I was the one who said today we should show everyone 100% of our ability, though I did not know his injury was that serious." He clicks his tongue and turns away. "Tiksh, the injury is more serious than I thought. I am starting to feel guilty for no reason." With Choi Il-rock off the court, Zhongwang's power under the basket weakens further. Conversely, the Yusion team becomes more cohesive with Man at center, and they begin to close the gap. Soon, the two teams are only 1 basket apart. Great. Suddenly, it is only a 2-point difference. We have completely caught up. The blue team tries to cheer. Try to equalize attack. Il-rock watches silently. Attack. In the following plays, Dong-hwa tries to stop Man. A battle under the rim. Seong-bin looks toward them nervously. "Senior Dong-hwa, just block him once." Man's shot is released. However, Dong-hwa still cannot reach the ball. Nevertheless, the ball hits the rim and bounces out. Successful block. Member number 16 immediately catches the ball. Run. He dribbles the ball and runs off. Everyone immediately focuses on the formation. Get back. Number 16 recklessly charges forward. However, at the top, not a single member can catch the pass. Mark your man. Number 16 becomes tense. Nowhere to pass. Kang Hui watches anxiously. "You have to get past him. What are you doing?" Number 16's shot is released. However, it was blocked by blue team's number 2. Pass intercepted. Kang Hui helplessly closes his eyes tight. Seong Moon sees this and judges Zhang Wang has explosive power, but they are still unstable. After that, Man directly scored another basket. Kang Hui suddenly stood up and grabbed the jersey from before. "Coach." He quickly put on the uniform. "No, coach." Won-gu only now notices him. Kang Hui puts on the white jersey that had been prepared. He asked in a cold voice, "You said I should follow my passion, right?" Kang Hui took a hesitant step forward. He said with determination, I will give it a try with Jiangwang's run-and-gun style. The referee's shout rang out. Yongwang High substitution. Seong Moon looked up and watched. The team members were visibly delighted to see Kang Hui. Kang Hui, so you finally decided to join. Nothing's officially decided yet. Dong Hua laughed out loud happily. Hey, anyway, thanks for backing us up. He patted Kang Hui's shoulder in encouragement. You can do this, right? He confidently replied to his opponent. Of course. The match resumed and Dong Hua passed the ball to Kang Hui. He was gradually getting used to the rhythm of the ball. Kang Hui thought to himself, it has been so long. Holding the ball again feels so strange. A faint smile appeared on Il Rock's lips. Number 2 from the blue team immediately pressed Kang Hui. Does this guy even know how to play? He is so small. He looks like he is barely 170 centimeters. He silently considered in his head. What should I do in this slow-paced formation? Sensing that mindset, number 2 realized, it looks like he is trying to think of a tactic. He rushed in to pressure Kang Hui. At times like this, you have to apply pressure. However, he spun to the right to deceive his opponent. Immediately after, Kang Hui charged up the wing from the left. The entire blue team became tense. He got past Hurry Up. No Yule watched in amazement. Oh ho, the ball was passed to Seong Bin. Great pass. Shoot it. He immediately performed a jump shot. The ball went right through the hoop. Nice. The white team quickly stabilized their formation. Kang Hui, nice pass. He confidently replied, it was nothing. No Yule pursed his lips and muttered, that little guy. He has got something, does not he? In the following play, the blue team got the ball. Hey! Hang Yeol was blocked by Do-Man. Block him. Nice, Do-Man. However, after that, Do-Man charged and took on 2 white team players. What? He blocked, then spun. That created an opportunity for blue team's number 8 to finish. No, he is shooting straight away. However, the ball bounced away. Rebound. No, Yule sighed and complained. Ugh, how did he miss that? Dong Hua rushed in and grabbed the ball. Defensive rebound. He struggled with Do-Man for a moment, then passed the ball out. Kang Hui immediately understood. Dong Hua shouted to him, show me your speed. Kang Hui received the ball accordingly. As he charged forward, he was surrounded by 3 blue team players. Kang Hui held the ball firmly. He went up on his toes, ready to risk it all. In no time, Kang Hui had broken through all 3 opposing members. Number 6 was pressuring him. Hurry up. Stop him. Kang Hui ran circles around number 6, leaving him confused. Finally, he broke through the encirclement of the remaining 2. Seong Moon's expression suddenly changed. Min Soo watched in shock. Whoa! He got past all those guys by himself. 3 blue team players rushed to surround Kang Hui. He drove straight to the 3-point line. Stop him now. Number 2 thought to himself. Just how much is he looking down on us? Kang Hui said to himself. I have been running like a maniac so far. Suddenly, he quickly moved the ball across his hip. Kang Hui threw the ball toward the left wing, then dashed forward. Number 2's eyes went wide. A behind-the-back dribble. Do you think I will fall for it again? He grabbed at Kang Hui's jersey, thinking triumphantly, I caught up. Witnessing this, Il Rock judged coldly. He is going to fall. Kang Hui gripped the ball tight. He suddenly slammed his left foot down to break. Number 2 fell down accordingly. Won-gu smiled with satisfaction, while Do-Man's face gradually twisted. Number 2 still did not understand what was happening. Next, Kang Hui dashed away. Ah, an ankle breaker. Number 2 ground his teeth, speechless. Kang Hui jumped and put the ball in the hoop. Whoa! Li Kang Hui. Number 17 of the blue team came over to ask, what happened to you just now? Number 8 answered irritably, I got played. That is what. Dong Hua saw this and ran over to tease him. Oh look, you can do layups too, Kang Hui shouted. At least I know the basics. Did you think I was some amateur who just picked up a ball for the first time? Then he turned toward Il Rock and shouted, back then I should have ended it with a move like that. Il Rock quickly waved his hand. Come on, puppy. No, Yule burst out laughing. Ha ha. Coach, did you see that kid? He is clearly not ordinary. Then his eyes lit up as he looked toward Seong Moon. They have brought out their secret weapon, so why do not you let me play too? He still shook his head and refused. It is not your turn yet. No, Yule complained helplessly. That is so harsh. Seong Moon emphasized every word. I am only saying this once. The score gap gradually widened. Great work. Jeongwang High. The lead is growing again. The remaining members of the white team cheered enthusiastically. So cool. Even without Il-Rock, they are not losing any ground at all. Aren't they actually attacking even more aggressively? He turned back and saw Il-Rock's sharp gaze, so he corrected himself. Of course, if you were on the court, they would be even stronger. Dong Hua smiled with satisfaction. This kid, Kang Hui. I hoped he would fit well with our team's style. He looked at Kang Hui, who was fighting desperately. But this is like a fish in water. Kang Hui continued to control the ball, driving up and running again. Defense. Number 17. Ground his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seong Bin shouted and charged up alongside Kang Hui. Keep running. He felt it instinctively. Back in middle school, I always felt like I was running alone with the ball. Back then, Kang Hui was scolded a lot for being faster than everyone else's rhythm. Kang Hui, if you just keep running head down like that. What about your teammates? Pay attention to your surroundings. He looked to both sides and saw Donghua and Hang Yeol right there with him. Here, everyone can keep up with my pace. Kang Hui's spirit soared. It feels like the whole team is running together. A gap was created as they ran together. Kang Hui was given a path by his teammates and just kept driving. Like a once blocked path was now wide open, like a runway for a plane to take off. Kang Hui moved forward relentlessly, leaving the opposing team members behind. He gathered his momentum and used all his strength to leap. Immediately after, Kang Hui made his shot. No, Yule dropped his jaw in shock. That runway was created by his teammates for Kang Hui's jump. The ball quickly went through the net. The whole white team swarmed together to celebrate. Kang Hui continued to think, this is Zhongwang Hai's run and gun. If I play basketball here, can I go even further? The obsession in his mind flooded back. And when I meet that guy again, will I be able to beat him? Gu looked at Kang Hui with satisfaction. His hand tightened into a fist. Time passed by. The announcement rang out. Zhongwang Hai victory. Final score, 78-70. Praise echoed nonstop. Great game. That was amazing. Seong Moon and Gu shook hands cordially. They complimented each other. Everyone played well. Thanks for the great match, Seong Moon said politely. We are the ones who should be thankful. This was truly valuable experience for the rookies. He looked toward Dong Hua and asked, has Zhongwang Hai become stronger since Dong Hua became an upperclassman? Hang Yeol went over to check on Il-Rock. Il-Rock, is your wrist okay? He nodded to show he was fine. Yeah. Witnessing this, Gu replied with satisfaction, no problem. I could also see some potential in the rookies. Seong Bin put his arm around Kang Hui's shoulder, making him uncomfortable. Ugh, the smell of sweat. Gu laughed politely. I go. Yuseon Hai is not far behind either. If Lee No Yule had played today, who knows what the result would have been. Seong Moon scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, he still has not recovered 100%. Gu nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. Let us have our teams face off again soon. Ah, yes. Looking forward to it. Elsewhere, Dong Hua was pestering Du-man to chat. The two talked back and forth incessantly. How's your training lately? 2 20-kilogram plates on each side. Really? Should I start training twice a day? You should definitely try it. Your back muscles have gotten thicker. Hang Yeol stood to the side, dazed by the scene. Why do they have to touch each other while talking? Kang Hui was resting when a voice called out, Hey, you! No, Yule came over to talk. Your dribbling ability is amazing. Are you a rookie? What is your name, really? No. Kang Hui introduced himself enthusiastically. I am a rookie, Lee Kang Hui. No, Yule smiled brightly and replied, Lee Kang Hui. Nice to meet you. I am Lee No Yule, the captain, 12th grade. We share the same surname, Lee. Kang Hui was suddenly confused. Oh, you are the captain, but you did not play. Mentioning this, No Yule felt a bit annoyed. That is why I am saying I will play next time. Let us face each other then. Kang Hui suddenly became tense. Next time? No Yule replied nonchalantly. When will next time be? The upcoming President's Cup tournament. Kang Hui's eyes suddenly flashed. The President's Cup tournament. No Yule said goodbye and quickly left. Even if we do not meet in the qualifiers, we will meet if we both move on to the later rounds. Get ready, because our Yuseon Hai will definitely win. This scene was noticed by Dong Hua. He recognized No Yule. Lee, No Yule. Dong Hua pondered something. Kang Hui suddenly spoke up loudly. Today was also the first time in a long time that I have played basketball, so I have not been able to give it my all yet. Hearing that, No Yule suddenly stopped in his track. Kang Hui asserted firmly, so next time we definitely won't lose either. His gaze was full of determination as he looked straight at his opponent. Dong Hua signaled him to stop. Kang Hui, surprisingly, No Yule suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. He turned back and replied with a smile, "Sounds fun. See you at the tournament." With that, No Yule turned and walked away. Kang Hui let out a long sigh. Phew. Dong Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at him. There is a next time, so you're going to keep playing basketball from now on. At this, Kang Hui realized he had just slipped up. Ah. Seong Bin enthusiastically came over to ask, "So that means you are joining the team?" Kang Hui was suddenly in a difficult spot. Il-Rok turned away with a bored expression. Tch, the team's average height is going to drop. Hearing that, Kang Hui went berserk. "Hey, you bastard! What did you just say?" One Gu placed his cane on the gymnasium floor. He said happily, "Welcome, student Li Kang Hui." Kang Hui and Il-Rok continued their verbal sparring. "Come here, let us have another one-on-one." "Huh, what is your point?" One Gu called out in a low voice. "First, let me tell you about our Zhongwang High." The next day, Kang Hui's two friends came over to chat. "Kang Hui, I heard you joined the basketball team." "Huh, how did you know?" the short-haired friend recounted. "A friend on the soccer team told me." The dorky-haired friend's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. "They also said you participated in a practice match against Yuzion High yesterday, right?" Kang Hui said loudly and confidently. "Ah, I just kicked those Yusion guys' butts a little bit." Hearing that, they believed him immediately. "No way. Then we are definitely coming to watch the next game." The dorky-haired friend changed the subject. "Now you are going to be extremely busy with team practices." Kang Hui nodded. "Yeah, I think I have to start practicing today." Suddenly, the short-haired friend interrupted the two. "Hey," he asked hesitantly, "so that means you will be on the same team as Il-Rok from now on?" Kang Hui glanced at Il-Rok, who was lying down, and replied, "I guess so." The coach's shout rang out. One more lap. Il-Rok took steady steps according to the rhythm. He was practicing actively. Dong Hua saw Il-Rok holding his right arm and realized, "I told you to rest until your limb is healed." Il-Rok replied guiltily, "It is fine. It is just the wrist. I can practice improving my left hand anyway." Dong Hua could not stop him and gave in. "Fine. Just do not overdo it." Suddenly there was a cheer from afar. Oh, Il-Rok turned around expressionlessly and saw Kang Hui practicing. He is so fast, you can't even see his feet touching the ground. Then Il-Rok began to declare war on the other guy. Dong Hua was extremely worried seeing this. "I told you not to overdo it." At the obstacle course, Kang Hui dashed like the wind through the red and orange cones. His hand held the ball firmly. Hang Yeol stared in amazement. "Whoa, watching him dribble never gets boring." Seong Bin nodded in agreement. "It is like his hand has glue that sticks to the ball." Next, Kang Hui rushed in and made a beautiful pass. Nice. Praise for him echoed nonstop. I knew he played well. Kang Hui was secretly proud. "Hey, you see that, you idiot?" Il-Rok watched everything in silence. He caught the ball with his left hand. He continued through those obstacles. Dong Hua shouted to stop him. "Ha, Il-Rok, do not overtrain." However, Il-Rok leaped into the air. The ball was thrown against the backboard by Il-Rok. Then it quickly bounced back. Those present watched in daze. Kang Hui's eyes widened. Il-Rok caught the ball again and put it in the basket. Everything was performed with his left hand. The others were stunned. What? He caught his own rebound, then dunked it, even with his left hand. Il-Rok silently walked past Kang Hui, making him furious. Grrr! Kang Hui frowned deeply. He turned his gaze toward the basket. Standard rim height, 305 centimeters. My height, 168 centimeters. Kang Hui recklessly tried to follow suit. Huh! Kang Hui. He silently calculated in his head. My vertical jump record is 86 centimeters. So if I get a running start. Hang Yeol's jaw dropped. No way. By this time, Kang Hui had leaped high. He told himself, theoretically, it will be just enough. Dong Hua was sweating from worry. Il-Rok also watched tensely. Kang Hui's pass quickly ran into trouble. The ball bounced backward, and Kang Hui fell awkwardly. Dong Hua was the first to react. He rushed over to check. "Hey, Kang Hui, you okay?" That was a hard fall. Kang Hui's face gradually heated up. He helplessly covered his face with his hand. I am fine. Just leave me alone. The rest immediately understood. They quickly left. Ah, okay. Won-gu visited a few minutes later. How was practice? Everyone cheered at once. Oh, coach. Hello, sir. Won-gu noticed Kang Hui lying on his back and asked kindly, Kang Hui lying down to rest, are you feeling more comfortable with the gym? Kang Hui jumped up and waved his hands. Ah, no. It is not like that. Won-gu took out a chair. He sat down steadily. Won-gu said in a low voice, all right, let us start the main practice session. Seong-bin swallowed and whispered, gulp, here we go. Over the next few hours, everyone trained extremely hard. Kang Hui complained while running. Gulp.
Ha.
This stamina training is hell. Won-gu clapped to encourage them. Good. Only 5 more laps. Kang Hui's face turned pale. What? 5 more. Finally, Kang Hui almost lay down on the court, gasping for breath. He vomited directly onto the court from overexertion. Erg! Donghua took off his shirt and said, doing that well on your first day is pretty good. Seong-bin turned pale. What if I want to quit? Kang Hui looked at Won-gu with teary eyes. But you said basketball was supposed to be fun. This does not feel like fun at all. In response, he still gave a kind smile. Hey, anyway, run and gun requires a lot of running. To be able to enjoy run and gun, you need enough physical strength to sustain it. Dong Hua came over to comfort him. Quite a few kids have quit just because they could not stand the intensity of this training. Gulp. Kang Hui began to sympathize. That is understandable. He sighed in shock. At first I thought it was strange that a top 8 team had so few members. It turns out it is because they could not survive the physical training sessions. Dong Hua laughed out loud and replied, it looks beautiful and fun on the surface, but to keep that joy you have to endure these hellish practices. Kang Hui started considering leaving the team. Erg, he is totally right. But should I just slip away early? Suddenly there was a loud call. Grandpa. Kang Hui looked up in confusion. A mysterious girl stood with her hands on her hips, scolding Won-gu. Are you making them run to exhaustion again? What if all the remaining members quit too? Kang Hui asked tensely. Captain, who is she? Yuan Che greeted him happily. Hello, you must be the first-year rookie, right? I am No Yuan Che, 11th grade, the manager. That physical training session was a bit tough, was not it? Kang Hui's eyes lit up as he replied, tough, not at all. Training like that only makes me stronger. Yuan Che pointed to one side and said bluntly, really? Then hurry up and wipe up that pool of sweat over there to prepare for the next exercise. Ack. Kang Hui turned away sheepishly. Maybe I should quit. Seong-bin came over and whispered. Yuan Che was also present at that practice match. Don't you remember? Kang Hui replied embarrassedly. Ah, right. I was a bit over-focused that day. Over here, Yuan Che was talking with Won-gu. Seong-bin smiled and replied, she is the only one who can interrupt practice, and she is the coach's biological granddaughter. Kang Hui looked dazed. Huh! The coach's granddaughter. Seong-bin nodded. Haha. It is hard to believe when you look at them, right? Hang Yol patted Kang Hui's shoulder to encourage him. Anyway, with Yuan Che here, training will probably be a bit less miserable. You did well today, Kang Hui. The court was empty of spectators today. The whole team started training non-stop, and so the days passed, alternating between fun practice sessions with the manager and hellish drills with the coach. Won-gu always gave dedicated guidance to Kang Hui. This is a basic fast break formation. When counter-attacking, we switch players like this, and once stabilized on the home court, Kang Hui gradually absorbed Yongwang Hai's run and gun style. In class, he fell asleep because he was too tired. Kang Hui, nodding off again. The dorky-haired friend silently defended him. Ah, he has been a bit tired from practice lately. The teacher glanced at Il-rok's desk and said suggestively, it looks like another kid has fallen too. Kang Hui slept soundly, oblivious to everything. The following days, the whole team trained hard together. Dong Hua and Seong-bin looked at Kang Hui and discussed, but he has not given up. He is tougher than he looks. On the other hand, Il-rok was removing his bandages. He tried shaking his wrist to exercise it. Yuan Che came over to check. How's your wrist? Il-rok replied indifferently. The hospital said it is completely healed. Yuan Che smiled brightly. That is a relief. With that, she called out loudly to gather everyone. Everyone gather round. Yuan Che explained the rules. Today we will split into teams for a 5-on-5 scrimmage. Everyone immediately understood. Oh, Il-rok, are you fully recovered? For the past few days, we have had to play 4-on-4. Yoon-chae looked at the list in her hand and said, the two teams will be divided like this. Team A, Lee Kang-hui, Choi Il-rok, Kang Han-gyo, Yu Sung-chan, Kim Jun-young. Team B, Lee Dong-hui, Baek, Seong-bin, Young-yun Seong, Park Young-seo, Koo Min-soo. After hearing that, Kang-hui immediately screamed, why do I have to be on the same team as you, senior? Please let me switch teams. Il-rok refused to be outdone and replied, that is my line. Yoon-chae shook her head. It is not possible. Each team was personally arranged by the coach. Kang-hui irritably trash-talked. Tick, if your wrist drags the whole team down, I won't let it slide. Il-rok tilted his head up and rotated his ear. Huh? What is that noise? It sounds like a dog barking in my ear. Hang Yeol rushed in to stop the two. Now, stop arguing and get ready to warm up. The scrimmage began. Ball control belonged to Il-rok. Nice work. Choi Il-rok. He is still dominating the air. Jun-young just happened to catch the ball. Kang-hui ran up desperately. Hey, over here. Jun-young passed the ball up to him. He is driving. Stop Kang-hui. Min-soo rushed in to stop Kang-hui. Il-rok also ran over accordingly. Il-rok is open on the right. Kang-hui gripped the ball tight. He drove up without rushing to pass.
Nice pass.
Kang-hui performed a fake move, then dashed away. A fake. He stuck out his tongue to provoke Il-rok. Hooked on the first try. Il-rok frowned and cursed inwardly. That bastard. Kang-hui leaped, intending to shoot. The decisive blow, as if sensing something, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Dong-hwa rushed in from behind to block. His large hands slammed hard against the ball. The ball followed the path straight down to the ground. Il-rok watched tensely. Yoon-chae dropped her jaw in shock. She said in a low voice, blocked from behind. Jun-young gritted his teeth. This is insane. Il-rok pulled up his jersey to wipe the sweat from his face and replied, ugh, obviously. Hang Yeol ran over to remind Kang-hui, you should have passed to Il-rok. He was completely wide open. He could only stammer an excuse. I thought I could score on my own. Min-soo grabbed the ball and threw it long. Seong-bin praised. Nice pass. Next he threw a beautiful long pass. Great throw. In the next play, Il-rok hesitated on whether to pass the ball to Kang-hui. He suddenly threw the ball toward Jun-young instead. Kang-hui frowned and shouted, you bastard. Yoon-chae glared at the two of them. So childish. Won-gu remained silent, only giving a low grunt. Kang-hui pointed at Il-rok and scolded. Hey, do you even know how to pass? Yoon-chae said helplessly, look who is talking. Those two need to get on the same page soon. Turning back to Kang-hui, he shouted loudly, over here, over here. Kang-hui signaled for a quick pass to Il-rok. Pass it, Il-rok. Why do you keep dribbling? However, he just turned away. Il-rok considered his options, then passed the ball to the right wing. Unfortunately, the ball was stolen by Seong-bin. Steal, Kang-hui yelled. What the hell are you doing? Yoon-chae coldly declared. Team A loses due to poor coordination. Dong-hwa shone brightly in the stats. MVP, Lee Dong-hwa, 16 points, 5 assists, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks. Kang-hui grimaced as he read his own. Worst player, Lee Kang-hui, 5 turnovers, 4 fouls, 1 terrible performance. Why am I the worst player? He complained to everyone. A terrible performance. What is that? What kind of stats are these? Kang-hui stomped over to Il-rok and yelled, our team lost because of you. He did not back down and shot back. The worst players should just keep their mouth shut. Kang-hui's eyes widened. And what about all your bad passes? The two quickly fell into a heated argument. Honestly, your wrist is not even fully healed, is it? That definitely was not the play of someone with a normal wrist. If someone had passed the ball correctly, we would not have lost so easily. Yoon-chae put her hands on her hips to stop them. Both of you, shut up. You both played equally bad. Act, she said in a loud voice. Your punishment is to stay behind and clean the gym. Kang-hui looked at Il-rok irritably. What? Just the two of us, ha! Hang Yeol and Seong-bin ran past them, teasing. Well, we are counting on you guys. If it is not spotless, you are in big trouble. Grrr! The two began cleaning. Kang-hui spoke first in an extremely cranky voice. Hey, Choi Il-rok. He made a silent proposal. Let us have a one-on-one match. How about the loser cleans everything? Il-Rock threw the broom onto the floor. His face darkened as he said, 1 match. 11 points. Go get the ball. Evening gradually set in. Il-Rock walked out of the practice room. Dong Hua saw him and exclaimed, "Oh, Il-Rock, done cleaning already," he replied sulkily. "I left the work to my pet dog." At the basketball court, a leather ball was placed neatly on the floor. Kang Hui let out a tired sigh. He muttered to himself, "In the end, basketball is played with height, not heart. It is impossible." Late at night, Kang Hui returned home. "I am back." Kang Hui's mother greeted him warmly. "You are a bit late today." Kang Hui sighed helplessly. "I had to clean the gym." "Mother, I peeled some fruit. Take a shower, and then have some." That night, the TV showed an intense basketball game. Korea University completes the quarterfinal match with a score of 35-24. Kang Hui's younger sister asked boredly, watching basketball again. Kang Hui's mother asked kindly, "Kang Hui, how's it going with the basketball team?" He answered her while eating. "Ah, well, the coach and the seniors all take good care of me. It is going fine." Kang Hui thought to himself, "Hurry up. If it was not for that guy." Kang Hui's father suddenly spoke up. "Doesn't Zhong Huang have a dormitory?" He nodded in admission. "Ah, no. Actually, the school had a dormitory area a few years ago, but they said it stopped operating because not enough people lived there." Kang Hui suddenly thought of Seong Bin. Seniors who live far away even have to rent houses near the school. Living alone as a sophomore, Kang Hui's mother felt pity. "Aigo, that must be hard. Is your school a weak team?" "Well, sort of." Hearing that, he quickly turned away. "It is not like it is a famous, prestigious school or anything." Kang Hui's younger sister laughed mockingly. "Well, what strong basketball team would take someone this tall?" He immediately shot back. "You want to die? I told you not to talk like that." He pouted and said, "Anyway, the team made it to the quarterfinals of the spring tournament this past March. We were a bit unlucky, but we also have a 2-meter center. They say this year's lineup is the strongest ever." Kang Hui's family talked happily. "Oh, is that so? There is another tournament this month, right? I hope your team gets good results. Give me a piece." "No, I hope you guys can make it to the official tournament, so our family can go watch on the weekend," Kang Hui said with determination. "This time I am on the team, so we will definitely get a higher rank in the official tournament. The goal is to represent the Seoul area at the National Sports Festival this coming October." Kang Hui's younger sister burst out laughing. "Once you get to the national tournament, do not run away like last time." Kang Hui shouted angrily. "Seriously, you want to die?" Ugh. The parents helplessly stopped the two siblings. "Stop fighting." The next day, Yuan Che signaled to everyone. "Hey guys, gather round." The whole team gathered together. "What is up? Is something happening, manager?" Yuan Che typed on the screen. 2025 National President's Cup for Middle and High School Boys and Girls, Gimcheon Basketball Tournament, and qualifier for Korea, China, Japan Youth Games. She turned the iPad screen toward everyone. "Today is the group draw for the President's Cup. Let us watch the live drawing together." Kang Hui's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh," Seong Bin thought to himself. "Ah, today is the draw day." Kang Hui was incredibly excited. It is finally starting. The President's Cup. The MC's voice rang out. "We will proceed with the group draw for the 2025 National President's Cup Basketball Tournament for middle and high schools in Gimcheon with everyone. Here we go." Kang Hui asked in a low voice. "We need to hit top 2 in the group stage to advance, right?" Yuan Che nodded. "That is right. Only the top 2 teams out of 4 can advance to the main tournament. The main tournament will have a total of 16 teams competing. It is going to be fierce this year as well. Now we will draw the groups. Please note that the seeds are completely random." Jun Young whispered to Dong Hua, "If it is random, strong teams could meet early." "Yeah. Last year, 2 championship contenders met right in the group stage. Let us hope our group is favorable." Kang Hui thought nervously. "That means we could meet Yuseon High right in the group stage." Seong Bin pulled Il-Rock over to watch. "The next draw is Zhongwang High." "Oh, it is our turn." Zhongwang High, National Middle and High School Basketball Federation, 3.14 million subscribers. Zhongwang High, number 17. Number 17, Hang. Yeol took a deep breath and shouted, "Number 17 means, huh, Group E, same group as Taichung High." Everyone let out a long sigh. "Ah, meeting that school again. The revenge match is coming sooner than I thought. Standing next to Dong Hua, Kang Hui could not help but ask, "A revenge match? Why Taejong High?" He answered in a low voice. "Last time, Taejong High defeated us in the quarterfinals of the spring tournament in March. They are the opponent that made our team realize the harshness of the main tournament." Kang Hui silently broke into a cold sweat. "Wow, that is a shame. So that means they are quite a strong team." The others immediately chimed in. "Not just quite. They are very strong. Ah, my ribs still hurt from the collision with Taejong's number 55. Do they play that aggressively? What is that school like?" Yuan Che interrupted Taejong High. She took a deep breath. Yuan Che continued. "They are a powerhouse with a long tradition from Busan. Every year they qualify for the national main tournament as the Busan regional representative. They are the type to crush opponents with a powerful and dominant play style. Their play is also very rough, so in physical matchups, weaker teams struggle against them." Kang Hui thought to himself, "Ugh, I hate teams that play physical." Dong Hua held his face curiously. Their trio in the paint looked like long-time gym rats. I wonder if they have put on even more muscle. Kang Hui looked at him in confusion. "Senior, it seems you only care about the gym." He immediately clarified. "What are you talking about? Battles in the paint always require a powerful physique." With that, Dong Hua turned and asked Il-Rock, "Il-Rock, have you been doing your resistance training lately? Let us train together until the tournament." He complied. "Ah, okay." The voice from the computer screen rang out. Hwapyeong High, number 20. Hwapyeong High, number 20, was placed in Group E along with Jeongwang High and Taejong High. Yuan Che said with a worried face, "Hwapyeong High is in our group too." Jun Young, next to her, had turned pale. "They are the representative team for the Seoul area," she answered tensely. "That is right. They always advance easily into the later rounds and compete with Yuseon High for the top spot in Seoul. A prestigious school. Hwapyeong's coach prioritizes tall players, so the average height of their team members is massive. They are one of the top defensive forces in the region." Hyung Seo held his head in despair. "Ugh, we are doomed." Seong Bin looked at the screen and said, "Even if we want to advance in second place, we have to beat one of these two, Taejong or Hwapyeong." The others started to panic. If another strong team gets into this group, is this the group of death? It has been a death sentence since the beginning. Dong Hua spoke up to reassure everyone. "Stop being weak, everyone. No matter which team we meet, our goal is still to defeat everyone and take the top spot in the main tournament." Everyone immediately regained their spirits. "We are just as strong as the other schools. Wasn't that proven in the tournament back in March, Senior? You truly are the captain," all shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." On the screen, the MC announced the next part. "Next is Yuseon High. We will draw for Yuseon High." Kang Hui glanced at the worried Dong Hua and wondered, "Senior, are you okay?" The remaining empty spots were number 18 in Group E and number 30 in Group H. Depending on Yuseon High's draw, Muyong High would fill the remaining slot. In the draw box, only 2 balls remained. Everyone prayed, "Please, if Yuseon High also gets into our group, it will be a complete group of death." "What about Muyong High? Are they not strong?" Yuan Che explained, "That is a high school in Chungnam, not a powerhouse." Everyone prayed. Number 30. Go for 30. Hang Yeol and Kang Hui watched with bated breath. Yuseon High, number 30. Number 30 goes into Group H. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Thank God! As a result, Muyeong High was placed at number 18 in Group E, completing the tournament bracket. Dong Hua once again spoke to steady everyone's spirits. "The group draw is done. Even so, with Taejong and Hwapyeong there, this won't be an easy battle. Let us teach Yuseon High a lesson when we move on to the next round." Seong Bin suddenly turned to ask him, "Senior, you just breathed a sigh of relief, did not you?" Dong Hua quickly dodged the question. That would be disrespectful to Muyang High. "Hey, but clearly it is better than meeting Yuseon." Kang Hui's whole body tensed up. "Ha!" Muyong High. Glancing at his reaction, Dong Hua chuckled softly. He instructed everyone, "Well, anyway, there is still a week until the tournament. So let us focus on training." "Yes, sir." The evening light slowly faded. The members continued to train without stop. Kang Hui stood firmly on both feet. He intended to leap, but lost his momentum. Kang Hui gritted his teeth in frustration. Ugh. Seong Bin witnessed this and teased, Haha, should not you practice shooting instead of just dribbling? Shut up. Kang Hui let out a sigh. Damn it. Shooting has always been my weakness, even before I quit basketball. It is really hard to get a good shooting feel. Suddenly, Min Su came up from behind to chat. Kang Hui. Oh, Senior Min Su, what is up? He spoke shyly. Can you help me practice my dribbling? At this point, Min Su scratched his head embarrassedly. I am not as good at dribbling at speed as you are, but I do not want to become a burden to the team. Kang Hui laughed heartily. Ha ha, of course. Dribbling is my specialty. So in exchange, Senior, you help me practice my shooting. Okay, huh? Ah, okay. The two began to train together. After some instruction, Kang Hui watched Min Su perform the moves. On the other side, Dong Hua was also giving dedicated instruction to Il Rok. Hold it there. A small scrimmage took place. Kang Hui also learned shooting from Min Su. Yuan Che had also carefully prepared the tactics for the whole team. She wrote in large letters on the board President's Cup D1. Let us go to Gimcheon. Let us go. The following days, Kang Hui carried his suitcase out of the house. He frowned because of its weight. Finally, Kang Hui arrived at the meeting point with his suitcase. He looked up. His teammates were waiting for him up ahead. His eyes immediately lit up. Dong Hua signaled, "Let us go." Kang Hui nodded with determination. Yes, sir. Looking at the bus in front of him, Kang Hui was extremely excited. Whoa, our team has its own bus. The support is even better than I thought. One Gu stepped out of a different, smaller vehicle. Oh, Seong Bin replied helplessly. Not exactly. That is the soccer team's private bus. Hearing that, Kang Hui's lip twitched. And that one is even the Taekwondo team's bus. Dong Hua tried to comfort everyone. The coach always tries to support us with his connections. After boarding the bus, everyone looked at each other in silence. It is packed. There is just enough room. Dong Hua turned back to give instructions. All right, pass the documents around and double-check the match schedule. Whose feet smell? Senior Min Su. Put your shoes back on. Hang Yeol and Seong Bin talked non-stop. Day 1, Muyeong High. Day 2, Taejong High. Day 3, Hwapyeong High. That is 3 consecutive days of matches, so pay attention to maintaining your stamina. Dong Hua said sympathetically, It is a shame Yuan Che is busy with classwork and could not come. We could not let Yuan Che travel on this bus anyway. Actually, this is probably better. At this time, Yuan Che was sitting in class, thinking, everyone must have set off by now. Dong Hua whispered to the team, It will take us about 3 hours to get there, so let us review the footage of our opponents from last year on the way. If you are tired, you can sleep for a bit. How can we sleep in here? The bus gradually set off. Senior Min Su, did you put your shoes on yet, coach? Please open the window. Kang Hui approached to ask Wan Gu. Coach, are you okay with driving such a long distance? He signaled it was fine, of course. I am a first-class driver. You look pretty exhausted, coach. Sitting in the back, Seong Bin covered his eyes and prayed, One nap, and we are there. One quick nap, and we are there. Hyung Seo and Jun Young complained about the lack of space. Hang Yeol looked worriedly at Wan Gu. Coach, you, Seong, and Seong Chan were reviewing the match situation. Is that the Taejong high match defense? Il Rok, on the other hand, just listened to music and looked at the scenery out the window. About 3 hours later, they arrived at the stadium. Everyone quickly got off the bus. They stretched sluggishly. We are here. Seong Bin and Hang Yeol whispered to each other, glad to be alive. There were definitely a few close calls. Why is the tournament always held so far away? Dong Hua helped Wan Gu out, and everyone could not help but look worried. Coach, are you okay? He instructed the team. Hurry. Go inside. Check the arena. We have 30 minutes to get used to the court. They replied in unison. Yes, sir. Dong Hua once again reminded everyone. We do not have much time. Let us do a light warm-up and get a feel for our shots. Go. Everyone began to practice. Suddenly, Hang Yeol signaled to him. Dong Hua, look at the other side of the court. He replied silently, Isn't that Hwapyeong High? Based on that uniform, it is definitely them. Kang Hui glanced over, his eyes showing clear concern. We meet Hwapyeong High on the 3rd day, right? Hang Yeol nodded and replied, Yeah, our final opponent in the qualifiers. Did their coach choose people based on height? No wonder everyone looks like a telephone pole. Il Rok heard that and turned to say to Seong Bin, Even if my little puppy lived and died again, he would never be able to join that team. He burst out laughing, making Kang Hui feel awkward. Senior, do not laugh. Yu Seong looked at the other team. But number 5 over there. A tall Zion with prominent dark blonde hair. Is he mixed race? Dong Hua replied in a low voice. That is right. Zion Harris. The ball was passed to Zion. He quickly caught the ball. I heard his father is American. The coach on their side shouted, Go for it, Zion. Everyone watched closely. Zion drove toward the basket. He executed a beautiful slam dunk. Hang Yeol's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, a two-handed dunk. Seong Bin turned to Dong Hua and asked, Senior, you can dunk too, right? He coughed a few times, then replied, Ahem, right. We can't let fear take over. Dong Hua controlled the rhythm of the ball and slowly drove toward the basket. Zion on the other side also watched closely. Dong Hua leaped high to perform. However, his hand lacked enough power and he fell down. Dong Hua was stunned by a painful impact. Ugh. Seong Bin looked at him worriedly. I go. Jun-gyu burst out laughing at the recent fail. Suddenly, Il-rok rushed to the basket. Dong Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at him. Il-rok slammed the ball hard against the floor. Then he gathered momentum and leaped extremely high. Il-rok immediately grabbed the ball and spun his body outward. An incredibly beautiful reverse dunk. The others stared in shock. A reverse dunk. He even spun in midair. The other team watched in silence, saying nothing. Seong Bin gave a triumphant smile. As reliable as always, Dong Hua went over and patted Il-rok's shoulder. Thank you. He took control of the rhythm again. We do not have much time. One more lap. Yes, sir. And so, the court familiarization and warm-up ended. Kang Hui walked along, feeling worried. Those Hwapyeong High guys, even their guards are nearly 180 centimeters. What do they eat to grow so tall? He remembered irritably. Some of them were even glancing at me and whispering something. Kang Hui cursed silently. Annoying bastards. He walked forward quickly. It is probably just my imagination. Suddenly, Kang Hui contradicted himself. No, he remembered the mocking gazes of some of the opposing team members. Kang Hui thought to himself, that look. He carried the worry in his heart. What can a basketball player do with that height? You are already in high school. Face reality a bit. You should think about your parents. What good is just being good at dribbling? Suddenly, Kang Hui heard some gossip. Did you see that super short kid from Zhongwang High? He stood frozen in place. Ah, that kid probably can't even hit 1.7 meters. Yeah, lol. At first I thought he was a middle school student. The person in red spoke with a mocking tone. Zhongwang High has been in decent form lately, but their backcourt has always been weak. And yet this year, Kang Hui's face gradually darkened. It looks completely no hope, lol. His hands curled into fists. Suddenly a voice replied, Exactly. Il-rok's cold voice rang out from behind. They brought along a tiny guard like a little dog, lol. The person in red continued to laugh. A little dog, lol. That is right. Looks like a Yorkshire Terrier. Does not he? However, his two teammates signaled, Hey, hey, Il-rok said triumphantly. His name is Puppy. But be careful. He is a small dog, but his bite is painful. The face of the person in red gradually turned pale. If you underestimate him, watch out, or your leg will get bitten off. You? How long have you been standing there? Il-rok's face was now set with no hint of a smile. Since the moment you guys started mocking my school. No, that. He scolded them in a stern voice. I am looking forward to it. If you have enough energy to gather just to look down on others to this extent, then I wonder just how wonderful your skills must be. Having said his piece, Il-rok walked away regally. The people left behind whispered, That kid, he is Choi Il-rok, right? Yeah, from Gunam Middle School. They cast sharp glances toward Il-rok. But are not we a year older than him? I heard that kid has quite a temper. Be careful. How disrespectful. At this point, Il-rok turned into the path where Kang Hui was standing. The two glared at each other intensely. Kang Hui promised, Even if you had not come out, I was planning to talk back to them anyway. Il-rok ignored him. Yeah, sure. Kang Hui still refused to back down. Seriously, I was going to ignore it because the game starts tomorrow. Right. In a small neighborhood. Is everyone used to the court yet? Seong Bin spoke up first. Hey coach, have you met those guys from Hwapyeong High, that Zion kid? He really stands out. Everyone talked nonstop. Tomorrow, Taejong High meets Hwapyeong High. Who do you think will win? No matter who wins, we have to defeat one of them. Won-gu said slowly, It seems no one is interested in the match against Muyong Hai tomorrow. Hang Yeo and Min Su frowned and said nothing. However, they still tried their best to please Wan-gu. I heard Muyong Hai has never even made it to the main tournament. That is right, coach. There is no way we would lose to Muyang, right? Seong Bin replied cheerfully. Of course. We will take them down easily. Wan-gu's face darkened, hiding his true emotions. Easily, you say? He asked in a low voice. Are we really sure about that? Muyong Hai, number 11, Yu Harim, the tallest high school student in the country, 210 centimeters. Hyung Seo said in shock. Are you kidding me, Muyong? Hai has a player that tall. Il-rok remained silent, saying nothing. Wan-gu shook his head helplessly. Do any of you know if their guards are left-handed or right-handed? Everyone went silent. Well, that is, when no one answered, he continued. What about their wing players' style? Wan-gu advised softly. No match is a guaranteed 100% victory. He gently warned them. An opponent you think is weaker can quietly catch up before you even realize it or even take the lead. Kang Hui listened in silence as the coach continued. On the flip side, you can also defeat an opponent you thought you would never beat. That is sports. That is basketball, Wan-gu reassured everyone. So tomorrow we must give it our all regardless of who we face. Whether it is Hwapyeong, who we saw today, or Taichung, who beat us in the spring tournament tomorrow, focus on Muyang Hai first. He instructed, I want everyone to show 100% of their ability in this game. Everyone was silent for a long moment. Then they shouted in unison, Understood. A little later, in Donghwa's room, Hang Yeol glanced at him and asked, Don't you get tired of carrying those dumbbells everywhere? Donghua immediately invited Hang Yeol to join. Come on, do a few sets. It will help you relax. He awkwardly turned away. I have my own way of relaxing. Hang Yeol turned on a meditation video. He began to meditate. Today's meditation session is Seong Bin on his side was hesitating. Which one should I pick? Seong Chan dried his hair and advised, doing that pre-game ritual again. Just pick the right pill already. Seong Bin chose a blue one and put it in his mouth. Seong Chan said with satisfaction, Blue, huh? Our team coordination will be great tomorrow. Seong Bin started practicing. Great, now. 100 reps of shooting motions. Seong Chan groaned helplessly. Are you seriously practicing in just your underwear? That looks gross. Seong Bin pursed his lips and looked at him. You know this is how I get my shot accuracy right. Fine. Seong Chan thought to himself. Talk about intense. In Kang Hui and Il-rok's room, Kang Hui was pacing back and forth nervously. He could not stop the jitters. Il-rok looked at his jersey. He pondered silently. 210 centimeters. I should look for some footage of his games. Kang Hui was so deep in thought he did not notice anything else. He bumped into Il-rok, who was packing, knocking his clothes over. Il-rok's face darkened instantly. Sorry. Il-rok slammed his hand on the table and barked. Stop running around the room and sit still. Kang Hui knew he was wrong, but still argued back. Am I not allowed to walk freely in my own room? Il-rok glanced at him. And what about you? Following his gaze, Kang Hui looked at the messy luggage on the bed. What? What about it? Forget it. He lay on the bed thinking, Tch, that neat freak is so annoying. Kang Hui was too stressed to sleep. Damn it, I can't sleep. Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. Kang Hui jumped up to open it. He slowly turned the doorknob. Kang Hui peeked out. Dong Hua suddenly appeared. Captain Kang Hui, want to head out for a bit. At a quiet, secluded corner, Kang Hui hugged his arms and complained. It is so cold. Dong Hua laughed heartily. That is just how it is here. Kang Hui took a sip of water and said, You must have been here a few times, senior. Dong Hua nodded. Yeah, last year's tournament was held here too. He added cheerfully, Kang Hui, it has probably been a long time since you were in a tournament, right? Are you nervous? Kang Hui quickly turned away. Well, all tournaments are the same to me. That is good then. Suddenly, Dong Hua fell silent. He then took a deep breath and recounted. Actually, even before you joined the basketball team, I thought our squad was pretty solid, defending while looking for the chance to counterattack. The ability to run fast and score, I thought that was our strongest weapon against any team. Dong Hua's eyes flashed with rare seriousness. Everyone worked hard and ran more to rise up. He lowered his voice and continued. But run and gun requires fast transitions. and there was a gap where the ball could not connect. When I saw your dribbling skills, I felt like I had finally found the answer. Dong Hua suddenly paused, he said sincerely, the final piece of the puzzle. Kang Hui remained silent throughout. Dong Hua looked at Kang with trusting eyes. I believe you are the one who can break through when our team is stuck. The corners of Kang Hui's mouth twitched upward. He said slowly, Yes, sir. The next day, Match 1, Group B, President's Cup, Zhongwang High versus Muyong High. The crowd in the stands buzzed with excitement. Seong Bin looked up at the stands nervously. Is it just my imagination, or does the crowd seem bigger today? Dong Hua was much more relaxed. He laughed and replied, No, there is definitely more people. But at the same time, Dong Hua and Il Rok looked toward the other side warily. On the other side, Muyong's harem was performing layups, catching the Zhongwang team's attention. That number 11 guy, the tallest high school player, Young exclaimed under pressure. Seeing him in person is even more overwhelming. Yun Seong agreed. With arms and legs that long, he looks like a giant water bug. Dong Hua turned to ask Il Rok, but he does not look like the aggressive type. Can you mark him? Il Rok answered confidently. I can. Elsewhere, Seong Bin walked up and patted Kang Hui's shoulder. Why so quiet today? Are you nervous? He hesitated, then replied, No way. At that moment, the entire hall gradually fell silent. The referee held the ball and signaled, The match between Zhongwang High and Muyong High is about to begin. Players to the court. Dong Hua led the team forward. Let us go, followed by the members shouting firmly, Yes, sir. Both teams moved to the center for the tip-off. The stands were filled with cheers. Zhongwang, let us go. Muyong, keep it up. The referee held the ball, signaling for the toss. As the ball left his hand, both Il Rok and Harim reached up for the jump ball. Min Su, sitting on the bench, was sweating for them. They are both so tall. On the court, Harim tapped the ball toward his team. Muyong takes the ball. Seeing he was out-jumped, Il Rok clicked his tongue in annoyance. Captain Dong Hua reacted quickly, coordinating his teammates. Defense. Mark them. Muyong's number 1 quickly jumped and passed the ball down the court. Kang Hui could not react in time, only watching as the ball zipped over his head. It was a beautiful pass from Muyong toward the paint. With his height advantage, Harim easily reached out and caught the ball. Clutching the ball, he immediately took an explosive step. Il Rok froze at the opponent's seamless and decisive movement. From that drive, Harim easily leaped and executed a gentle finger roll in midair. Il Rok could not keep up at all. The ball dropped straight into the hoop. Jun Young blurted out anxiously, He is too tall. He overpowered Il Rok so easily. On the court, Harim turned and headed back to his position with his teammates. Coach Won-gu narrowed his eyes as he watched. Indeed, he looked at his players' sturdy backs and sighed. This won't be an easy match. Muyong fans in the stands cheered enthusiastically. All right, great steal. Kang Hui had not quite recovered from the shock, standing there deep in thought, while the cheers for the other team rang in his ears. Nice job, Harim. The towering Harim walked right past him. He brushed past Kang Hui, which coincidentally highlighted the stark difference in their physiques. A camera lens quickly panned over to capture this interesting moment. A male reporter looked at the shot in his hands, a smirk appearing on his face. What an interesting matchup. Beside him, a female voice spoke over the sound of non-stop typing, the shortest player against the tallest player. Sitting at the press table, the female reporter could not hide her excitement. What a great headline, right? The male reporter was also satisfied. Got a great shot here. Then the female reporter asked, Who is that number 11? He guessed. I heard Muyong Hai's coach trained a potential star. That must be him. She stared at Harim in awe. With that height, seeing the famous Il Rok being stopped by him, she could not help but comment, Even Il Rok is having a hard time, huh? Captain Dong Hua was also deep in thought. He is 10 centimeters taller than Il Rok. A one-on-one will be really tough. Suddenly, Il Rok accelerated toward the opponent's court. With the ball in his hands, Il Rok quickly bypassed the defense and drove into the free throw line. Based on the situation, for number 4 to score freely, number 27 had to block number 11. The Zhongwang team shouted, Mark him. Dong Hua, wearing number 27, blocked Harim without much difficulty, though he wondered, is he this easy to block? With his coordination, Il Rok successfully reached the free throw line. Dong Hua stood aside, thinking calmly. This is an easy bucket. But suddenly, Harim leaped toward him from a great distance. Il Rok had not expected this at all. He blinked in surprise. Donghua observed the tense situation, thinking to himself, those long arms. With the advantage of both vertical leap and height, Harim actually managed to touch the ball, deflecting it off its trajectory. The ball missed the rim entirely, as everyone watched in shock. The referee's firm voice confirmed. Block out of bounds. As the ball fell, Muyong's number 30 immediately jumped to reclaim it. Number 30 used a chest pass to push the ball to a teammate. The referee's voice continued. Rebound. The teammate wearing number 2 received the ball and used the same technique to pass to another player. The ball was passed halfway across the court, finally landing in the hands of a shooting guard standing outside the three-point arc. The guard held the ball and began to jump high for a long-distance shot as the crowd cheered. Three-pointer. The male reporter watched this sudden counterattack seriously. Let us see if Muyong Hai can get 3 points. But no, it was just a long pass into the paint. The referee's excited voice rang out. It is a pass to number 11, who just moved up. With the ball in hand, Harim once again leaped and put the ball in the hoop despite Il-Rok's attempt to block him. No miracle happened. The ball dropped right through. Another point scored in the paint. The male reporter leaned back, seemingly unhappy with this one-sided game. Yeah, this is too easy. The female reporter beside him said, a point is a point, pouted, looked elsewhere, and muttered to himself. But Zhang Wang Hai is not the type to just lie down and take it. Despite the heavy disadvantage, Coach Wan Gu remained calm. The fast break strategy does not seem to be working. He shouted from the bench into the court, Kang Hui, switch to the strategy. Receiving the signal, he quietly raised his index and middle fingers. Kang Hui held the ball, maintaining that posture to signal his teammates. Seong Bin received the signal and nodded in confirmation. Number 2. Got it. In that short time, Kang Hui silently scanned the target for the team's strategy. Sensing the gaze, Muyong's number 2 quickly realized something. Once everyone was in position, the Jiangwang team signaled the attack. Run. As soon as the command was given, Seong Bin dashed from his position without hesitation. Zhongwang's number 8 quickly moved to the right wing, joining Dong Hua to block Muyong's number 18. Mark both wings. Muyong's number 1 stood close to Kang Hui. He looked around, remembering the coach's instructions, while the others wondered who he would pass to. Which way is he passing? But Muyong's number 2, Yu Seong, was prepared and saw through the opponent's intention. This way. As he dodged past, his long, strong arms reached out. Just like that, Yu Seong successfully intercepted Kang Hui's pass. He remained in his chest pass posture, stunned. Kang Hui stared at the scene, shock appearing in his eyes as the opponent successfully predicted his ball path. Yu Seong successfully took the ball, quickly turning to drive deep inside. Steal. The Zhongwang team shouted in panic, get back. While on the bench, Jun Young and Min Su marveled he moved early to get the steal. What a great read. Back to the game, Yu Seong began to dribble toward Zhongwang's court. As he drove deep into the paint, he occasionally turned to signal Harim. Dong Hua, as the captain, immediately coordinated the members. He is in the paint. Stop him. But at this moment, Harim moved up again. The Zhongwang players in the back immediately shouted a warning. Number 11, but there was no pass. Yu Seong suddenly stepped back outside the three-point arc, knees bent to gather momentum for a shot. Seong Bin noticed the move, but it was too late. Just like that, Wu Yeong's number 2 leaped and fired a long shot as everyone watched in awe. A three-pointer. From the three-point line, the ball drew a perfect arc and dropped right through the center of the hoop, leaving the court in silence for a moment. The male reporter kept a straight face, but let out a low whistle of admiration. The person who made that perfect three-pointer was Choi Yu Seong, a sophomore guard, 180 centimeters, 74 kilograms. The stands erupted into cheers. Nice shot. Great job, Yu Seong. The male reporter commented fairly, using number 11 as bait to open the way for a three-pointer. Pretty clever. With only 8 minutes left, the score was 7-0 in favor of Muyeong, prompting him to praise good early momentum. Muyong Hai. The people in the stands could not help but exclaim, what is with Muyong Hai? They are playing so well. Kang Hui took the ball again. Seong Bin ran over from afar, shouting his name to signal, Kang Hui. This time he did not pass. With Seong Bin's help, he lowered his center of gravity and dribbled forward quickly. He marked the opponent's number 1 and quickly drove deep inside. The Zhongwang players shouted in coordination, open up the space. Before the ball could be taken away, Kang Hui quickly passed it back to Captain Dong Hua. With no one guarding him, he easily pushed the ball back to Seong Bin. Open. Seong Bin stood outside the arc, held the ball, and leaped gently for a long-distance shot. The ball left Seong Bin's hand, spinning gently in the air toward the hoop. Mu Yong Hai watched the ball's path intently. They shouted, "Block!" Dong Hua glanced up, a strange feeling rising within him. Contrary to expectations, the ball did not go in, but hit the rim, disappointing many. Out of bounds. As if anticipating this, Dong Hua immediately reached up for the ball. He moved forward powerfully, colliding directly with Harim from the other team. Dong Hua's fingertips pushed hard, perfectly guiding the ball back through the hoop. The referee shouted excitedly, "Tip in." Meanwhile, Harim stumbled backward from the collision. Captain Dong Hua landed on the ground after his beautiful score. He turned his head to look at the team, his gaze encouraging. "You guys, you are looking a bit sluggish." Seeing his 4 teammates being outmaneuvered, Dong Hua could only cheer. "Get it together." The coach sat outside, only smiling meaningfully without saying anything. The score was now 2-7. Zhongwang Hai had scored thanks to Dong Hua's tip-in. Meanwhile, Muyeong continued their movements to maintain their early dominance. While the match was ongoing, constant tactical changes were being made. Substitution. Muyeong's number 1 easily passed the ball over Kang Hui's head, relying purely on his height. Harim jumped high, catching the ball thrown by his teammate. Pass inside. The current situation made Hyung Seo on the bench worried. Damn it, he is too tall. He catches those passes so easily. This is the advantage of tall people in basketball. Just throw the ball up, and it is immediately in the paint. Back to the game. Harim held the ball and began his attack, putting Jong Wang on high alert. Danger. He bent his knees, holding the ball with both hands. Dong Hua had been following his opponent closely. He reacted very quickly, just as expected. Right before the ball was hit into the hoop, Dong Hua made a perfect block in mid-air. This sudden block stunned the normally confident Harim. Successful block. This play set the whole court ablaze. Blocked. At that height. Having completed his mission, Dong Hua walked calmly toward his teammate, Il-rok. He looked at Il-rok and said encouragingly, "It seems their number 11 has not played basketball for long. Don't overthink it." The referee on the court blew the whistle, signaling for the match to continue. Sitting on the bench, Yoon Seong could not believe what he just heard. What? Number 11 is a beginner. Coach Won-gu explained calmly. Even for Dong Hua, to block a player 20 centimeters taller, he had to be absolutely certain it was not a pass or a fake, but a shot. The images of the match earlier flashed through his mind again. Because of that, he could guess that he must have noticed something strange from the previous blocks and screens to be that sure. Harim only has a height advantage. That number 11 only has simple shots on the right side of the paint. Won-gu asked softly, "Well, usually when you play, you can sense your opponent's level, right?" Yoon Seong nodded, letting out a breath of admiration. But to have that certainty in just a few short minutes. The coach slowly opened his eyes. Observation skills. And that sharp instinct. Before him was the sight of Harim preparing to shoot, but once again he was blocked by Captain Dong Hua. The coach laughed and said, "That is Dong Hua's strongest weapon." The captain immediately pushed the ball up the court to the cheers of his teammates. "Steal, nice work. Senior Dong Hua." Kang Hui successfully caught the ball from a chest pass, a lightning fast attack. The ball was immediately passed elsewhere. Fast break. Hang Yul took the opportunity and successfully scored another spectacular bucket. He scored. Yoon Seong was ecstatic, jumping up as the stands erupted. The press table was also surprised. The male reporter smiled slightly as if he had expected it. It is only the beginning. At the same time at Zhongwang High, it was recess. The students in class 1-5 talked loudly and curiously. "I wonder if Kang Hui and Il-rok are playing well. Let us check the live stream on YouTube." Kang Hui's 2 best friends huddled together in front of the computer screen. "Which part is it?" "The second half already." On the court, Seong Bin was currently holding the ball. He once again fired a shot from outside the arc, the whole court watching in anticipation. Three-pointer. As expected, it was indeed a beautiful three-pointer. Seong Bin regained his form and said with a smile, "All right, finally warmed up." His teammates teased back. "It took you until the second half to warm up." With only 4 minutes left in the second half, the score was in favor of Zhongwang. The players shouted reminders. Defense. The boy with the dorky hair watched the match on the computer in awe. Look, a 10-point lead. The friend beside him poked his head in. Where's Kang Hui? The two of them searched for a while, and then burst out laughing. Found him, number 3. Haha. Standing in the middle of the court like that, he looks tiny. Mu Yonghai's number 19 leaps for an attack, taking a mid-range jumper. But the ball does not go in, clanking off the rim. Miss. Dong Hua seizes the opportunity, jumping high to reclaim the ball for the team. Rebound. Without holding the ball for long, he quickly passes it toward Kang Hui. Seeing this, the best friend cheers excitedly in front of the computer screen. Oh, Kang Hui's got the ball. Show them those handles. At that moment on the court, Kang Hui looks a bit flustered, hurriedly searching for a teammate. Instead of a flashy drive, he just continues to pass it off to a teammate. This dull rhythm confuses Seung Chan. Another pass. Hang Yeo catches the ball, moving as fast as a falcon to cut through the opposing team. He is driving. He leaps, successfully approaching the hoop at a perfect distance. Another perfect layup brings in 2 points for Jong Wang Hai. Awesome. However, Kang Hui's two best friends are not satisfied with this performance. Man, what is with that? I wanted to see some dribbling. Seong Bin slowly walks over to Kang Hui to give some feedback. On those fast breaks, you need to drive a bit faster. Don't tell me he is holding back. He nods and replies. The passing has improved at least. Back at Zhongwang High, Yoon Che is also quietly watching the match on her phone. She stares pensively at the screen, letting out a long sigh. Because the boy wearing number 3 on the court seems to have retreated into his shell. Is this really the usually selfish Kang Hui? At the same time, outside the tournament hall, other schools have arrived to prepare for their matches. It is the group that was trash-talking Kang Hui earlier. They chat casually. How's the match? Well, Zhongwang Hai is dominating. They then mock Kang Hui again. That short number 3 from Zhongwang has not done anything special, huh? And yet that bastard Choi Il-rok was talking so big. Back to the match. Il-rok and Harim are currently marking each other closely to fight for a scoring opportunity. The shot clock is nearly empty. 10 seconds left to attack. The female reporter sitting nearby observes, number 11 is moving too slowly. The male reporter crosses his arms and says, once they realized he is a rookie, he has been completely neutralized. Muyong High coach Jong Soo-young senses trouble and shouts loudly, Harim, if you can't attack, let go of the ball. With no other choice, he simply follows orders and dishes the ball to a teammate. Zion from Hwapyeong High evaluates from the stands. Our next opponent is Muyang High, right? We just need to mark that number 11. Well, Jun Gyu smiles and nods. Exactly. With that height, I bet our coach would really want to recruit him. Zion shows no emotion, only replying coldly, well, height does not lie. On the court, player number 30 rushes to screen Seong Bin, giving Yu Seong space to move. Screen. He controls the ball, pushing up high and driving straight toward Jeongwang's court. Yu Seong pauses for a beat, leaps high, and releases a shot while being guarded. A contested jumper. Ju Hyun screams from the sidelines to remind the team, contest the shot. The ball flies in but does not hit the net. It clangs against the rim and bounces back. It is a battle for the ball between Il-rok and Harim, but unfortunately, Harim wins the ball for his team. Offensive rebound. Seeing Il-rok easily suppressed, the male reporter can't help but comment, wow, even if the opponent is a rookie, it is not easy to deal with that kind of height. Thanks to that, Harim easily flips the ball in for a successful layup. A finish. With 3 minutes left, Muyong is gradually catching up to Zhongwang, trailing by 10 points. It is still a large gap, but Yu Seong rallies his teammates' spirits. We are catching up. Good job, everyone. The match continues, and this time, Il-rok holds the ball first. Soon he and Harim are in a one-on-one showdown. Il-rok, one-on-one in the paint. Il-rok holds the ball, using a fake to drive to the left. Then he suddenly accelerates, weaving quickly toward the right. Il-rok's arm swings up powerfully, ready for a layup to take back the points. Harim acts faster than he can think. In an instant, he leaps to block the shot. Unexpectedly, it was just a fake. Il-rok holds the ball and spins away, aborting the attack. Instead, he moves toward the left wing and finally goes for the layup to reclaim 2 points for the team. At this moment, not only Harim but the entire stands are shocked by the move. What a fake. Zion stands in the stands, staring at him intently as if calculating something.
Choi Il-rok.
The female reporter continues to smile and comment. He really is on a different level. The male reporter nods in agreement. There is a massive skill gap. Because he acknowledges Il-rok, he is even more confused. I still do not understand why a player like Choi Il-rok would join Zhongwang High. The ace of Gunam Middle School, a player who was part of a national championship winning team. The overhead lights shine brightly, covering the lively atmosphere of the arena. Substitutions begin between the teams. Muyong High substitution. Yu Harim goes out, and Kim Dongwoo enters the court to take his place. The coach pats him in encouragement. Good job, Harim replies disappointedly. They immediately realized, I am a rookie. He nods back. Number 27, Donghua. They play well. On the court, Seong Bin lets out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally that beanpole is on the bench. Thank goodness. Hang Yeol evaluates. It looks like his stamina is not quite there yet. Donghua quickly rallies the team. All right, number 11 is out. Let us widen the lead. Everyone replies in unison. Yes, sir. The match continues, and Il-rok successfully wins the ball again. Following that, Hang Yeol also hits a perfect three-pointer. The clock hits 0 with a dominant victory for Zhongwang High. Second half ends. The bench players immediately rush out to high-five them. Good job. Well played. In the stands, two male students discuss excitedly. A 16-point lead. Muyong's early momentum completely collapsed. The other marvels, Zhongwang High is really strong. Too strong. The girl next to them evaluates with her arms crossed. It seems the paint is completely Choi Il-rok's playground. The guy nods. He is a given. Then he casts a scrutinizing gaze down at the court. But that short guard. The guy says dismissively, I thought he would be something special since he is a freshman starter, just like Il-rok, but I do not see anything notable. The girl nods, me too. With that height and being a starter, I expected more. Kang Hui is currently resting and drinking water, completely unaware that people are questioning his ability. Is Zhongwang High really that desperate for guards? At this moment, Seong Bin comes over to ask, Lee Kang Hui, you were really nervous earlier. Were not you? Why did not you show off some of that dribbling? Kang Hui replies with a pout. Well, our team is still winning. But senior, your three-pointers did not start falling until mid-second half. Are you okay? Seong Bin explains embarrassedly. I perform better in more intense matches, and I just have a slow start. He looks away with a forced smile. I guess I am the same then. On the other side, Coach Won Gu is instructing the captain, prepare for the third quarter with the same lineup. Play more aggressively. Dong Hua nods. Yes, sir. Seeing that the break is nearly over, Kang Hui approaches to ask, Coach, I am going to the restroom for a moment. He agrees easily. Sure. He dashes off, not noticing Dong Hua's pensive look from behind. Outside the competition area, at the locker room section for the players, Dong Hua, feeling a bit worried about Kang Hui, follows him out, and then the scene before his eyes makes him freeze for a moment. Up ahead, Kang Hui is being cornered by three players from Muyang High. They say something, then they turn and walk away, leaving him standing there looking flustered. Dong Hua approaches to check on him. Are they your acquaintances? Kang Hui exclaims in surprise, senior. His expression suddenly turns solemn, asking in a worried tone. You played below your level in that last quarter. Is something wrong? Kang Hui avoids eye contact, looking a bit guilty and stammering. Well, but then he tells the truth. Those were my teammates from middle school. Muyang Middle. Dong Hua understands instantly. So you went to Muyang Middle, and your old teammates went straight to Muyang High. Kang Hui scratches his head awkwardly. Yes, most of them. Just as he is about to continue, he suddenly freezes in embarrassment. Then Kang Hui's voice rings out gloomily. I quit. After the final tournament, Dong Hua asks curiously, the final tournament? You mean back in your second year of middle school? He swallows hard, finding it difficult to reveal his fear. Yes, I thought that no high school team would ever accept someone with my height anyway. In the past and present, Kang Hui has always been running away. I was not strong enough to handle seeing everyone around me grow taller and taller, and he is forced to admit his defeat. In the end, in that final match, I was crushed miserably and gave up. Since then, the number 3 jersey from Muyong Middle has been folded away forever. Kang Hui recounts, back then, my teammates kept trying to convince me to stay. They kept saying, think it over. Your talent is too valuable. Yu Seong even went so far as to beg, without you, our team will struggle. Yet Kang Hui still chose to run away, replying coldly, I am sorry. Back in the present, he confesses embarrassedly, after leaving so decisively, meeting them again makes me feel guilty and very ashamed. Captain Dong Hua crosses his arms in thought. He directly exposes his intentions. So that is why you were so passive during the first half. You were trying not to stand out too much. Kang Hui looks flustered being called out. Ah, that? But the captain does not mean to blame him, only asking. But what if they stage a comeback in the next 2 quarters? Do you plan to play at your full strength then? Hearing this question, Kang Hui is taken aback. Dong Hua continues his lecture. Every match where we build real experience and chemistry with you is truly precious to the team. Don't you think it is a waste not to seize this opportunity? Kang Hui knows he is wrong and says shamefully, I am sorry. In response, the captain gives an understanding smile. Kang Hui listens seriously as he teaches softly. The coach said it too. You have to show 100% of your ability, no matter who the opponent is. After a pause, Dong Hua instructs him, play properly for the team in the second half. Understood. Kang Hui has regained his courage. He rallies his spirits and shouts, Yes, sir. The break is over, and the third quarter begins. As they enter the court, Captain Dong Hua passes by the coach. He says nothing, only flashing a smile as if everything has been settled. The members take their positions on the court, and passionate cheers erupt from the stands. Go Zhong Wang Hai. Kang Hui, back in his role as guard, is the first to hold the ball. 2 players from another team waiting for their turn start to mock him. He is still playing this quarter. Did he bribe the coach or something? Haha. Kang Hui does not care. He closes his eyes and tells himself, right. Focus on the game. On the other side, Yu Seong casts a worried glance over. Kang Hui opens his eyes, having completely shed his hesitation and shame. Suddenly, a hand flashing 3 fingers appears in sight. It is a tactical signal that Kang Hui gives to his teammates. Hang Yeol is slightly startled, immediately recognizing the sign. Number 3. Dong Hua sees this and smirks, a satisfied smile on his face. Soon the atmosphere among the players on the court changes. They all shift toward the left wing to execute their strategy. Isolation. The 2 male students who were just looking down on Kang Hui are also surprised and confused. Now on the court, Kang Hui drops his hips low. Clearly, this is not going to be an ordinary pass. He continuously dribbles between his legs to distract the opponent's number 1. He senses the different atmosphere and instantly becomes tense as well. Time seems to slow down. The opponent's eyelids flicker slightly. He half closes his eyes, and when he opens them, in just a blink of an eye, Kang Hui passes him like a gust of wind. Player number 1 turns his head in shock, but it is too late. He is already in a position where he can no longer stop him. The student in the stands can't believe his eyes. Shouting in shock, he got past him. In no time, Kang Hui has dribbled into the paint. Seeing Muyang Hai surrounding him, his teammates immediately shout, help defense. Kang Hui does not act in a hurry. He suddenly sets his face and observes everything. The fear of being suppressed by giant physiques seems to return before his eyes. Kang Hui is too small, and the opponents he faces are far too large. His eyes move quickly, taking in the entire scene. In that moment, Kang Hui sees Harem as a giant blocking every path. A familiar trace of hesitation and fear flickers on his face, but at that same moment, Ilrock's silhouette appears right in front of Kang Hui. Ilrock stares at him, calling out for the save. Over here, Kang Hui coordinates, his fingertips pushing the ball far away. The ball arcs through the air from the force of the push. From behind, Ilrock leaps up to claim the sweet fruit his teammate brought him. Simultaneously, his whole body coils and drives forward toward the hoop. Kang Hui is stunned, completely not expecting the opponent to strike so fast. Ilrock uses the momentum from his jump to dunk it before his feet touch the ground, his hands gripping the rim, hanging in the air. Almost instantly, those 2 male students jump and shout, alley-oop dunk. The rim still vibrates slightly from the impact of the spectacular score. Ilrock walks back toward midcourt, his gaze glancing briefly toward Kang Hui. He says nothing, but his face shows a trace of unreadable contemplation. Kang Hui refuses to be outdone and stares back firmly. Then the 2 of them suddenly turn and look away, running back to defend their side. Hang Yeol is amazed. Was that their first real coordination? Seongbin teases, at least pretend to be close. That was immediately dismissed by Kang Hui. No way him. Some spectators are still getting goosebumps from that last goal. That dunk was insane, and that drive before it. Yeah, those handles were slick. Back at the school, the boy with the buzz cut is satisfied. As expected of Kang Hui, that was beautiful. The person next to him adds, and that play with Il-rok. Buzz cut nods, and I thought they hated each other. Back to the match. Mu-young Hai's guard holds the ball on the offensive. He purses his lips, feeling a bit tense.
We need to catch up.
Inside the court, Il-rok marks Harim constantly, not leaving his side for a step. Player number 1 thinks Harim is being completely denied. He looks at the current formation again. Furthermore, the defense has switched to a 2-3, so it is not easy to move inside. Back at school, the buzz cut boy asks, what? 2-3. The guy next to him replies, yeah, it is called a 2-3 zone defense. That is the defensive method our school is using. He explains, look, there are 2 players on the perimeter and 3 players inside. Instead of man-to-man, they defend assigned zones. A 2-3 scheme has 3 people in the paint, making it easier to double that tall guy. Buzz cut marvels. Whoa, you really know your basketball. The guy smiles proudly. I watch NBA and KBL, you know. At the arena, the female reporter asks, but won't that create a lot of opportunities on the outside? There are only 2 people defending the perimeter. The male reporter explains briefly. It is a trade-off. He presents the choice. Choose absolute defense against the 2-pointers they can easily take. Mu-young Hai takes a long shot. Or leave the risky 3-pointers open. The ball flies through the air from the shot, but it only hits the side of the rim, much to everyone's disappointment. Ah, a miss. The male reporter continues his evaluation. I think Jiangwang High coach's judgment was correct. On the bench, Won-gu slowly breaks into a smile as if he has everything under control. The players shout, rebound. The male reporter continues to explain the play. By concentrating their forces inside the paint, they can eliminate number 11's rebound opportunities. Except for player number 2, it seems no one is capable of hitting a 3-pointer. Yun Seong on the bench cheers excitedly. Great defense. Back at school, the buzz-cut student wonders again. But why did not they defend like that from the start? It would have been easier. The other guy does not answer right away, but stammers. Well, maybe they did not fully understand the opponent's strength yet. Buzz-cut teases. Weren't you the basketball expert? Suddenly, a feminine voice rings out. Zone defense can only be used starting from the 3rd quarter. Both boys turn their heads in surprise. Yorim does not look at them but answers clearly. According to the Korea Middle and High School Basketball Federation rules, teams must play man-to-man defense in the first half. Buzz Cut is surprised. Really? Why is that? She explains. In the past, teams kept using zone defense, so they restricted some defensive tactics to improve individual skills. Buzz Cut lets out an admiring whistle. A real basketball expert has appeared. The guy next to him adds, exactly. Then he turns to ask Yurim. You are Choi Yurim, right? The top student in class. She nods awkwardly. Ah, yeah. The boy lowers his eyes, thinking to himself. With those looks, I did not think she would be into basketball. Then he can't help but look up at her again. Both boys stare at her beauty, thinking the same thing. Cute. Very cute. Then they make an offer to Yurim. Want to watch together? Let us watch it together. Back at the arena, the ball has been passed to someone. Harim successfully holds the ball under Il-rok's marking. Got it. Yu Zeong looks at him with concern. Harim cautiously observes the situation on the court, temporarily not moving much. Suddenly, something appears that shocks him. Donghua suddenly approaches along with Il-rok to control Harim. Double team. Unable to hesitate any longer, Harim hurriedly drives the ball. However, Il-rok reaches his hand from below, flicking the ball out of his hands in one touch. The ball falls, and Seong Bin catches it excitedly. Steal. Kang Hui also coordinates, moving up to receive it. Senior. The ball is passed perfectly into his hands. Seong Bin looks at him, reliance clear on his face. Go. Suddenly, Kang Hui's silhouette vanishes in a flash. He is like a leopard on the court. In an instant, he passes the opposing guard and drives straight into the opponent's court. The spectators in the stands let out a collective gasp of amazement. They watch the play, shouting excitedly, so fast. Player number 30 starts to get worried. He tries to stop his breakthrough. However, Kang Hui just weaves past him, so fast that the opponent cannot react in time. Harim hurriedly chases after him, trying to catch up. Yu Ziong frowns, his body moving quickly in pursuit. Yet they are all left behind by Kang Hui. Everyone was bypassed in a heartbeat. Just like that, he only needs to leap for a gentle layup. The ball spins slightly and drops through the hoop. The audience is set off by that performance, standing up and shouting with excitement. Jun Bu from Hwapyeong asks curiously, "Who is that?" Se-won, standing nearby, replies Jongwang Hai's number 3. On the court, Hang Yo can't hide his joy and praises. Nice. Has it finally started? Suddenly, a hand reaches out to touch Kang Hui's shoulder. He looks up in surprise. He sees Captain Dong Hwa smiling with satisfaction. Good job. Kang Hui smiles back. I can hear it more clearly now. He takes a light step and says in a low voice, the cheers of the crowd, the excited screams of the arena, are so loud they can be heard outside. A girl nearby turns curiously. What is happening in the arena today? The boy next to her replies, I think it is a basketball game. Both looked toward the arena and commented, the cheers are so intense. Back to the match. The ball was once again passed to Kang Hui. Seeing him holding the ball, the people in the stands shouted in anticipation, another steal. Run. Not failing their expectations, Kang Hui slightly lowered his center of gravity. Just like before, he bypassed Myung's first line of defense without any difficulty. Even the spectators who once looked down on Kang Hui had to respect him now. He is blowing right through the defense. The male reporter smiled, his eyes following the match with great expectation. He spoke up, write a headline for the article about today's match. The female reporter asked in surprise, what should I write, sir? On the court, Kang Hui had raised his hands, lifting the ball high. It was another lightning-fast layup from him. The male reporter suggested a line for the article. The debut of the shortest guard, the one who will complete Jeongwang Hai's run and gun style. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the end of the match. Almost at the same moment, Kang Hui's finger roll successfully went into the hoop. The members of Jeongwang Hai swarmed Kang Hui to celebrate. The players of Muyong Hai lined up in front of Coach Won-gu. They bowed and shouted, thank you for the hard work, everyone. The Jeongwang team also stepped up to greet the opposing coach. Thank you. Someone had already finished changing out of their sneakers. Harim sat on the bench, his pale expression out of sync with the lively atmosphere around him. Good work, everyone. Suddenly, a hand appeared and was placed on his shoulder. The Muyong Hai coach comforted him softly. This is your first tournament. You did well, Harim. Don't overthink it. Harim looked down and did not reply. He clenched his fist into a ball, only speaking up hesitantly after a moment. Harim's eyes flashed with determination, his voice becoming firmer. I will train harder and get even better. The coach sighed and patted his shoulder. There. It is only the beginning. Watching from a distance, Zion commented coldly, Muyong's number 11 still lacks experience and skill. Jun Bgyu, standing next to him, scoffed. It is a bit of a waste of that height. On the other hand, the Jeongwang Hai players shouted excitedly. All right, first we celebrate the win. Great job, everyone. Kang Hui's friends back at school were also happy about the win. They won by 29 points. Our school is really playing well, huh? Unexpectedly, 2 other unknown girls appeared and asked, Yorim, what are you watching? Yorim replied hesitantly, it is our school's basketball game. Hearing that, the girl with the puppy fringes eyes lit up. The basketball team. Does that mean Il-rock is there too? She nodded. Yes. At that, the 2 girls teased her. What? Are you only watching? Because there are handsome guys. Kang Hui's 2 friends were unhappy with that and spoke up. Excuse me, but you should know that besides Il-rock, Kang Hui is also on the basketball team. Exactly. Pay attention. The 2 girls did not seem very interested. Lee Kang Hui. Did he actually play? With that height, probably not. The buzz-cut student felt helpless. They really underestimate Kang Hui. The boy standing next to him spoke up immediately. If you had seen the match just now, you would not say that. Even Yorim defended him with a serious face. Kang Hui's dribbling was actually amazing. The 2 girls stared blankly, not understanding. Yorim put her hands on her hips and went on a serious rant. He also handled every fast break and connected the attacks perfectly, so the team could score easily. Kang Hui's performance will shine even brighter against strong teams. That momentum made the 2 girls hesitate and play along. Oh, is that so? I did not know he was that good. Seeing her defend their friend, the 2 boys were moved to tears. Choi Yorim, You really were watching Kang Hui closely. Then they happily invited her. Yurim, want to watch tomorrow's match with us? Yeah. Yurim agreed easily. Sure. At the same time, at the arena, Dong Hua and Kang Hui were the last ones staying behind to clean up. Suddenly, Yu Seong from Muyeong High stepped up and called him Kang Hui. Not just him, but other old teammates also came. Kang Hui greeted them shyly. Seniors. Dong Hua noticed the situation. He slowed his pace, his gaze glancing over to observe. Kang Hui still did not dare to look up. He stammered, "Good work, everyone." However, Yu Seong gave a gentle smile. Congratulations on the win. He was startled and looked up in surprise. He then heard Yu Seong speak as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you did not quit basketball." Kang Hui was flustered, standing there dazed, not knowing what to say. Yu Seong scratched his head embarrassedly. "I was really worried when you said you would quit. It seems like our old team did not support the talent you have well enough." He froze as he heard him continue. "I agonized over it a lot after you left," Yu Seong said tenderly, "but I am still glad you finally joined such a great team. It seems they perfectly suit your playstyle." As he recalled the past, he laughed. "Back in middle school, your speed was so fast that the whole team could not keep up, and we all got scolded by the coach. Haha, that is right. It was not your fault. It was because we were too slow." Hearing Yu Seong take all the blame, Kang Hui's heart wavered. Everyone, without waiting for him to say more, he reached out to tease. "It looks like you have grown quite a bit too. Have you passed the 1.7-meter mark yet?" Kang Hui bristled and yelled, "Are you kidding me?" Then Yu Seong laughed. Haha. After the teasing, he reminded him seriously, by the way, in dead ball situations, you still have not fixed the habit of using your eyes to signal the passing lane. Sharp guards can spot that immediately and intercept the ball. You should break that habit. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered his image during the game. Kang Hui realized with an "Oh, so that is how you read my intention," and got the steal. Yu Seong nodded. "I was really curious about how you were doing lately, but seeing you like this, I am completely relieved." Then he promised, "Even though we are rivals, it has been a long time since we ran on the same court together. It was fun. Next time we meet, let us both give it our all. It will be tougher next time, so get ready." The guard next to him nodded in agreement. "That is right. We will be stronger too." Kang Hui looked at them in silence, then finally answered in a low voice, "Yes, see you next time." They turned to leave, and before being completely gone, they added one last line, "Ah, good luck with your next match." Dong Hua, who had been eavesdropping, finally walked over. "Kang Hui, you have some good former teammates," he admitted. "Yeah. I did not have to worry about other people's opinions." Kang Hui's face suddenly brightened with confidence. "Thanks to what you said, I am glad I played my hardest." The captain nodded. That is also a way to show respect to your opponent." Kang Hui suddenly turned serious, his tone filled with determination. This time I won't run away anymore." As he spoke, his hand tightened into a fist to show his conviction. Kang Hui looked up at the captain. He promised, "This time, I really won't give up, and I will push through to the end." Dong Hua tilted his chin slightly and smiled at him, his kind gaze just like an old father looking at his son. He reached out and ruffled Kang Hui's messy hair, laughing. "Yeah. Good luck in the next match too." At Zhongwang High School, Class 2-3. At the front of the class, a student was busy writing a solution on the blackboard. At the back corner, by the window, Yoon Che was lost in her own world. She put her pen down, carefully recording every result of today's basketball matches. Yoon Che smirked, unable to hide her joy, as she celebrated inwardly. Great. That is one win. In her notebook was a bracket tracking the results of the 4 schools competing against each other. Yoon Che's ink-black eyes suddenly stopped on the page. She stared at those 2 names, curious. I wonder how the match between those 2 teams went. At the same time, at the arena, an intense battle for the ball was taking place. It was the battle between Taejong High and Hwapyeong High. Hwapyeong's number 21 successfully won the ball after a struggle. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring out like a waterfall. The ball was quickly passed to Zion's position. As soon as he received it, he was blocked by Taejong's number 55. Zion's shoulder slammed directly into the opponent's chest to break through. Player number 55 was hit hard, his body stumbling back, but he still managed to brace himself and stay steady. Zion immediately pulled one leg back deep, anchoring it to the floor for support. Utilizing the power from that anchor leg, He drove forward and knocked the opponent back. It was a battle of pure muscle that left Kang Hui and the captain in the stands stunned. Taking advantage of Zion's lapse in focus, Taejong's captain rushed in to swipe the ball. Seung-yoon held the ball, his body dashing at full speed back toward the opponent's half. His eyes quickly scanned the overall layout of the match. In no time, Seung-yoon was face to face with Hwapyeong's guard, Se-won. Both players lowered their centers of gravity, watching each other cautiously. Then Seung-yoon suddenly attacked, dashing like an arrow to shatter the opponent's defense, but it failed. Se-won managed to keep up and stop him in time. He gave a defiant smile, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Seung-yoon looked back at his opponent, constantly calculating a plan. He suddenly turned his back to block the view, while simultaneously dishing the ball to a teammate standing behind Se-won. Seong-ho caught the ball tensely. He wanted to leap for a layup to score, but he was blocked by Hwapyeong's two giants. The match was so intense that even Dong-hwa was getting the jitters. Height against strength. Only 2 minutes left. The score was currently tied at 77. Who would gain the advantage? Back to the match. Player number 35 had blocked Seong-ho's shot. Block. The ball fell into Jun Bi-gyu's hands. Taejong looked at them tensely. Fast break. However, Jun Bi-gyu himself signaled the team to stay calm. Slow it down. With that, he passed the ball back to guard Se-won. He received the ball, slowly returning to his position facing Seung-yoon. In the stands, Yoon Seong was confused by their strategy. That was a perfect chance for a fast break after the block, but they slowed the pace down. Min Soo, sitting nearby, tried to analyze. Hwapyeong's strength is structured attacks utilizing their height. They will have a higher chance of scoring through set plays compared to relying on speed. On the court, Se-won did not go one-on-one, but directly pushed the ball deep into the court. Player number 21 immediately leaped to catch the ball. A high pass. His eyes flickered up, immediately seeing the next play. The ball was quickly passed to a teammate right behind the left wing. It turned out Jun Bi-gyu had quickly moved to the open space to receive the ball while no one was paying attention. This smooth coordination made Kang Hui admire them. Great pass. Jun Bi-gyu did not hold the ball long. He immediately pushed it out again. The one who received that pass was number 35, Tae-kyung. He had also coordinated very smoothly, rushing from the right wing into the paint to receive the ball. Receiving the ball, Tae-kyung easily performed a layup, bringing in 2 points for his team. This performance made his teammates on the bench shout with excitement. They yelled enthusiastically until their voices were hoarse. Beautiful finish. Seung-chan in the stands watched them and got goosebumps. It is a bit annoying, but Hwapyeong High is truly formidable. Seong-bin nodded in agreement. Their movement is just too good. The clock was counting down 1 minute 30 seconds. Seeing that time was running out, Seung-yoon began to push everyone. Push harder. The Taejong team began to scramble. They aggressively reclaimed the ball. Kang Hui frowned and commented, "It is getting intense." The Hwapyeong High coach immediately yelled to the referee, "Hey, foul." But the referee only shook his head. The ball was passed into Seong-yoon's hands. He received the ball and drove straight in without hesitation, making the other team shout in panic. Inside, Dong-hwa called out for the pass, pushed the ball through. 3 people tried to scramble for the ball to prevent it from going into the hoop. The referee blew the whistle for a foul. Hwapyeong's number 21. Foul, he announced. 2 free throws. Seung-yoon shouted back, "Got it!" Everyone cheered. "Nice job, Seung-yoon." Wow, another foul. He is really good at drawing fouls. At the same time, the penalty was announced. Number 21, Lee Ju-han, 5 fouls. Fouled out. Dong-hwa and Kang Hui discussed. Taejong High has to be careful with the fouls their opponent cleverly draws from their aggressive play. I thought they only had strength, but I did not expect their play to be this smart. They continued to evaluate. Number 1. Back Seung-yoon. All the reads and directions are coming from him. Seung-yoon raised his hand high, preparing to shoot. The ball followed the motion up and went into the hoop. Hang Yeol made a judgment. Taejong High. They are no longer just a team that plays with pure power. The referee's voice rang out again. All 3 shots are good. The score is tied again. Kang Hui watched closely. Playmaking. Cheers echoed throughout the space. Suddenly, Il-rok noticed something. Below, Seong-yoon was clutching his leg in pain. Seong-yoon. "Do," Seok barked angrily. "That bastard did it on purpose." Jun Bi-gyu tried to stop him. "Why would he do that?" A riot began on the court. Players do not gather. He definitely pushed him while landing on purpose. It was an accidental collision. Accidental. The referee declared, number 13, pushing foul. Do Seop challenged grumpily. Want to start something? Junbi-gyu retorted. Aren't you guys the ones who were violent first? And you did not even apologize. Seung-yoon patted his shoulder to stop him. Seop, it is okay. Just focus on the game. He was still worried. Is your ankle okay? Seung-yoon confirmed. Yeah, but I have got a cramp, so I do not think I can continue playing. We still have another match tomorrow. Ha, that cunning Min Jeong-gyu. He definitely did it on purpose. I should have been more careful in the final minutes. He gritted his teeth and explained, but we got free throws because of their team foul, so let us try to catch up. Those words made Do Seop rethink. Right. The audience buzzed with gossip. The atmosphere is so tense. When playing against Taejong High, you become cranky without even realizing it. Dong Hwa gave a reminder. Be careful not to get caught up in their lead in tomorrow's match. The referee's voice rang out. First free throw. Taejong High. Baek Seung-yoon out. Kim Jong-mo in number 11 leaped to shoot. However, the ball missed the mark. First free throw missed. The two on the other team cheered excitedly. Great. Still a bit nervous, though. Number 11 focused on the second shot. Be careful. Seung-yoon thought anxiously to himself. Just stay calm. The second ball was shot. Seung-chan followed tensely. Is there a big gap between Taejong's starting lineup and the bench? The other side was eyeing the falling ball. This time, the ball went into the hoop. All right. The second free throw is good. The coach was extremely satisfied. Hwapyeong High, timeout. The referee's voice echoed. Their final timeout. The score is close. The Hwapyeong team gathered for the timeout. Wow, only 1 minute left. Even though we lost the lead, and losing Baek Seung-yoon is a huge loss. The coach declared, but just play according to the plan we discussed. Everyone was a bit confused. Yes, sir. A moment later, the match resumed. Resume. Seung-yoon watched closely. Defense. Both sides fought extremely tensely. Kang Hui was surprised. Another strategy. Dong Hwa speculated, they are probably preparing to attack again. However, it was. Another high pass. Both sides pushed each other to win the ball. Do Seop wondered in defiance. Being pushed back, Zion gave a confident smile. Just as long as you do not get pushed. With that, he nimbly circled the ball around Do Seop. Zion tried to drive the ball forward, breaking into the interior. Both sides quickly entered a one-on-one defensive posture. Zion quickly passed the ball to another teammate. Seeing that, Do Seop was shocked. A pass. At that moment, the ball was passed to Junbi-gyu. He leaped up, preparing to score. Three-pointer. Everyone was stunned by this. Woo Hyun broke into a sweat as he watched. The ball was close to the hoop. No one knew if it would go in, but a second later, it went through the rim and officially scored. This situation was unbelievable. The momentum shifted again. A 2-point lead. Seong-bin watched and could not help but exclaim, that was a reckless three-pointer. Junbi-gyu gave a thumbs up in praise. Zion, great pass. That guy's not ordinary. Hang Yeo was equally amazed. Now the time pressure is shifted to Taejong High. The referee's voice rang out again. 40 seconds left. Defense, attack. Suddenly, the guy wearing number 11 froze. He had been blocked by Se-won. Apply pressure. This time, his side managed to steal the ball in time. Seong-yoon watched from the bench, worried. No. Se-won dashed forward, preparing to control the ball. Indeed, he had won it. Steal. Se-won even purposely stuck out his tongue to tease. How many steals has that number 2 from Hwapyeong pulled off already? The Taeyong coach urgently pushed. Stop him, even if you have to foul. Stop him. As soon as he said it, a hand was prepared to reach Se-won. He seemed to have seen through it. No way. His arm quickly dodged, making the other person miss. The referee's shout rang out in praise. He missed. Se-won quickly leaped to score. This time, the score had a gap. The lead increased again, a 4-point difference. Kang Hui commented, after Taejong's captain had to leave the court, they became quite loose. Hang Yeol followed up, because he was eliminated right at the most critical moment of the match. The two of them commented, plus, Hwapyeong's number 2 guard is too good. The moment he sees an opening, he drives in for the steal. Reminds me of the city tournament last year. Dong Hwa was a bit worried. If this keeps up. A moment later, the referee's whistle blew. The match was over. Taeyong High already has 1 loss. They will be even more determined when they take the court tomorrow. Time was up. The score was 80 to 84. Hwapyeong High has won. The audience stood up to leave. That was a close match. If Taejong's captain had not been fouled out, who knows what the result would have been. Disappointed comments echoed in Seung-yoon's ears. That was really disappointing. Outside, the sun had begun to set. There was a group of people playing a game. Rock, paper, scissors. Everyone cheered happily. Ah, great, I won. Today's convenience store run is on Il Rock. Kang Hui showed a devious look. What is the most expensive thing there? Hey, 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 he reminded. Just get some food. The two of them argued again. Why? I can get whatever I want. It was a bet for snacks anyway. Hang Yol was speechless. Don't those two ever get tired? Suddenly, his gaze glanced over to Dong Hwa, standing nearby. Dong Hwa suddenly remembered something. Ah, right. That is right, Hang Yol asked with concern. We won, but why do you look so exhausted? Is it because of the Taejong versus Hwapyeong match? Hearing that, he expressed, After watching that match, I am a bit worried. Dong Hwa gave his view. I thought Taejong High was very strong, but they lost too. Anyway, to advance, we have to beat one of those two teams. Hang Yeol thought deeply. The match between the seeded teams is indeed different, the pace and the tactics. Dong Hwa agreed and continued, exactly. We also need to catch up to them tomorrow. Tomorrow's match will probably be the complete opposite of today's. He analyzed in detail. It sounds cowardly, but when Taejong's captain got injured, for a moment I thought. Dong Hwa spoke calmly. I wonder if he will be unable to play in tomorrow's match as well. Hang Yeo glanced at him silently. He suddenly slapped Dong Hwa hard on the back. Hang Yeo spoke seriously. Where did all that talk in front of the kids go? You said we would beat any opponent and advance to the next round in first place. Dong Hwa stood still, remaining silent and pensive. Hang Yeol declared with momentum. You might be worried because both Taejong and Hwapyeong are strong teams, but we have trained hard too.
We are going to win this,
He muttered softly. Yeah, thanks. I was not acting much like a captain. Dong Hwa commented enthusiastically. We have Kang Hui with us this time, and if we all work together, up ahead. Kang Hui was biting Ilrok's arm. He rushed over and cried out in panic. Hey, what are you guys doing? At that moment, Ilrok silently recalled a book, Dog Training Techniques. He put his hands on his hips and scolded sternly. No. While Kang Hui stood there in a daze, Ilrok walked past him nonchalantly. He looked blank, secretly wondering, what was that just now? In the bustling old neighborhood, buildings lined up one after another. Everyone was gathered together. Min Su asked curiously, So, who do you think is today's MVP? Sung Chan repeated in surprise. MVP. Kang Hui declared confidently. Me, of course. Everyone saw that fast break and the 1v1 dribbling skills. Ilrok quickly snarked. You were quiet as a mouse throughout the first half. He shouted angrily. What? Seong Bin spoke up happily. That is right. The MVP should go to the guy who made 8 3-pointers. Kang Hui immediately provoked him. Hey, senior, you were pretty bad in the first half too. Hang Yale commented seriously. I think it should be Ilrok for holding his own against a 210 centimeters player. He retorted indignantly. Why him? He lost all the rebounds and did not contribute much. Ilrok stated calmly, I think our little puppy is the MVP. Kang Hui exclaimed in shock. What? What is with him? He pulled out his phone and opened an article with an image. Clash between the tallest and shortest players at the 20XX Korea Middle and High School Basketball President's Cup. Ilrok continued mockingly. Thanks to that, our school got an article. The article had a very eye-catching headline. Jump ball. Clash between the tallest and shortest players at the 20XX Korea Middle and High School Basketball President's Cup. Kang Hui cried out in surprise. What is this? Seong Bin laughed and asked, Haha, seriously. Yoon Seong exclaimed excitedly. Whoa, it is an article from Jump Ball. Thanks to Kang Hui. We actually got an article. Seung Chan commented leisurely. Kang Hui really is a magnet for press coverage. Kang Hui said dissatisfiedly. What kind of nutjob writes a report like this? And they should have rounded up 167.8 centimeters to 168 centimeters. Dong Hwa quickly comforted him. Come on, Kang Hui. The content is actually good. Player Lee Kang Hui has completed Zhongwang Hai's run and gun style with his speed and quick dribbling skills. His face flushed. Kang Hui agreed happily. Right. Dong Hua continued reading. Particularly the alley-oop pass with player Choi Il-rock at the end of the match reminds one of the legendary duo Chris Paul and DeAndre Jordan. Hang Yeol teased. Oh, Chris Hui. Min Soo quickly joined in. DeAndre Il-rock. Kang Hui muttered shyly. Duo my foot, he advised enthusiastically. Why not? No matter what anyone says, the highlight of this match was the alley-oop from you two. Il-rock corrected seriously. That was not an alley-oop pass. It was just a dunk. Kang Hui shouted crossly. What? Want to start something again? He said leisurely. No, just stating facts. He barked irritably. Say that in that annoying tone one more time. Dong Hua commented happily. Those two will get even closer. Next time, remember to throw the ball higher. Il-rock made a sarcastic remark. Because your pass was as low as your height, the ball was almost stolen, and I could not complete it perfectly. Yun Se-young cried out in surprise. Oh, there is another article about Taejong High and Hwapyeong High, too. The big Group E match between Taejong High and Hwapyeong High ended in a close victory for Hwapyeong High. He recounted carefully. Taejong High's defeat was made even more bitter by the injury of Captain Baek Sung-yoon. Yun Se-young finished reading seriously. Currently, details about player Baek Sung-yoon's injury status have not been revealed. In another place, Sung-yoon was being bandaged by the medical team. He sat there, silent and pensive. An afternoon as sunset gradually fell. As soon as they saw Seung-yoon appear, everyone immediately called his name. Seung-yoon. Du Seop frowned with a worried face. What did the doctor say? Jian-woo, standing nearby, quickly added, You look like you're walking okay, are you? Just then, Seong-ho rushed over from afar. You had to get it bandaged. Are you really okay? Can you still play? To reassure everyone, Sung-yoon smiled and explained. Yeah. They said there is no problem with playing, so do not worry. Hearing that answer, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, that is a relief. Woo Hyun let out a sigh. That is the price of skipping your conditioning. Du Seop asked another question without missing a beat. So, do you have to do exercises for your ankle extensors? Suddenly, Jian-woo stepped in front of Seong-yun and questioned seriously. You should have kept your core stable when landing. Seong-ho dropped his jaw in shock. Is that really what you say to someone who is injured? Du Seop laughed and interrupted the conversation. Seong-ho, you should go hit the gym too. He immediately startled and defended himself. Thanks. I am good. By this time, one of Seong-yun's injured legs had been carefully bandaged. He recalled the instructions from the first aid staff. It might be a mild sprain, so it is best to rest for 2 to 3 days. But if you really want to play in tomorrow's match, you can use painkillers and tape or a brace. Seong-yun was silent when he heard the following words. But you should not expect to be at 100% performance. The Taejong coach frowned slightly, calculating the situation. If he plays tomorrow, he will have to sit out the next match, right? He nodded, unable to hide his unease. Yes, since he is pushing through with painkillers, he will really need to rest the following game. If he overdoes it tomorrow, it could become a long-term injury. The situation was clearly not ideal. The senior coach of Taejong High advised Sung-yun, Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard? To his surprise, Seung-yun laughed and replied with determination. Of course it is. The path to the main tournament only opens if we beat Jongwang High. Determination showed clearly in his eyes. Even if I can't play the match against Muyoung, I have to be on the court tomorrow at all costs. You saw Jongwang High's strength today, did not you? The reality showed that they had returned even stronger than before. Taejong's coach paused for a moment. Ah, do you mean that short kid? Seung-yun did not hide his thoughts. Yes, sir. Personally, I really want to face off against him. A special interest flickered in his eyes. I have a feeling he has not shown his true potential yet. Back in the room to rest, Dong Hua quickly evaluated the situation. From what we saw, he does not look too badly injured. And whether Baek Sung-yoon plays or not, Taejong High is still a strong team. Yun Seong confirmed warily. Yeah, we lost to them by several points in the March tournament, did not we? Seung Chan nearby recalled carefully. 66-79. A 13-point difference. Kang Hui immediately seized the chance to tease Il-rock. What? Were Monster Il-rock's dunks not very effective back then? Before Il-rock could answer, Hang Yeol quickly spoke up in defense. Their core strength is just naturally very good. Not only that, Dong Hua knew something else. Taejong High's gym trio is quite famous. even on Insta. He quickly found their accounts. Whoa, 14,000 followers. Just like that, Donghua casually scrolled through a few posts. Wow, look at the amount of weight they are lifting. Someone could not help but exclaim, "Is this guy really a high school student?" He pulled back his phone, sounding a bit hurt. I post lots of weightlifting videos too, but my followers never increase. Scrolling through another photo, the comments below were all asking for Wu Hyun's info. Dong Hua rubbed his chin seriously, as if thinking of a new strategy. Maybe I need to lift even heavier weights. This made Yun Seong laugh uncontrollably. The weights. Yeah, it must be the weights. On the other side, Kang Hui also gleefully commented to Il Rok, "Wow, with your physique you would be pushed back with just one bump." Suddenly, Hang Yol added, "Il Rok has improved his muscle mass recently too, so it will be different this time." Yun Seong heard this and did not forget to predict, "Those two are at it again." Kang Hui smirked provocatively. What difference does just 2 months of half-hearted training make? This comment immediately hit Il Rok's high pride. Without saying another word, he directly lifted Kang Hui into the air. The action left Yun Seong's jaw hanging in shock. To increase the difficulty, Il Rok even treated Kang Hui like a human dumbbell, lifting him up and down repeatedly. It reached the point where he could only yell as the intensity rose. Arg! Kang Hui, dizzy and terrified, screamed, "Put me down right now." Unexpectedly, Seongbin was amused by the show of strength. "Whoa, that looks like fun. I want a turn too." Donghua also joined in excitedly. "Me next." Only Hang Yeol was truly worried. "Hey, someone's going to get hurt." A moment later, in a bathroom filled with misty steam, after that intense workout, Il Rok finally took a shower to cool down. When the bathroom door opened, steam spread across the room. Il Rok was about to head back to bed when he suddenly paused. He caught Kang Hui leaning his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Why the long face?" After a few seconds of thought, he spoke up. "How much taller do you need it?" The sudden question left Il Rok confused. "Huh?" Kang Hui explained directly. "That alley-oop pass. How much higher do I need to throw it for you to catch it?" As soon as he heard this, Il Rok looked slightly surprised. It seemed he had calculated this before, about 30 centimeters higher. That pass was not bad, but it would be better if it was about 1 ball's width higher. Kang Hui frowned slightly, his expression becoming much more serious. "Got it. I will remember that." At the same time, Seong Bin was counting gummy bears to see, "What should I eat today?" In another corner, Hang Yeol started a conversation with Dong Hua. "No training today," he briefly replied. "I did quite a bit earlier." Meanwhile, on the other bed, 2 guys were still playing cards energetically. All right, 2 pairs. However, before they could finish, Il Rok kicked them out. "Go back to your rooms." Also that evening, at a guest house in the city, Seung-yoon's room was pitch black, but he was still awake. Seung-yoon looked very pensive right now. He did not take his eyes off the pack of painkillers on the table. And so, the next day arrived, and everyone was at the court. Won-gu was busy keeping his students' spirits up. "All right, let us carry yesterday's good form into today. If we win today, our chances of advancing to the main tournament will increase greatly." Seong-bin remained his usual optimistic self. You could say second place is almost within reach. Dong-hwa's thoughts were not much different. Taejong-hai will also give their all to win today. Before starting, Won-gu carefully reminded them, Taejong-hai is a very physically strong team, so be careful of fouls and injuries. On the other side was the team's banner. "Sweat flows like a stream, strength as abundant as a river." Taejong-hai basketball team. Understood. Yun Seong immediately looked dissatisfied. "Don't we have a banner like that too, coach?" Won-gu laughed as if it was a small matter. "We do, but it has been in storage for a few years." Kang Hui pouted, very unhappy. "Ha! What? If we have one, we should use it." Unexpectedly, he made them reconsider. Lightning and flint. Hearing this, one student realized, lightning and flint. Because it is Taejong-hai, no wonder it was shoved in the warehouse. The friend next to him quickly added, "Sounds like a Pokemon." Right then, Kang Hui repeated the slogan in an interested voice. "Lightning and flint." His eyes lit up. "That sounds cool. It really fits our team's style, right?" Won-gu was quite pleased with that spirit. That is exactly the spirit of the slogan. Kang Hui immediately suggested to him, "Why do not we take it out and use it, coach?" Won-gu gave a half-joking smile. "You think so?" The other students kept objecting to it, but he only declared, The coach's word should be the top priority. Dong Hua stepped up in agreement. Sounds good. Then we can ask Yun Che to bring it when she comes this weekend. But to make it to the weekend's matches. He looked at him as if they completely understood each other. We have to pass the qualifiers. Seong Bin was visibly excited. If we are going to play with that slogan, then we really have to win. Just then, the referee's whistle blew across the court. Players gather. One by one, the players stepped onto the court. Li Kang Hui, G 167.8 centimeters. The next person was Baek Seong Bin, G 186 centimeters. Then the guy with the dorky hair, Kang Hang Yoel, F 186 centimeters. Then the guy with glasses, Lee Dong Hua, F 191 centimeters. And finally, Choi Il-rok, C 198 centimeters. Both teams were ready to step to the center of the court. On the other side, the first one introduced was Imdu Cop, C 194 centimeters. The second person was Bae Gyeon Woo, F 190 centimeters. The third person was Jang Woo Hyun, F 187 centimeters. Next was the guy with blue hair, Jin Seong Ho, G 184 centimeters. And finally, the best prospect, Baek Sung Yoon, G 186 centimeters. Inside the stadium, a voice asked, "Which will be the main match today?" At the press stands, a voice replied, "That would be the Group E match. Jungwang Hai and Taejung Hai." The male reporter gave an ah, as if remembering something. Ah, if Taejung Hai loses here, their chances of being eliminated will increase, right? The female reporter was extremely excited. Exactly. And lately Jungwang Hai has been in top form, so it will definitely be a match worth watching. He spoke again, his voice carrying some sarcasm. I wonder if Baek Sung Yoon will play in this match. If yesterday's injury keeps him off the court, even Taejong Hai might have a hard time. The male reporter's eyes turned sharp. The key point is whether that guard's dribbling skills from Jungwang Hai will be effective against Taejong Hai. Suddenly, Kang Hui appeared right in front of the two reporters. Are you guys talking about me? The press table? He purposely reminded the male reporter. I really like the photo you guys took for yesterday's article. My height was blatantly compared to that 210 centimeters guy.
Wow.
He was immediately flustered. Haha, you are Li Kang Hui. I really liked your performance in yesterday's match. The female reporter next to him also stiffened and added, Congratulations on the win. Before leaving, Kang Hui still did not forget to remind them, You two better get some good photos today too. He declared confidently with pride, I will show everyone the sight of those Taejong guys collapsing at my feet. I had not even shown half of my real strength yesterday. The male reporter just remained silent, but his gaze was a bit curious. He watched Kang Hui's back and marveled, a freshman with such a big mouth. The female reporter next to him also seemed impressed. The first time a player has ever come up and said those words to us. After the roll call with the referee, the Taejong coach started the procedure. How are you guys feeling? The team shouted in unison, strong. He encouraged his student spirits. We lost yesterday's match, but that game still was not bad. I think luck just was not on our side. The Taejong coach smiled proudly. You understand Jungwang Hai's playstyle from the last encounter, right? It seems they finally have a guard who actually knows how to dribble. Then he emphasized one sentence. Crush their speed with our strength. They all shouted, Yes, sir. Match time arrived. The referee blew the whistle. Players gather. Suddenly, the Taejong coach called Seung Yoon to stop. Seung Yoon. He only left a message, Don't overdo it. Receiving the coach's reminder, Seung Yoon nodded confidently. I will do just enough to win. Shortly after, all the players of both teams were on the court. Dong Hua took the time to analyze the opponent. There he is. The one he was targeting was Baek Seung Yoon, who was encouraging everyone at the time. All right, let us go. Fighting. Dong Hua's gaze quickly moved down to the opponent's ankle. Is his ankle okay? It looks like he is still wearing a brace. On the other side, Il-rok looked at the opponent with a very tense expression. Yun Seong could not help but marvel at Taejong's lineup. Wow, Taejong Hai's big trio. Their physiques are unbelievable. Jun Young nearby added, Look at those muscle fibers on their forearms and thighs. Yun Seong immediately shouted to encourage his team. We can win fighting. The cheerleaders from the Taejong side were not to be outdone. Taejong Hai fighting. Sweat flows like a stream. Strength as abundant as a river. Victory. The referee's whistle blew. The match officially began. Right at the first tip-off, Il-rock won ball control. Kang Hui quickly received the ball amidst excited cheers from the stands. Nice. Il-rock is indeed dominant with that height. Suddenly, something appeared in front of his eyes that made him freeze. Kang Hui put the ball behind his back and moved quickly toward Seung-yoon. Intense pressure. Meanwhile, Il-rock tried to move into receiving position, but was marked extremely closely by Du Seo. Dong Hwa was also a good target, but Jeon-woo left absolutely no space. Seung-yoon understood Jong Wang-hai's playstyle very well. Jong Wang-hai is a team focused on technique and a fast tempo. That is why he needed to target the key link of the team. When Kang Hui just passed the ball to a teammate, his expression immediately changed. Because the Taejong team had calculated from before, we can only win if we break that rhythm. Seong-ho was the one who got the steal. Intercept. Then he passed to Seung-yoon, who was waiting. Bake Seung-yoon. Kang Hui, having the ball stolen right in front of him, gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. However, he very quickly caught up to him. Oh, he caught up. The corners of Seung-yoon's mouth curved slightly. He really is fast. In that brief split second, Seung-yoon cleverly threw a behind-the-back pass. The ball immediately flew to Woo Hyun's position near the hoop. Kang Hui felt quite surprised by such a smooth coordination. The cheers from outside rang out constantly. Go for it, Woo Hyun. Woo Hyun leaped powerfully and executed a beautiful slam dunk. And so the first point was scored for the Taejong team. Hang Yeol witnessed that situation and could not hide his amazement. In the stands, the fans shouted, Jang Woo Hyun. Jang Woo Hyun. Right then, Seong Bin also glanced upward. I was wondering why there were so many female spectators today. So it is because of him. In the short break, Sung-yoon praised. Good job, Woo Hyun. Du Seop teased. You should have dunked it even harder. The female reporter was now extremely surprised. The first point came from a slam dunk. The male reporter smirked meaningfully. That is a statement. They want to crush the opponent's spirit. Not stopping there, he also commented. Jong Wang-hai has many freshman players. They can easily get swept up in the court's atmosphere. The match continued to be extremely tense. Il-rock was holding the ball. A clash in the paint. He constantly used his body to protect the ball, not letting the opponent steal it. Thanks to clever handling techniques, Du Seop could not easily take the ball from Il-rock either. However, with a large difference in physique and strength, it was still very hard for him to bypass Du Seop. Jun Young watched that scene and silently marveled. He did not even budge. Young Seo also looked worried. Why do I feel like we are being overwhelmed? On the court, the struggle was far from over. It is no use. They are not being pushed back. At this point, Hang Yeol had to shout a signal, Il-rock. Hearing the call, Il-rock immediately passed the ball over. Following that momentum, Hang Yeol used a very decisive jump shot technique. Mid-range shot. Meanwhile, Du Seop quickly turned to lock Il-rock behind him. Dong Hwa's position was not much better either. The ball that Hang Yeol shot was caught by Du Seop. Missed shot. The spectators marveled. Even their defensive rebounding is on another level. Taekyung quickly realized the core issue. They simply are not giving us any openings to penetrate the paint. This time, Du Seop was the one leading the counterattack. Now it is Taejong Hai's turn. As soon as he gained the advantage, Du Seop immediately used his strength to break away from Il-rock. Whoa, they are being pushed back so easily. Kang Hui gritted his teeth in anger. That lanky guy. I knew he would be like that. Dong Hwa could not hide his disappointment. So this way is not working either. Two players jumped up together to block the shot Du Seop released. Help, defense. He quickly scanned the court to grasp the situation. Instead of scoring himself, Du Seop suddenly passed the ball backward. Even Dong Hwa could not react in time to this situation. Il-rock frowned slightly, his footsteps slowing down for a moment. A pass. As a result, Jeon-woo easily put the ball in the basket. The second point for the Taeyong team. Du Seop ran to Geon-woo's side and praised him. Nice. Bei Geon-woo. He thumped his chest and roared excitedly. Du Seop. That pass was amazing. Tae-kyung, sitting on the sidelines, wondered, I have noticed since yesterday's match, Taejong Hai's offensive tactics are very fluid and smooth. Weren't they famous for being crude and clumsy? Young-gyu explained calmly until the end of their freshman year. They only knew how to play with raw muscle. But now they have added tactical movement patterns. His gaze slowly stopped on Seung-yoon. It all comes from Baek Seung-yoon's directions. He is pushing the physical capabilities of those muscleheads to 100% no to 200%. We should have marked him even tighter. Yoongyu's face darkened in a strange way. We really should have marked him tighter. The game was turning against them. Donghua spoke up to suggest, I will handle Imdu Seop. Let us switch defensive assignments. You have a height advantage over number 33, Bae Gyeon Woo, so it will be easier for you to block him. Il-Rok nodded slightly in agreement. Got it. Kang Hui suddenly chimed in with a provocative tone. Ah, finally. Drop the ego and listen to the captain. You are not that great yet. Seeing him getting annoyed, Hang Yol reminded him sternly. Don't start a fight in the middle of a match. The match continued, with the ball in Il-Rok's hands. He was constantly pressed by Du Seop. It is another one-on-one. Taking the chance while standing close to his opponent, Du Seop lowered his voice provocatively, just as expected. He keeps attacking without passing the ball. I have to admit that stubbornness is quite impressive. Choi Il-Rok. He recalled the training session with Seung Yoon. Seop, you know better than anyone how competitive Il-Rok is, right? At that time, Seung Yoon had suggested with a smile, let us exploit that competitiveness. And just as planned, Du Seop exploited it to the fullest. He proactively moved in close, completely blocking Il-Rok's passing lanes. Not only that, Du Seop used words to manipulate him. You have not changed a bit since last time, have you? Still have not started serious physical training yet. Sure enough, that taunt made Il-Rok lose his cool. Il-Rok stopped looking for a pass and stopped defending properly. Instead, he chose to go head-to-head with Du Seop. Du Seop purposely lifted his pivot foot slightly, making the force of the collision feel stronger. Immediately after, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ugh. The referee's whistle blew instantly. Zhongwang high number 4, pushing foul. Only then did Il-Rok realize he had fallen into the trap set by the opponent. Ah. The Taejong team members cheered excitedly. Nice, offensive foul. Seung Yoon smirked. Everything was going according to plan. He received the ball after the break and scanned the situation. Seeing that Il-Rok's position had changed, Seung Yoon thought to himself, the matchup has changed. Now Il-Rok is marking Jeon Woo. His sharp mind immediately processed the new play. If that is the case, instead of facing Kang Hui head-on, Seung Yoon ran past Gyeon Woo. A screen, then he dribbled straight toward Il-Rok. As soon as the defense was pulled out of alignment, Seung Yoon immediately passed the ball. Here, the teammate received the ball and dashed toward the scoring zone. Bae Gyeon Woo is driving in. Witnessing the situation, Il-Rok was stunned. Without hesitation, he leaped powerfully to block Jeon Woo's score. However, Hang Yol's expression changed. No, because the referee had already signaled a foul. Zhongwang high number 4, blocking foul. Taejong high gets 2 free throws. Jeon Woo immediately high-fived Seung Yoon excitedly. Awesome, great play. A girl in the stands muttered, has Zhongwang high's number 4 already committed 2 personal fouls? Was it really necessary to foul just now? The friend next to her commented, they really know how to bait fouls. The male reporter heard this and gave a mocking smile. Il-Rok is still too hot-headed. Taejong High is exploiting that perfectly. Naturally, Seung Yoon was extremely satisfied with the current situation. Nice. Everything is going exactly according to plan. He slowly glanced at the frustrated Il-Rok. Sorry, but this match belongs to us. The quiet room was lit by bright overhead lights. 2 female students looked at the scene before them and commented, wow, Il-Rok looks exhausted, does not he? Yeah, look at the physiques of the guys he is playing against. Hearing this, a boy replied, yeah, but why are you 2 even over here watching? The girl retorted, what? Are we not allowed to watch? Only to be questioned back. You guys do not even care about basketball. She pointed forward and added with a bright smile, we do not care about basketball, but we care about Il-Rok. The boy could only concede, I give up. Next, he glanced at Urim while expressing his thoughts. Anyway, what should we do now? Il-Rok has 2 fouls. Didn't you just say they need to be careful with fouls when playing Taejong High? She replied steadily. In the last match, Il-Rok also ran into early foul trouble and could not play at full strength, eventually fouling out at the start of the 4th quarter. This comment made the 2 friends curious. Foul trouble. What is that? One even asked loudly, can he actually be forced to leave the court? Hearing that, the boy explained, sigh, you rookies. In basketball, you are disqualified if you commit 5 fouls. So once you have 4 personal fouls, You fear being fouled out and end up playing passively, he added. That is the meaning of foul trouble. And Il-Rok has committed 2 fouls after just 2 minutes of play. This explanation made the listeners exclaim, "Whoa, that is really bad then." They muttered worriedly, "What should we do? Our Il-Rok?" On the court a commentary rang out. "He is accelerating." 2 players on the court collided powerfully, and then Il-Rok was pushed back helplessly. This made the spectators marvel. Il-Rok had to retreat. Is the strength gap between those two that large? They moved and battled for the ball under the rim. He is overcoming the height difference with pure strength. The ball went straight through the net, followed by the spectators' admiration. "Great score. Well done, Jian-Woo." Observing that performance, the male reporter also became tense. They are playing a brutal, physical game, and on top of that, they are cleverly baiting fouls. His gaze fixed on the scoreboard. This is entirely Taejong Hai's territory. Down below, Kang Hui also spoke up to remind him, "Hey, focus on the game." "Okay." He seriously urged his teammate, "Stop trying to face their strength head-on and use your skills." Il-Rok became tense, thinking to himself about those 2 words, skills. The ball moved again. The opponents marked Kang Hui's teammates closely. He said to himself, "I will show you first." Then Kang Hui raised 3 fingers again. He thought while still clutching the ball, the way to truly use skills. Kang Hui dribbled the ball as a voice rang out from the other side. Isolation. Yu Seong watched the match with interest. "Oh, look at that confident posture. Does he want a one-on-one with Baek Seung-yoon?" However, the others were so worried they were breaking into a sweat. Kang Hui was facing off against the player wearing number 1. The male reporter did not even dare to blink once. In his head, he recalled Kang Hui's request before the match. "You two better get some good photos today too." And right now, he was focusing with all his might. Kang Hui dribbled the ball between his legs. His opponent still had not moved. The camera in the male reporter's hand had been ready for a long time. Kang Hui moved deeper into the opponent's court. His confident voice was remembered. "I will show everyone the sight of those Taejong guys collapsing at my feet. I had not even shown half of my real strength yesterday." In the present, Kang Hui prepared to fulfill his words. Seung-yoon was caught up in his rhythm and gradually lost his balance. Kang Hui took advantage of the opportunity to change position. Seung-yoon's face showed shock at this move. Though he tried to step up to stop him, his ankle had already buckled. Seung-yoon lost his momentum and fell forward. His body was suspended in the air. In his heart, Seung-yoon kept asking himself, "Is it because of my ankle? Am I slowing down because I am worried about the injury?" His gaze fixed on Kang Hui. No. Only then did Seung-yoon realize, he is faster than I thought. Another member of his team rushed in to stop him, but Seung-yoon himself was still watching Kang Hui. He is really fast. He did not even bother to sit up, just focused on watching him. Seung-yoon's hand tightened into a fist. In the stands, spectators were so shocked they stood up. "Whoa, he fell. Look at that crossover." Dong Hwa stood on the court, frowning as he watched. Kang Hui, on the other side, the camera lens flashed. The male reporter gave an interested smile. He really is something. The scene of Seung-yoon falling while Kang Hui scored was captured. He brought down the opponent. Another voice rang out, along with a friendly fist bump. "Captain," Kang Hui spoke to Dong Hwa, "help me reinforce the defense so I can go at full speed." He was momentarily surprised but still agreed. "Ah, okay. He moved with Il-Rok while continuing, "I just barely warmed up, and I have already scored 1. In his heart, Dong Hwa was silently evaluating. "That is right. Focus. We are different now." The ball was tossed up again. Dong Hwa called out a signal to the team members. "Push up high." Even though the ball had fallen into the opponent's hands, he continued, "Drive into the paint." Du Seop was so surprised his eyes went wide. Other players also marveled. He is still standing firm. Truly the captain. The battle for the ball resumed under the rim. Hook shot. Il-Rok moved into position, but was blocked by the opponent. The ball hit the rim and bounced out. A miss. Il-Rok was ready and dodged past to move forward. He successfully claimed the ball. Great rebound. Kang Hui glanced toward his teammate. He gave a bright smile, signaling Il-Rok, "Hey!" Il-Rok's gaze was one of pure concentration. At this moment, Kang Hui's teammates were on the move, while he himself was dashing toward the opponent's court. Seung-yoon glanced elsewhere, predicting his path. However, Kang Hui broke through and surged ahead. This made the spectators visibly excited. Whoa, they fixed their eyes on the match below. Kang Hui was already under the opponent's basket. Seung Yun called out a signal to his teammates, "Stop him." However, Kang Hui challenged loudly, "Try and stop me then." His hand moved the ball behind his back. Kang Hui wove through the opponent. Dong Hua, standing on one side, could only admire silently. "Kang Hui, you really are." The opposing player gritted his teeth, trying to catch up. Everyone around was evaluating Kang Hui, someone who can break through when the whole team falters. The final piece of the puzzle. He successfully put the ball through the hoop, scoring back-to-back. The atmosphere on the court was hotter than ever. They have started the chase. Even Young-yu was wondering, wow, no joke. Say-won, can you stop him? Say-won replied with a bright smile, I am thinking about it. Elsewhere, exclamations were also ringing out. See, I told you Kang Hui would perform amazingly. The two girls were not as enthusiastic about Kang Hui. Ah, yeah. It seems he is very good. Only Urim truly admired him. Kang Hui. Kang Hui's teammates were praising him to no end. Look at that, nice. Moreover, the two drives Kang Hui just showed were enough to change the atmosphere in the arena. Additionally, Taejong Hai's offense after that no longer felt as powerful as before. The next shot attempt failed. Missed shot. Kang Hui moved quickly, preparing to catch the ball. All right. Let us get back to defense quickly. The one who got the ball was none other than Il-rock. The spectators visibly admired this Il-rock, but his face was extremely tense. In his head, Il-rock remembered Kang Hui's earlier reminder. Stop trying to face their strength head-on. Use your skills. Il-rock muttered those words to himself. Skills. A second later, he suddenly changed his posture. It is a face-up. A female student was so shocked she forgot to chew her snack. Face up. Urim nearby immediately explained. Attacking while facing away from the defender is called a post-up. Her voice rang out decisively, and attacking while facing the opponent like that is called a face-up. Urim's gaze turned to Il-rock with pride. A player with skills like Il-rock can not only post-up, but also face-up very well. Two girls nearby were immediately mesmerized, as expected. Go Il-rock. On the court, Il-rock was seen standing firm, facing his opponent. The ball still hit the ground with every beat. A second later, Du Seop intended to proactively steal it, but he was faster, directly gliding past the opponent. Over here, Kang Hui was still observing every small development of the match. Il-rock performed a skillful spin, weaving past Du Seop. Only then did he react, trying to steal the ball back, but it was too late. He directly lifted it high, yet, unfortunately, he had not jumped with enough power. Naturally, how could Il-rock give up? He spun, moving the ball in a different direction. This scene made Urim's eyes light up instantly. That is, Il-rock was seen leaping toward the basket. Post skills. To explain further, let us go back in time. 2 months before the March tournament, where the sounds of powerful shouts rang in the indoor court. Attack. Defense. One of the most notable matches was Taejong Hai versus Zhongwang Hai, official quarterfinals. Only the sound of the referee's whistle was heard. Il-rock, full of momentum, suddenly stood still. The victory back then belonged to Taejong Hai, and the most dissatisfied person was none other than him. Kang Hui could only stand and watch his friend vent his frustration. Il-rock. Time passed day by day, but Il-rock could not swallow that anger, so he sought someone out. Senior. Dong Hua seemed to realize something, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. After that, he started bodybuilding with his senior. Straighten your back a bit more. Il-rock continued to train his arms day after day. One day, Dong Hua suddenly spoke. Il-rock, sweat still streaming down his cheeks, replied, Yes. He bluntly stated a fact that felt like salt in a wound. Recently, we have worked hard for about 2 months to help you build muscle. But in the next encounter with Taejong Hai, you still won't easily be able to face them with strength. But Il-rock did not waver. Yes, I know. That is not something that can be done in the short term. Dong Hua stood nearby with his hands on his hips, right. He was calm because he had a plan from the start. Even so, I still have another weapon I have been steadily developing. At the same time, Il-rock was seen stretching past Du Seop. Even though he was always pressed with attacks, he still found a way out. Through the screen, Urim smiled proudly. That is right. What Il-rock was performing was post skills. In the stands, someone shouted loudly, Nice shot. The girls were completely mesmerized by this cool appearance. Phew! Il-rock. Dong Hua was also very satisfied with this result. Nice shot. The only person dissatisfied here was Du Seop. His technique has improved significantly since our last encounter. Thanks to that shot, the score gap was gradually narrowing. A 2-point difference. We are being caught up. Even so, Seung-yoon could still calmly discuss tactics. It is okay. Do not worry too much. Jeon-woo, Seop, create more space. Continue to bait Il-rok into fouling. Jeon-woo quickly rallied his spirits. Got it. This time, Taejong had the ball first. Jeon-woo quickly blocked the opponent's path for Do Seop to surge ahead. A screen. By now the ball was in his hands. Only determination to widen the score gap remained. Huff. This was the moment where the results of his training came into play. In Do Seop's stats: squat 190 kilograms, deadlift 220 kilograms, bench press 140 kilograms. Do Seop wove through, easily escaping the opponent's encirclement. Then he gathered momentum and threw the ball into the basket. Special move. Seop. Smash. Smash. Il-rok jumped as well, but it was too late. This result left the male reporter's jaw hanging in surprise. Wow. He simply just bulldozed a path straight to the hoop. The girl next to him was equally surprised. Completely overwhelming, is not it? His voice was full of excitement. That is number 55's special move. Do Seop roared as if confirming victory. Hua! Other teammates were also very excited. Well done, Do Seop. Suddenly, he pointed straight at Il-rok's face. Then he tilted his chin arrogantly. Strength is also a skill. He said nothing, but his gaze was shooting sparks. In the stands, Taejong students even prepared a cheering poster. Sweat flows like a stream, strength as abundant as a river. Taejong High basketball team. Below, the match continued. Defense. Kang Hui and Seung-yoon were facing off. Defense. His eyebrows were slightly knitted in tension. I need to keep my distance. On the contrary, Kang Hui only lightly licked his lips. Where did all that early game pressure go? The next scene immediately made Sung-yoon's eyes go wide. He saw his opponent moving constantly, as if he were duplicating himself. Yoon Seong saw that and immediately raised his voice. Another technical move. The Taejong crowd quickly followed suit. That is right. Don't let them gain momentum. The ball in Kang Hui's hands moved back and forth constantly. Seung-yoon did not dare to move recklessly for a moment. It was as if confidence was written in his eyes. A second later, Kang Hui charged toward Seung-yoon. The success of the previous breakthrough was more than enough to give him the confidence that those dribbling skills would be effective even against elite players competing at a national level. But halfway there, he suddenly changed direction. It was not unfounded confidence, but absolute faith expressed through results. It turned out to be a fake. Kang Hui dashed past Seung-yoon. It was absolute faith that he could definitely break through at least one defensive guard. The opponent finally regained his senses. No way. Seung-yoon instinctively reached out. Then he accidentally slapped Kang Hui's hand. Ah! The referee immediately shouted, Taejong High number 1, foul. Seung-yoon looked a bit flustered. I am sorry. Kang Hui did not want to dwell on it. It is okay. The referee's whistle blew sharply. The match continued from the sideline. That incident distracted Seung-yoon for a moment. Damn it. I could not interfere. Because of that, he almost missed the moment Kang Hui moved. He saw him quickly running toward the opponent's court, but halfway there, he was blocked by Seung-yoon. He is driving in. Kang Hui escaped, continuing to dash like an arrow. The paint is too crowded. He nimbly escaped the opponent's encirclement. Low ball, but suddenly, Kang Hui's ball was swatted away by an opponent. Pass it out. Fortunately, Hang Yo caught it. Seeing that, Yoon Seong immediately knitted his brows. Oh, in a surrounded position, Hang Yo could only bet on luck. A three-pointer. His expression was full of tension, his eyes fixed on the ball's path. This time, Hang Yo's bet was right. It flew into the hoop neatly. The Jeongwang stands seemed to explode in excitement. Nice. Seong Bin quickly surged ahead to congratulate his friend. Awesome. The perimeter is heating up too. This time it was Kang Hui's turn to point at Do Seop's face. The corner of his mouth smirked triumphantly. That is perfect technique. Consider this Kang Hui venting his anger on Il-rok's behalf. Do Seop was angry but could not do anything. Phew. A morning at the basketball arena. Everyone sitting in the stands was shouting directions. Run! Kang Hui was currently the one with the ball. He looked around and then passed the ball to Hang Yo. He leaped and scored a beautiful point. Cheers rang out in unison. Nice finish. The audience watched closely, not daring to look away. They just keep running. Each of their attacks does not even last more than 7 seconds. That last one was only about 5 seconds, right? The ball flew into mid-air, blocking out the arena lights, even though others tried to stop him. Deng Hua still successfully shot the ball. Every time Jiangwang Hai got the ball, the crowd probably thought the same thing. Everything has gradually become interesting. The one leading the ball this time was still Kang Hui. Before anyone realized it, the cheers from the audience were all for Jiangwang Hai, and the atmosphere in the arena had gradually shifted to Jiangwang Hai's side. Tae Kyung watched the match and evaluated. They have completely mastered the momentum. Jung Yu agreed. They just keep pushing without any rest. Just like that, the second quarter ended with a double-digit lead. Seeing a much stronger Jiangwang Hai, Taejong Hai could not help but think about the word defeat. Even a Taejong team member marveled. Jiangwang Hai is so strong. They have become a completely different team than before. Number 11 approached a teammate and asked hesitantly, "If we lose again, that'll be 2 losses and we might be eliminated." "Right," the other explained based on what he knew. "Unless Hwapyeong Hai loses to both Muyong and Jeongwang, then yeah." Seong Yun walked up to them and questioned them seriously. "Who gave you permission to start talking about losing?" Number 11 froze for a second. Seong Yun, he seriously corrected their mindset. Don't let the atmosphere affect you. Even if they are frantically utilizing their run and gun style, all we have to do is keep playing to our own strengths. Seong Yun added with total confidence, "If we hold firm and keep pushing, we can win." Hearing this, the two felt somewhat relieved. "Right. I am sorry." After hearing that, the Taichung coach also pointed out the issue. Sung Yun is right. In the second quarter, we did not draw many fouls. Can't we attack a bit more aggressively? Now that the first half is over, you should have a feel for the referee's officiating tendencies. The assistant reported to everyone via a tablet Ilrok's foul count is still stuck at 2. Even if we do not target a specific team foul, let us keep attacking Ilrok's side. Jian Wu frowned and widened his eyes as he recalled. It seems he has regained his composure. He is not easily baited anymore. Seong Yun's eyes stared into space, looking tense. Then he leaned down and unstrapped his ankle brace. "I have to do this." Seong Ho ran over worriedly and asked, "Are you sure?" Seong Yun simply replied nonchalantly, "This thing is just in the way." However, the Taejong coach strictly forbid it. "No. Put that brace back on." Seong Yun smiled with eyes determined to fight to the end. "We need to win this match first. It does not hurt. I am fine. We will win this, and I will rest during the Muyong match. We can probably beat Muyong, even without me, right?" Suddenly, his voice dropped slightly. "But as for Jiangwang Hai, I think they have become so strong that we won't beat them unless we go all out." Hearing that, the coach finally accepted. "But with a condition. If I see that your condition is truly not right, I will sub you out immediately." Seong Yun replied with visible joy. "Understood." The referee announced over the speakers, starting the third quarter. Taeyajung, high ball. Everyone in the stands screamed and cheered for both teams. "Go, go." Seong Yun dribbled the ball between his legs and observed closely. Kang Hui's eyes were fixed on the ball, not daring to look away. "He is dribbling." One Gu suddenly leaned forward and shouted a reminder, "Kang Hui, behind you." Sure enough, as soon as he turned his head, he was blocked by a Taejong member. Screen. Seong Yun successfully bypassed him and drove straight forward. Kang Hui's eyes were now filled with pensive thought. The ball flew smoothly from Sang Yun's hand to Du Seop's. Screen and pass. Taejong's tactical diagram was laid out. Du Seop had the ball, and the shouts grew louder. "Here it comes again. Seop smash, smash." Just as he jumped to shoot, he was blocked by Dong Hua. The referee quickly spotted the issue. Foul. The ball narrowly missed going in. Taeyajong high. 2 free throws. Number 11. And another player held their heads in regret. "So close to a bucket. It is okay. Nice try." Zion made a focused observation. Classic Taejong high. Taeyajong was preparing for the first free throw. The Muyong coach sat next to Harim and instructed him carefully. "Harim, watch closely. Taeyajong high uses a 2-man game centered around Baek Sung Yun. They attack the paint like that to score, and also to bait fouls." He pointed out the strategy Taejong was using, piling up personal fouls and rough physical battles both physically and through foul pressure will make the second half of the match even harder. After a few quarters, Harim could not underestimate them anymore. They truly were a formidable opponent. No team is an easy win when competing at the national level. Scene changed to Class 1-5. A confused voice rang out. What did you just say? A two-man game? Urim could not hide her worried look. One of Taejong Hai's core tactics is that two-man game. She could easily analyze it, like just now. Two players coordinate with screens and passes to create scoring opportunities, especially with Taejong's big three using those screens. Urim knew the heart of the Taejong team and Baek Seong-yoon's ability to coordinate the game. They created perfect chemistry. Back at the match, Do Seop held the ball high, aiming upward. Seong-yoon broke into a strange smile and thought, if they keep pushing steadily, they could beat us. After calming down, Do Seop finally shot the ball. The ball went straight in for a perfect score. This year, we are taking it one step further. Flashback to 1 year ago at Taejong High. Seong-yoon entered the gym and said, "Hey, everyone." Do Seop immediately cut him off. Wait. Let me finish this set. Seong-yoon did not care and moved the equipment aside. He smiled and invited them. Don't just spend all day training mindlessly. Come out to the court and run a few laps with me. In the present scene, Seong-yoon has the ball and is attacking. Another screen. Il-ruk tried to move but was blocked by Gyeon-woo. Stop him. It seemed a few people had noticed the pattern. Again, the ball was once again passed from Seong-yoon to Gyeon-woo. His eyes were filled with mounting expectation. I want all your hard work and effort to be able to shine perfectly right now. Gyeon-woo leaped and scored, unstoppable. During the strategy meeting, Seong-yoon had instructed everyone very thoroughly. Listen carefully. He had created a signal for his teammates to recognize. When I clench my fist, we start the two-man game. The tactics would be adjusted flexibly. When the right hand hits the left chest, Seopi runs A. When the left hand hits the right chest, Gyeon-woo runs B. Do. Seop frowned in confusion. Isn't a two-man game just deciding who screens? Why so complicated? Seong-yoon had to explain further. If we stay as we are, we won't develop any further. And more importantly, these physiques we have worked so hard for, would not it be a waste to use them so simply? Then Seong-yoon drew a tactical diagram on paper. It is called the Spain pick and roll. By adding another screener, we play a coordinated 3-on-3 play. Gyeon-woo recognized it immediately. I know the Spain pick and roll. Seong-yoon looked surprised. Oh, you do? Do Seop sounded a bit sulky. This guy really underestimates us. He smiled happily and assigned them their tasks. I thought you guys only played basketball for fun and gym was your true love. This makes things easier to discuss then. Memorize the play and let us start practicing. Gulp. Gyeon-woo's eyes looked sluggish and completely bored. How long has it been since I held a piece of paper instead of a barbell? Seong-yoon laughed it off. Well, technically, do not you guys lift weights more than you hold the ball? Back to the match. Seong-yoon held the ball and signaled to one side. He lowered his center of gravity and raised his left fist. The lesson echoed in Woo-hyun's head again. Basketball is not a sport that relies on strength alone. Gyeon-woo glanced and also recognized Seong-yoon's signal. Left hand. A second later, he moved his fist to his right chest. Do Seop saw it and understood everything, punching the right chest. As soon as Seong-yoon moved, Gyeon-woo was there to block the opponent's screen. He and Do Seop moved positions according to what Seong-yoon had instructed. Zion followed the match and understood what they were planning. Spain. Pick and roll again. Seong-yoon gritted his teeth as the match became intense. Again, following that momentum, he decided to accelerate. Let us finish this. Seong-yoon dodged Donghua and brought in points for Taejong High. The score between the two teams was now neck and neck, a 2-point difference. They had caught up once again. Seong-yoon seemed to have caught Young-gyu's eye. That brat Seong-yoon. Even if he joined our Hwapyeong team, I bet he would coordinate perfectly. His height is just right, too. Zion had to lean forward and widen his eyes to look closer. Isn't that guy as tall as Se-won? Tae-kyung was already predicting the future. If he came here, Se-won might have to give up his starting spot. Maybe the competition would be fierce. Se-won turned to them with an irritated look. Limit the jokes, will you? Fortunately, Ju-hyun did not make fun of him. But I still value Se-won's ability. Back in 10th grade, as soon as he joined the team, he had all those plays memorized and running smoothly, did not he? Tae-kyung agreed somewhat. That is true. While it took me a whole year just to get on the court. Se-won's tone seemed somewhat envious. I have been playing those kinds of plays since middle school. Hang. Yale jumped, intending to score from distance a shot from the corner of the free throw line. However, the result was not as desired. No goal. Du Seok quickly grabbed the falling ball. Taejong had another chance. He passed quickly towards Seong Yoon. The chance to equalize is here. At this point, he once again raised his fist to signal. The female reporter recognized the issue at a glance. This time, too, the male reporter confirmed immediately, of course. They will keep doing it until it is stopped. Seong Yoon dribbled constantly, without a hint of worry. As expected, a continuous chain of screens. Dong Hwa frowned, showing clear frustration. I do not know how much longer we have to endure this. He stood in front of Seong Yoon to block him. A very good defensive switch. It looked like he was going to score, but he passed the ball elsewhere. The ball was now firmly in Seong Ho's hands. Three-pointer. Kang Hui intended to block, but he had already released the shot. Seong Ho's eyes were full of anticipation. Not failing expectations, he successfully drained the three-pointer. The Taejong team took a 1-point lead over Zhongwang High. The comeback. Even the female reporter could not believe her eyes. He pulled off a cross-court pass right then. His court vision is incredible. The male reporter observed, reading the game. 2 screeners. The tactical diagram had somewhat formed in his mind, and with it, the offensive routes became more complex and diverse. The male reporter concluded, to successfully implement the Spain pick and roll, the playmaking ability of the ball-handling guard is the most important factor. He looked toward Seung Yoon, his voice getting softer. I knew his talent was famous since middle school, but still, I did not expect that player to mature this much. The cheerleaders looked quite gloomy. What do? We are trailing. The friend next to her was also constantly worried. Why is that silver-haired guy playing so well? The boy watching with Urim also found it hard to believe. Since the second quarter started, Taejong's attacks have almost all scored. She pointed out the problem. Exactly. The issue is they are hitting everything, so we can't create any fast break opportunities. The bald student hurriedly turned to ask her, Damn, does our team only know how to do fast breaks? Urim hummed for a few seconds before answering. At times like this, you realize the need for an ace, reliable enough to trust. And yet, back at the game, the ball was bouncing up and down in one position. The current ball handler was Kang Hui, the ace. Il-ruk raised his hand, signaling for him to pass. Hey! Sweat rolled down Kang Hui's cheeks as he thought tensely. In the end, Kang Hui still passed the ball to Il-ruk. Ch! The ball is in Choi Il-ruk's hands. He crouched, hiding the ball behind his back, and staring at Du Seop. The male reporter questioned after witnessing this. He dares to take the responsibility at a decisive moment like this. Is he trying to test himself in the ace role? Kang Hui pouted, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat Il-ruk alive. You better not miss. He had been in that position for a long time without moving. The next second, Il-ruk spun and escaped Du Seop's encirclement. He kept the ball in his hands, not letting Du Seop steal it. Il-ruk's feet created immense friction. Stop. He continuously feinted to both sides, but chose to shoot from a different spot. Even Du Seop had not expected this. Step back, taking advantage of his opponent being caught off guard, Il-ruk jumped high with the ball. Then he released it with a sliver of hope. Kang Hui fixed his eyes on the ball, not daring to look away for even a second. Seong Yoon held his breath, perhaps fearing it would score. As expected, the ball actually went through the net. Il-ruk clenched his fist with a face full of determination. Everyone in the stands praised him. Whoa, he can even hit mid-range shots. His shooting touch is really smooth. The 2 girls at the school screamed in absolute joy. Ah, so cool. Urim also had to admire Il-ruk's talent. It is not for nothing that Il-ruk is being marked so tightly by Taejong. If they can't stop Il-ruk, the score will keep catching up. At this point, she realized, so this is why they keep trying to bait Il-ruk into fouls. Seong Yoon's face darkened significantly.
Choi Il-ruk.
After a short break, he was the one with the ball. The scoreboard now read 59-58, with a scoring streak from the aces of both teams. They continuously blocked each other, not wanting anyone to score another basket. The match remained a struggle with consecutive lead changes until the end of the third quarter. Just as Kang Hui got the ball, Taeyong shouted, Run. He quickly got the ball to Il-ruk.
Nice pass.
After receiving the ball, he faced his opponent. Du Seop was quite surprised by Il-ruk's driving move. Shoot. He pivoted his feet and moved backward. A breakthrough, but it was a perfect fake. Il-ruk, scored for Zhongwang High. The clock hit 00, and the referee announced over the speakers. The score has flipped once again. End of the third quarter. Seong-yun stayed calm and reassured his teammates. Okay, good running. The Zhongwang members were the same. Only 1 quarter left. Kang Hui sat on the bench and took a long drink without saying anything. Though he did not want to show it, even Kang Hui could not help but admit it, that Choi Il-rok was the team's ace and the most reliable player to entrust with responsibility in the current situation. In the fierce battle for control of the game, although both teams looked quite exhausted, they still could not substitute their key players. Seong-yun grimaced, his eyes full of determination. Zion commented after watching the match, "Everyone knows Zhongwang's bench is weak, but even Taejong has no talent big enough to sub in at a critical moment like this." Taekyung agreed somewhat. The talent gap is just too large. Kang Hui dribbled onto the court to warm up first. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily.
Ha!
His legs moved heavily, muscles bulging visibly. "My legs have no strength left." But when Kang Hui saw Seong-yun's smile, he wondered, does that guy never get tired? He even blocked him. How does his body look even more flexible than before? Yurim observed the upcoming play and judged, if they do not widen the score gap, the match will only get harder toward the end. She understood clearly that Kang Hui played the central role in coordinating the ball in their speed-oriented style. Dribbling constantly, until now, meant his stamina must be far beyond others. Of course, one could not ignore the year he took off from competing, but still, Kang Hui veered to one side, intending to bypass Seong-yun. His eyebrows were knitted tight together. "Shh! The defense is not budging." Young-yu leaned back and said, "It is going to be hard to drive like that." As a player, Se-won recognized it immediately. His speed has dropped off too. "Hang!" Yeol turned and shouted a signal. Kang Hui. Kang Hui received the signal and passed the ball to him. Then Hang Yeol easily passed the ball to Dong Hwa, getting the ball into the low post. He kept the ball close to his body, not letting Jian Woo steal it. Dong Hwa turned to the left, intending to escape the encirclement. His eyes scanned for a target. Then Dong Hwa gave the ball a light toss. Shortly after, Il-rok caught the ball safely. A brief overview of their movement patterns. He once again held the ball in the paint. He is inside. In a split second, Il-rok made the bucket. A finish. Everyone around could not stop marveling. Choi Il-rok. How many points has he scored alone? Yun Seong looked at the current match and did the math. Must be over 30 points by now. He is truly reliable. Everyone in the stands had to admire Il-rok's talent. At that height, his mid-range shot is accurate, and his technique is outstanding. Is he just on a completely different level alone? How do you stop that monster? They dispersed across the court to continue the match. Is the momentum shifting to Zhongwang High's side defense? This time the ball handler was Seong-yun. He passed the ball forward. Jian Woo in the distance reached out to receive the ball. Seong-yun ran toward him, intending to carry out the plan. He calmly took the ball from Jian Woo. Hand off. Kang Hui seemed to have realized it. He tried to intervene but was blocked by Jian Woo. Seeing the right side open, Seong-yun decided to drive that way. Right wing is open. Fortunately, he braked in time and did not collide with Kang Hui. Seong-yun had only just jumped when the commentator predicted, "He is going inside." His posture seemed a bit strange. Zhu Hyun saw it and vaguely guessed. Did he fall for the trap? Seong-yun's voice suddenly rang out. "Ah!" The ball hit the backboard and bounced out. Won-gu narrowed his eyes and observed very carefully. The referee blew the whistle sharply. Number 4. Choi Il-rok foul. Unease rose in Hang Yeol's heart. This is bad. Il-rok was dazed for a few seconds when he heard from the referee, 4th personal foul. Zhu Hyun frowned and pointed out his mistake. He ignored the open space on the right and purposely drove straight into the interior. Zion added something else. He himself had fallen into that trap before and got kicked out of the game. The dorky-haired student looked worried and asked, "Now if he just gets one more foul, he is disqualified, right?" The friend next to him was also worried about their safety. There is still a long way to go in the 4th quarter. What now? Seong-yun held the ball and aimed true. He hit every shot, successfully scoring. Both free throws are good. The Taejong coach smiled, satisfied with Seong-yun's attitude. Good job, Sang-yun. Number 11, though not in the game, was very aggressive. He is in foul trouble now. The person next to him encouraged the teammates. Let us make a comeback. Go. Il-rok panted, cursing under his breath. Phew. Damn it. Seong-yoon saw this but had no particular thoughts. The score on the screen remained neck and neck without much shift. Seong-yoon set his face and encouraged himself. I still have to keep running. Right after, he ran heavily across the court. Even Do-seo praised Seong-yoon. Nice job, Seong-yoon. Gi-on-woo's tone was a bit joyful. That play was Choi Il-rok's fourth foul. He praised them. Great defense. Seong-yoon's ankle suddenly stiffened slightly. His pupils dilated as if a problem had occurred. Seong-yoon recalled the situation just now and self-diagnosed. Did I get injured because I turned inward too sharply just now? He remembered every detail, not daring to miss a single one, including when he had to face off against Kang Hui. At that moment, his ankle seemed like it could not hold up anymore. No. Maybe it started back then. Sweat rolled down his cheeks. Seong-yoon was silent and full of worry. The past flashed in his head again. A 1-point difference. With only a 1-point gap, Woo-sung Hai had defeated Taeyeong Hai to advance straight to the semifinals. Seong-yoon had sat silently in a corner, saying nothing. It is okay. We played great. Sob, sob, sob. That moment was buried deep in his heart, hard to forget. Back in the present, Seong-yoon seemed to be caught in this exact situation. Currently, there are only 9 minutes left, but the score gap between the two teams is just 1 point. Even though he is exhausted, Seong-yoon pushes himself. I still have to keep running. Il-rok has been subbed out, and Sung-chan is coming in. Jung-wang high substitution. Choi Il-rok out. Yoon Seong-chan in. He takes a breath, soaking in the moment of this tournament. Phew, this is my first time on the court this season. Yoon Sung-chan, Jr., 188 centimeters forward. Won-gu speaks softly. Sung-chan, switch positions with Dong-hwa. Good luck, Sung-chan. Il-rok sits down next to him and expresses his regret. I am sorry. At such a critical time, too. Won-gu does not blame him, but gives a different reason. I am letting you rest to save your strength, not because of those fouls. You have worked hard, carrying the team and scoring all by yourself since the start of the third quarter. He smiles and reassures him gently. Just rest for 3 minutes, and then I will put you back in. For now, focus on your recovery. Il-rok does not argue with Won-gu and obediently follows. Yes, sir. Seizing the opportunity while Choi Il-rok is absent, Taejong Hai scores consecutively. That gap is not just visible in defense. It clearly affects the offense as well. Kang Hui is like a bird separated from the flock, not knowing who to pass to. Damn it. Which way should I go now? A hand suddenly reaches out without warning. With just a moment's lapse in focus, he lets the ball slip away. The entire stands erupt in cheers. Successful steal. Nice. Run. Kang Hui's eyes widen, wanting to stop it all before it is too late. Seeing his reaction, Seong-yoon thinks to himself, did he fall for the trap? Unable to be stopped, he continues to score. Amazing. Consecutive points. The commentator looks at the scoreboard and announces, the gap is now 9 points. The lead has widened. Jung-wang is almost completely unable to score. Won-gu only grunts softly, saying nothing to his students. He continues making substitutions for the match. Lee Kang-hui out, Go Min-soo in. The Taejong coach curls his lip in contempt. One is in foul trouble. The other does not know how to pace himself. They are totally falling apart. Kang-hui pants, blaming himself. Even after all that stamina training, this is nowhere near enough. Suddenly, Won-gu speaks up, snapping him out of it. Anyone would get tired running like that. He adds a gentle reminder. This is not purely about stamina. Sit here and observe Min-soo's playstyle closely. Kang Hui looks up, murmuring the name. Senior Min-soo, that is Gu Min-soo, senior 182 centimeters, guard. Won-gu smiles and explains in a low voice. Even though Min-soo is not as good at dribbling as you, above all, he knows how to bring out the strengths of his teammates. Dong-hwa blocks Woo Hyun to give Hang Yeol a chance to break away. Min-soo passes the ball forward without hesitation. The ball is now firmly in Hang Yeol's hands. He does not shoot, but passes back to Min-soo. Han Yeol, one more time. The commentator continues his job. Inside, Min-soo selects someone to pass to. The ball flies towards Seung-chan. To the perimeter. He catches the ball and holds it securely. Min-soo thinks silently for a second. You can make that shot. Then he shouts to motivate him. Shoot it, Seung-chan. Seung-chan indeed makes up his mind and leaps for the shot. His shot brings points to Jung-wang. Nice shot. Seung-chan goes to Min-soo and offers some praise. Great pass. On Wan-gu's side, he glances over and asks, Kang Hui, how well do you actually know your teammates? This question leaves Kang Hui silent for a few seconds. Il-rok is quick to answer for him. Actually, he does not know anyone besides himself. Kang Hui opens his mouth to argue. You? Wan-gu reminds them. Being good at dribbling is great, but playing basketball with your teammates is equally important. In the match, Seung-chan and Gyeon-woo are in a tense struggle. Another post-up. He frowns in slight pain. Erg. They are aggressively targeting the void left by Il-rok. Seung-chan pauses for a second, thinking. It was the same in the last tournament. After Il-rok left the court, the gap widens significantly. A loud sound rings out in the middle of the court. He leaps up, determined to swat the ball from Jeon-woo's hand. This time, even if it is just 1 point, I will stop it at all costs. This surprises Il-rok. Block. Min-soo tries to direct the ball, pushing the ball up. Seong-bin observes the situation and runs to an open spot. With that, Min-soo quickly passes the ball to him. Seong-bin catches it cleanly. Open. Without a second thought, he immediately shoots for the basket. Seong-bin frowns. The trajectory seems off. Damn it. Sure enough, the ball hits the rim and bounces away. No goal. At that moment, Do Seop's face twists in annoyance. His pupils dilate as he fails to react in time. He let Donghua take the shot without being able to stop him. Offensive rebound. Kang Hui suddenly screams, Captain! Wan-gu smiles calmly, proving a point to him, so that when you guys leave the court, they are still strong enough to hold the ground. Donghua spins and passes back to Hang Yol. He seizes the chance while unguarded, and shoots straight for the hoop. Il-rok watches tensely, not daring to take his eyes off the match. Kang Hui is no different. Wan-gu just smiles slightly and tells the two of them, trust your teammates a little more and watch them. That ball actually goes through the net, scoring again. Hang Yol breathes a partial sigh of relief. Okay, nice shot. With 5 minutes left, the score gap is only 5 points. They are gradually catching up. Seong-yoon glances toward the bench. He looks at Il-rok and Kang Hui, blaming himself. I should have taken advantage of those two being out to widen the lead even more. Min-soo tries to stop Seong-yoon from shooting, but is blocked by Gyeon-woo. Seong-yoon stops, crouches, and aims carefully. Faced with that situation, Min-soo frowns and thinks, a three-pointer. Seong-yoon indeed releases a long-distance shot. Donghua drops his center of gravity, following the ball's path. However, Seong-yoon's shot is perfectly on target. This truly shocks Kang Hui. That guy can even hit threes. Only now does Seong-yoon let out a heavy breath. Phew. Jeon-woo and Do Seop quickly walk over to encourage him. Nice job, Song-yoon. Pulling up for a three right there was pretty intimidating. Seong-yoon says nothing, glancing back at his opponents. Just as Il-rok stands up, the referee announces, Jeongwang high substitution. Choi Il-rok is entering the game. Seong-yoon is pushing as hard as possible. Given the current situation, that is how it has to be. Il-rok and Seung-chan meet at the sideline. Good work out there. Go get him, Yoon. Seung-chan out, Choi Il-rok in. Kang Hui shouts out, Coach, what about me? Wan-gu replies cheerfully, you just rest a bit longer. The match continues. Min-soo passes toward the right wing. Il-rok receives the ball there. Choi Il-rok has the ball. His eyes drift upward, staying there for a long moment. It turns out, Il-rok is looking at the score. 5 minutes left, 8-point gap. He grips the ball tight, ready for battle. Il-rok uses his skills to get past Jeon-woo, just enough to catch up. He protects the ball carefully so he can't be touched. With just a flick of his wrist, the ball goes through the hoop. Everyone in the stands admires him. So tall yet so fast. The male reporter smirks, seemingly unsurprised. As expected, he made his presence felt the moment he stepped in. Donghua praises Il-rok. Nice shot, Il-rok. Seung-chan, resting on the bench, is impressed. Incredible. I only ran for a bit, and I am already this tired. His eyebrows knit together, hiding many concerns. Seung-chan looks at Il-rok's back with worry. The problem is, with him being just one foul away from disqualification, I wonder how he will manage to defend. The ball is now passed into Woo Hyun's hands. Thanks to Gyeon-woo blocking Hang Yol, he gets past easily. Good defense. He is targeting Choi Il-rok. Seong-yoon watches Woo Hyun and celebrates inwardly. Get it, Woo Hyun. He and Il-rok struggle for the ball. This time, he reminds himself, I can't commit a foul. The commentator's next words leave Woo Hyun frozen. A finish. It turns out Dong Hwa had leaped at the same time. With one swat, he completely shuts it down. Block. Seong Chan and number 16 on the bench shout with joy. Wow, nice. Min Soo gets the ball again. A turnover. Senior Min Soo has the ball. The Jungwon cheer squad shouts enthusiastically. Senior, run faster. Min Soo runs while fending off Seong Yoon to avoid a steal. Kang Hui watches tensely from the sideline. He wove through. Fortunately, Min Soo breaks in time. He crouches, trying to escape Seung Chan's encirclement. The assistant watches the match intently, not looking away for a second. Okay, we broke their rhythm. That is a backcourt play. Min Soo scans the court for a target. On Il-rok's side, Do Seop is standing guard. Il-rok is being marked too tightly. After a few seconds of thought, Min Soo makes a decision. Captain Dong Hwa safely receives the ball from him. He tries to escape Jian Woo's encirclement. Dong Hwa leaps to shoot for the basket. However, the ball hits the rim and bounces out. No goal. Seong Yoon turns back toward the front of the court and signals, "Over here." Woo Hyun receives the ball and passes it back. He catches the ball mid-sprint. Despite Min Soo's best efforts, he can't catch Seong Yoon. He can't be stopped. He easily scores more points for Taejong High. Nice job, Seong Yoon. Won-gu simply calls out softly, "Kang Hui." He replies hurriedly, "Yes, sir." He smiles and asks a suggestive question, ready to run again. Kang Hui looks at him with determined eyes. "I am ready, coach. Please put me in." As the Jeongwang players' attack is halted, Taejong High begins to widen the score gap once more. The substitution board is raised again. Kang Hui walks to the sideline as the referee announces, "Yeongwang High substitution. Go Min Soo out. Lee Kang Hui in." Kang Hui is sent back onto the court. Seong Yoon looks at him and thinks, "Back sooner than I thought." Kang Hui dribbles back and forth, ready for the match. He is blocked by Seong Yoon in front. Kang Hui immediately changes his stance, not staying still for long. Seong Yoon's eyes look like they want to eat him alive. Kang Hui leans forward slightly, raising the ball as if planning something. Won-gu seems to have absolute faith in him. "Show them what you have got." Won-gu stares straight ahead, calling out softly, "Kang Hui." Il-rok. Kang Hui hears and responds, "Yes." His eyes narrow, focusing on the scene below the stands. "When you two return to the court, the responsibility of carrying this match will be immense." Then Won-gu turns to look at them, his words exposing the truth they have been hiding. "And yet, I have never actually seen you two truly coordinate on the court, have I?" Kang Hui and Il-rok freeze, not knowing what to say. Won-gu only gives a faint smile after saying those words. A moment later, on the court, as the ball is being passed back and forth, both Kang Hui and Il-rok intend to snatch the ball from the opponent, faces full of extreme alertness. Il-rok is drenched in sweat, but his eyes still flash with combativeness. He recalls the words Won-gu said to him earlier. Il-rok. Right then, Kang Hui suddenly dashes forward. He raises his head high, still holding the ball. Il-rok hurriedly dodges to one side, preventing the opponent from stealing the ball. To win this match, you must clear a path for Kang Hui. Seong Yoon also realizes their intention. He hurriedly runs past Il-rok. Then he shouts to inform his teammates while rushing toward Kang Hui. Defense. At the same time, Won-gu's instructions before the match echo in Kang Hui's mind. Kang Hui, he passes the ball directly to Il-rok, following the coach's words, "To keep your drives effective, you must know how to utilize your teammates." Il-rok understands perfectly and quickly shoots for the basket. The two of them quickly score just minutes after the match resumes. Seong Bin shouts excitedly, "Pick and roll." Hang Yeol says skeptically, "Are those two playing a two-man game?" But contrary to their surprise, Won-gu sits in the stands, smiling happily. That is how it is done. On the court, Kang Hui, drenched in sweat, glances at the person beside him. Il-rok, standing next to him, looks back. The two remain silent, saying nothing. Then Il-rok suddenly turns and leaves, leaving only a teasing remark. "Good boy." Kang Hui hears and shouts angrily, "Stop treating me like a puppy." The match resumes. The referee's voice echoes everywhere. Defense 4 minutes remaining. The coordination between Kang Hui and Il-rok becomes the starting signal for another chase. As soon as the match restarts, Kang Hui immediately takes the upper hand as he keeps the ball under control. Zhengwang ball. Suddenly, the referee raises his hand. Seeing this, everyone on the court turns toward Kang Hui. Isolation. Outside the court, two people are skeptical upon hearing the referee. Whoa! Going for a solo play this time. Kang Hui dribbles constantly, while Seung Yoon remains on high alert and defensive. The two struggle for a long time, neither willing to give an inch. Despite his calm exterior, Kang Hui is actually in a state of turmoil. Even though I just rested for a few minutes, going solo like this is a bit much. There is so little time left, plus the stamina issue. Thinking this, he uses all his strength to drive forward. Seung Yoon watches his every move to block him in time, but suddenly, Il-Rock rushes out from nowhere to his side, calling for a screen. In those few seconds of distraction, Kang Hui easily runs past him, quickly accelerating. Seung Yoon hurriedly chases after him. The people in the stands shout as they witness the scene. Whoa. The moment Kang Hui puts the ball in the basket, cries of shock ring out. So fast. Is he going to score all by himself? The female reporter finally realizes, so the isolation play was just to create space. They were aiming for a two-man game from the start. The male reporter adds, dribbling alone is hard enough to stop, but adding Choi Il-Rok makes it even tougher to read. Choi Il-Rok's defense is excellent too. After the showdown, Seung Yoon apologizes to his colleague. Sorry, I lost track of the defense. Do Seop reassures him. No, I should have shouted to warn you. Shortly after, at the KSSB arena, the sound of the ball being dribbled repeatedly against the ground echoes. Il-Rok is being pressed by the other team so hard that he can't reclaim the ball, targeting Choi Il-Rok again. The friend next to Urim is stunned. Whoa, they are really only targeting Il-Rok. Urim frowns and watches. Well, he has 4 fouls. At this moment, Il-Rok's eyes widen fully. He remembers every word. Won-gu said to him long ago, Il-Rok, do not just stand there and take it when the opponent uses power to overwhelm you. Il-Rok follows his words and takes a step back. At times like those, take a beat back. Then he leaps directly into the air to the astonishment of the opponent. In a panic, the opponent immediately tosses the ball up to pass. Donghua's eyebrows knit slightly, his eyes still fixed ahead. The moment the ball leaves the opponent's hand, he leaps high and intercepts it. Defensive ability is only truly maximized through experience and composure. The ball quickly falls into Kang Hui's hands. Successful steal, good defense. Kang Hui and Il-Rok are immediately surrounded by the other team, but despite that, they run one after the other toward the opponent's basket. Run. Kang Hui pants heavily, staring straight ahead. Then he glances at his nearby teammates. Utilize your teammates. Instantly, Kang Hui passes the ball back to Donghua, outside the encirclement. Won-gu in the stands can't help but praise. Great pass. In this drive, the scorer is Donghua as he reaches the rim and puts it in. A finish. Nice. Urim feels proud watching. It is just that Kang Hui's dribbling skills are overshadowing everything. His vision and passing ability are also top tier. Even in the Muyang match, he did not drive at first, but used passes to set up the play. Back on the court, as the scoreboard reflects a new number, the referee's voice rings out. A 2-point gap. The score is extremely close. The referee then blows the whistle. Taichung High timeout. The Taichung team gathers around their coach. We have to kill this momentum. On Kang Hui's side, it is the same. Won-gu praises them while discussing tactics to improve the situation. You are chasing well. The opponent is just as exhausted as we are. So now just focus on running and running. Everyone on the team shouts in unison. Yes, sir. Junbyu smiles with delight. This match is anyone's game until the final whistle. Zhongwang Hai is actually pretty decent. Meanwhile, Song Yun is busy gathering his team. Brothers, gather round. They all quickly surround him. Seung Yoon emphasizes their team's strategy again. Rough contact and cleverly baiting fouls. That is how we win. Right. In response, there is a long silence from Jian-woo. He slowly opens his mouth. I am sorry, because playing this way is not beautiful at all. But Seung Yoon does not criticize Jian-woo at all. But I believe that it is in this intensity that true results are born. Our play is not pretty, but no matter how battered we get, we must win. He gives a fake threatening smile to his team. From this moment on, if anyone stays frozen or hesitates for fear of contact, watch out. 3 minutes left. Maximum focus. Understood. The others respond happily. Okay, understood, Captain. When the referee's shout rings out, the match resumes, and everyone moves back onto the court. The stands are buzzing. Defense. Shouts ring out everywhere. Offense. Seong-yoon also quickly regains his form. He holds the ball, every step extremely careful. Let us do this. The people in the stands also shout. Not much time left. As the time on the scoreboard ticks away, everyone becomes more nervous than ever. Final 3 minutes. Focus on defense. Seong-yoon passes the ball to a teammate right in front of Kang Hui. Overhead pass. Seeing this, he immediately frowns. Damn it, even Kang Hui's teammates can't reclaim the ball. Jeon-woo of the other team catches the pass from Sung-yun. Got the ball. The male reporter observes the match closely and can only speak with regret. Can't be helped. That entry into the high post was too easy. Back on the court, Kang Hui, seeing Seong-yoon accelerate forward, grits his teeth and tries to chase. He reaches out to try and catch the ball in Jeon-woo's hand. Hand off. Then Seong-yoon continues to run a short distance. He bypasses each of Kang Hui's teammates one by one and smoothly heads for the basket. Inside. Just as the ball was about to be snatched away, Sung-yoon leaped with all his might and released a high shot. However, unable to stop in time, the hands of the defender from Kang Hui's team and his hand collided. The referee froze for a split second, but unfortunately, Seong-yoon's shot missed because of the contact. The ball hit the rim and bounced out. Foul. Tae-jong-hai was awarded 2 free throws. Seong-yoon's team cheered. Okay, we got the free throws. Wait, is not number 8 now on his 4th personal foul too? That is right. 1 more foul, and he is disqualified. The one who collided with Seong-yoon was Kang Han-gyeol, number 8, 4 fouls. He panted. Ha. Sorry. His teammates stayed calm. It is okay. It is okay. Seong-yoon glanced over to evaluate the situation. We do not need to just target Choi Il-rock anymore. Both number 8 and number 27. We have been steadily drawing fouls in the paint this whole time. The one he was referring to was Lee Dong-hwa, number 27, 3 fouls. He looked at the scoreboard and thought to himself, from this point on, every foul puts them in the bonus. Jun-byu, sitting in the stands, mused, wow, that Baek Sung-yoon's foul drawing skill is as top tier as ever. His teammate added, the closer it gets to the end of the game, the more aggressive that guy gets. Both of Seong-yoon's free throws were successful. Every time Jong-wang tried to close the gap, Tae-jong widened it again. And whenever Tae-jong widened the lead, Jong-wang chased them right back. The ball was quickly shot into the hoop. At that moment, the numbers on the scoreboard changed. The referee's voice echoed across the court. 1 minute and 3 seconds left. The point gap is now 2. Back to the game. Seong-ho was cautiously passing to a teammate under Seong-bin's watch. Immediately after, Seong-yoon caught the ball. Baek Seong-yoon. He wove between Kang Hui and Il-rock to drive to the basket amidst the cheers of the crowd. He is in. Seong-yoon leaped high and shot for the basket without hesitation. Even Kang Hui's team could not stop him. The ball dropped through the hoop past their outstretched arms. The spectators in the stands cheered wildly. Nice. That shot was truly clutch. On the court, as Seong-yoon's feet touched the ground after that jump, his eyes suddenly widened to their limit. A sharp pain radiated from his ankle, causing him to groan involuntarily. Ugh. Do Seop heard the sound and immediately turned his head. Seeing Seong-yoon struggling with excruciating pain, Do Seop could not help but scream Seong-yoon. Someone at the scorer's table held up a sign that read, Substitution. Unsurprisingly, Seong-yoon's ankle was red and swollen. He had to temporarily halt his play for this reason. Baek Sung-yoon out. Kim Jong-seob in. This announcement caused many to feel regret for such a strong captain. Oh no, they are taking Baek Sung-yoon out. Even at a critical moment like this, Dong-hwa tried to regulate his breathing while thinking, though the injury is unfortunate, for our team, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The match continued with the referee's call. 1 minute remaining. Defense, offense. Kang Hui glanced at the scoreboard and reassured himself. Phew. Just 1 more solid bucket is all we need. His eyes showed clear exhaustion after the long match. Yet his will to win was never extinguished. Just 1 shot. Won-gu was not playing, but he was more worried for Kang Hui's team than ever. Even the Hwapyeong group was watching the match tensely. The ball was quickly picked up by someone else. The one holding the ball was none other than Il-rock. He tried to keep it away from the opposing team.
Choi Il-rock.
The girls in the stands, seeing the unfavorable situation, were anxious for him. Il-rock. However, nothing could stop Il-rock. He took a giant step forward despite Du Seop blocking his path. Post up. In that brief moment, his eyes seemed to bulge with tension. The ball in his hand slammed repeatedly against the floor. In an instant, Ilrok managed to break through the encirclement created by Du Seop. He continuously dribbled around his position to disorient him. As soon as Du Seop lowered his guard, Ilrok seized the opportunity and immediately shot for the hoop. Taken by surprise, Du Seop could not catch the ball. Wait, but because he reached out too desperately to catch the ball, he accidentally struck Ilrok's arm. Seung-yoon immediately screamed in panic. No, but even with the contact from Du Seop, Ilrok still managed to sink the basket, and won. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Foul on Taejong number 55. Jungwang gets one bonus free throw. Ilrok and his teammates were overjoyed. Great. If this goes in, it is only a 1-point game. Seeing this, the injured Seung-yoon suddenly bolted upright. Coach. His voice was steady, but could not hide the underlying anxiety. Final 22 seconds. I do not know if Jungwang is planning another foul trap or if they have got another play. He stood straight and pleaded, "Please let me in. I absolutely cannot give up on this match." The coach was deep in thought seeing his state, but he eventually agreed to Seung-yoon's decision. Tae-young high substitution. As Seung-yoon ran back onto the court, cheers erupted. He is back. Baek Seung-yoon. Kim Jong-seob out. Baek Seung-yoon in. Jun Begyu and his teammates gossiped. Is his ankle okay? If they lose this, they are practically out of the tournament. At that same time, Kang Hui was in a daze when someone suddenly called his name. Kang Hui. Won-gu sat in the stands, smiling slightly as he raised a hand to encourage him. He touched his ear as some sort of signal. Kang Hui immediately understood his intention. Soon the free throw ritual began. Ilrok stood at the line, bouncing the ball repeatedly. Here's the bonus free throw. Then he released the ball. Yoram watched with anxiety, her heart racing along with him. Even Seong Bin watched every movement intently. Under the eyes of hundreds, the ball was shot brilliantly, and shortly after, it went through the hoop. A perfect shot. The scoreboard updated quickly. Only a 1-point difference. The people in the stands shouted, "Defense! Get back on defense!" Du Seop froze upon hearing the shouts. The entire court was tense in these final moments. Full court press. Dong Hwa and Du Seop were still wrestling for the ball. Up high, Jun-gyu discussed Won-gu's action with his friends before the free throw. So touching the ear was a signal. Oh, did he read the play? This is going to be the finishing blow. Meanwhile, Ilrok was running tirelessly to mark another player. Du Seop gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Just then, Seung-yoon, running ahead of Kang Hui, suddenly turned and called out, "Seop." Hearing the call, Du Seop immediately passed the ball to Seung-yoon. Both Seung-yoon and Kang Hui watched the ball's trajectory. A high pass. Kang Hui saw it and could only grit his teeth in anger. They are using their height to press me. Suddenly, he crouched down to gather momentum. Despite being shorter than the others, Kang Hui leaped high and intercepted the ball. "You dare look down on me." Everyone was astonished. He touched it. That vertical is insane. After snatching the ball, Kang Hui immediately sprinted toward the basket, despite Seung-yoon chasing behind. Jungwang ball again. Kang Hui tiredly observed his teammates. Breakthrough. His eyes were filled with anxiety and tension. Ilrok's gaze was much the same. He remembered a time before when someone had asked him, "How high do you want the ball?" At the time, Ilrok was a bit confused. "What?" Kang Hui had continued for that alley-oop pass. "How high do you need it to be satisfied?" Back in the present, Kang Hui threw the ball as high as he possibly could, 30 centimeters. Ilrok seized the moment while his opponent was stunned by the height and leaped with full momentum. Back when they were chatting, Ilrok had told Kang Hui throwing it about 30 centimeters higher would be fine. The pass back then was not bad, but aiming about one ball's width higher would be perfect. So, even though Kang Hui threw the ball that high, Ilrok could still reach out and catch it, he muttered softly. Good pass. Then, Ilrok shot the ball directly into the hoop, instead of landing and jumping again. Under their combined hopes, the ball finally went in. Seung-yoon's mouth hung open in shock at that coordination. Even Seong Bin was completely stunned. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. Lead change, 13 seconds remaining. They have flipped the score. Du Seop immediately passed the ball out. Seong-yoon quickly received the ball and drove it up the court. By now, There were only 10 short seconds left. Seung-yoon carefully prepared to shoot again. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. The scene before him made him freeze. Dong-hwa had completely blocked Seung-yoon's pass with 8 seconds left on the countdown. The ball rolled down the court with Sung-yoon and Kang Hui both rushing toward it. Both of them struggled to reclaim the ball. Now only 7 final seconds remained. Seung-yoon's face darkened further and further. He remembered his past self. Originally, I was a kid who gave up early. When the ball rolled away back then, Sung-yoon was full of regret. Darn. I missed it. At that time, his teammate had screamed in anger. Hey, back Seung-yoon, why are not you chasing the ball? It is still salvageable. But he only scratched his head sheepishly and apologized. Ah, sorry. Baek Seung-yoon, 15 years old, an 8th grader at Taijeong Middle School at the time. His teammates were frustrated.
Ha!
That Baek Seung-yoon, he has plenty of talent, but man, I wish he had more determination. But at that time, only one sentence echoed in Seung-yoon's mind. I would not have caught it anyway. He turned to pick up the ball. Whatever. For no real reason, Sung-yoon had been too naive, thinking that as long as he did everything just enough, things would turn out okay. Perhaps because in the past, things had gone smoothly even without much effort. That is why he became like that. During that time, Sung-yoon's coach had instructed them strictly. You understand how important this match is, right? We know the opponent is not easy, but with our strength we can definitely win. After those words, the ball was dribbled incessantly in the gym. That day was like any other. In the past, Seung-yoon had chased the ball countless times, but it always drifted further away, out of reach. Telling himself he would not get the ball anyway, he chose to give up from the start. During a match against another team, he looked up at the scoreboard, a 1-point difference. While his other teammates burst into tears or got angry because they could not win, Seung-yoon just sat in a corner staring blankly into the distance. We fought hard, but unfortunately we ended up in defeat. Seung-yoon just sat there with his mouth open, motionless. After that match ended, he cycled home in the lonely silence. Not far away, a man was driving a large pickup truck while looking down at his phone, and that very night, a sudden accident occurred. Seung-yoon's bicycle was sent flying. He himself was struck by the car and thrown into the air in excruciating pain. In the moment, my body flew up. A thought flashed through my mind. Seung-yoon's face twisted in pain. If I had grabbed that ball back then,
would we have won?
Even while lying in a hospital bed completely bandaged, Seung-yoon could not stop blaming himself for not trying harder in that match. What if I can't play basketball anymore? His eyes were closed tight. I should have tried harder to touch the ball back then. Fortunately, the surgery was successful. The doctor said there would be no issues with daily life in the future. But when Seung-yoon lifted his fringe, revealing a large scar on his forehead, however, to play basketball again, I had to wait at least a year. He stared at the scar, deep in thought. A year meant missing every tournament from 8th to 9th grade. That gap was truly a fatal blow. For days after that, Sung-yoon still had to move in a wheelchair. Furthermore, even after physical therapy, there was no guarantee his body would return to its previous state. He clenched his fist, making a vow to himself. A kid who used to give up easily like me. This time, I won't choose to quit. Fragments of memories of grueling treatment days at the hospital flooded Sung-yoon's mind. During those painful therapy days, I never stopped telling myself, back in the present, Sung-yoon was still running at full speed toward the rolling ball, hoping he could play basketball again. Finally, after all that effort, he was able to catch the ball, hoping he could catch all the balls he had missed and let slip away all this time. After catching the ball, Sung-yoon immediately leaned and passed it elsewhere, but because of that, he fell flat on his back. Fortunately, Seong-ho managed to catch the ball amidst the encirclement of Kang Hui's team. By now, the time remaining in the match was only 5 seconds. Seung-yoon tried to pick himself up after the fall. His determination flared intensely as the time dwindled. Absolutely. After standing firm again, he rushed into the court. I can't give up. At the same time, Seong-ho saw the scene and was equally worried. As Seung-yoon ran past, he quickly passed the ball in front of Il-rok. Every second and minute was now more important than ever. With only 3 seconds left, Il-rok also hurriedly chased after Seung-yoon. When he intended to shoot for the basket one more time, Il-rok also raised a hand to block. Now only 2 seconds remained before the end of the match. Both Seung-yoon and Il-rok leaped high simultaneously. However, Seung-yoon's shot was too high and out of Il-rok's reach, so he could do nothing. Now, 1 second left. Kang Hui's teammates watched the ball anxiously. Just as the ball was about to drop into the hoop, the clock hit 0, and the match ended. After shooting, Seung-yoon looked up tiredly at the ball. The ball dropped into the hoop to the astonishment of everyone there. Kang Hui's face was full of disbelief. He could not believe the result of this match had been flipped in the final seconds. The score updated quickly on the scoreboard. The referees shout, "Match over. Final score 93-92. Victory for Taejong High." Only then was Seung-yoon able to feel some relief. His teammates in the stands were overjoyed and astonished. Everyone on Seung-yoon's team threw off their towels and sprinted onto the court. Seung-yoon was surrounded by everyone. Everywhere in the stands were shouts for him. Taeyong, Taeyong. The reporters were just as surprised as the participants. Whoa! Taejong actually won. Almost everyone could not believe this result. No way. Is it for real? Urim was disappointed and could not say another word. Kang Hui's team headed back with regret and sadness. Yeah, what a shame. Inside the large sports complex in the city center, Seung-yoon leaned on crutches and limped toward the reporters. Here is player Baek Sung-yoon, the one who just pulled off a spectacular comeback. Please sit down first before we talk. Your leg is injured after all. The female reporter smiled and praised him to the fullest. That final buzzer beater really gave me goosebumps. You did not give up until the very end, saved the ball, and ultimately turned the tide. How do you feel right now? Seung-yoon answered them honestly. Actually, I told myself that even if I could not play tomorrow, I absolutely had to win this match against Jeongwang High. Luckily, I achieved the goal I set. The female reporter typed quickly on her keyboard. I see you are using crutches. Is your leg condition okay? He replied calmly. Luckily, it is not a severe injury. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play in the upcoming match against Moyoung, but beating Jeongwang has opened the door of hope for us to advance to the finals. Seung-yoon raised his head high, the light in his eyes burning fiercely. Today's match is what opened that door of opportunity. Even with the injury, I have no regrets because I fought until the very last second. At the same time in the locker room, Kang Hui's team members were all dejected. What a shame. Lost by only 1 point. Il-rock sat in a corner, head down, blaming himself. I should have scored more points. It is because of my personal fouls that I had to sit on the bench for too long. Hearing that, Seung-chan immediately protested. What are you talking about? You scored over 40 points today by yourself, Min-soo added. That is right. Besides, it is a miracle you did not get disqualified this time. Hang. Yeol leaned his hands on his legs. I should have scored more points. The offensive burden all fell on Il-rock and Kang Hui's shoulders. I am a grade above you guys, and I could not help at all. At this point, Seong-bin did not know what else to say, while Kang Hui remained silent in the corner. Suddenly, he bolted upright and said with renewed spirit, "Last year the gap was 13 points." Dong Hua gave him a questioning look after hearing that. Kang Hui continued, "This time it was only 1 point. Compared to last year, our scoring has increased significantly. We just need to win tomorrow's match against Hwapyeong, and we are good, right?" Seung-chan followed up. Exactly. Even if Taejong beats Moyoung, as long as their point differential is lower than the one we created, we can still advance. The others reflected on previous matches. That match with Moyoung just now, how many points did we win by? 29 points. A dominant victory. Seong-bin spoke up hurriedly. Plus, Baek Seung-yoon is injured and can't play against Moyoung. So it is simple. We just need to beat Hwapyeong tomorrow. If we beat Hwapyeong, our point differential is enough to compete for the top of the group. Seung-chan turned to Min-soo. Hwapyeong also went through a grueling match with Moyoung today, did not they? He replied. Yeah, true. In case we actually win tomorrow, but our differential is lower than theirs, we are still at risk of being eliminated. Dong Hua had now regained his original composure. All right, that is enough. I think Hwapyeong's match is about to start. Stop being gloomy, everyone. Let us go watch the match. Everyone immediately replied, Yes, sir. A little later at the arena, Zion intercepted Harim's ball again. Blocked again. Seeing this, he could not help but curse, damn it. Seong-bin said softly in the stands, Even at 2'10", he has got nothing. Hang. Yeol criticized inwardly. What kind of defense is that? On the court, Yu Seong was continuously dribbling and dodging the other team's attempts to steal. But no matter how careful he was, he lost control of the ball. Steal. C1 quickly secured the ball and dribbled toward the opponent's basket. Youngyu appeared just in time and hummed, "Over here." Seeing that, Se1 immediately passed the ball back to Youngyu. After receiving the ball, Youngyu passed it through his own legs. Only then did he jump high and take a shot. On the other side, Harim was being marked by Zion and could do nothing but watch. Yu Seong was not doing much better, having lost the ball to the opponent. The ball soon fell through the hoop. The referee's whistle blew at the same time. The match was over. The score was 82-52, with the victory belonging to Hwapyeong High. Donghua stared intently at the scoreboard, a 30-point lead. Seong Bin was a bit confused. That last three-pointer was intentional. Right, Hang Yeo replied, since we were winning by 29 points. So, they looked down at Yoongyu's team celebrating below. It seemed Hwapyeong's goal was indeed to win by exactly 30 points. Kang Hui let out a sarcastic laugh for no apparent reason. Ha ha. He looked toward the court, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. That means they are pretty wary of us too, are not they? Then Kang Hui gave Seong Bin a thumbs up. It is just because they are afraid of losing to us tomorrow that they are paying so much attention to the point spread. Hearing that, he thought it over. Oh, you are right. After that, both Seong Bin and Kang Hui became even more excited. The two smiled mischievously. They are scared. They are totally shook. Thinking like this makes it feel much better. He. Meanwhile, Hang Yeo was preoccupied with another matter and turned to ask them, tomorrow's schedule is Taeyejong versus Muyong first, right? So depending on that result, our team's ranking will change. The current Group E standings showed the previous match times for each team. Donghua looked at the board and spoke slowly. We only need to worry about two things. They looked at Seong Yoon's team sitting not far away and added, tomorrow, Taejong must not beat Muyong by more than 29 points. Not long after, a team appeared on the court, standing in a straight line. The voices of Kang Hui's group echoed from the stands. And most importantly, we have to beat Hwapyeong. Shortly after they finished speaking, Youngyu's group walked off the court. The next day, at the arena, right, in the lobby, 3 people stood behind a cheering banner. Crush the opponent, high school basketball club. The PA system echoed everywhere. Ah! The Group E match between Taejong High and Muyong High is about to begin. Inside the court, Sung Yun's coach was giving a reminder. Listen, if we beat Muyong and Jongwang loses to Hwapyeong, we will secure second place to enter the finals. Understand? But if Jongwang happens to beat Hwapyeong today, we will have to decide it by point difference. He calmly instructed them. Therefore, the most important thing is to go all out and widen the score gap as much as possible for me. Seong Yoon's group shouted, understood. On Yoongyu's side, it was not much different. Their coach was trying to boost their spirits, even if the chance of reaching the finals seems remote. Absolutely do not give up on this match. Our goal is to get one win. His face hardened with authority. The other team's captain, Bak Seong Yoon, won't be playing today. We have agreed on this. We must not go home empty-handed. Everyone replied in unison, understood. The final day of Group E matches has begun. Taejong High faced Muyong with their characteristic rough style of play. By subtly baiting fouls, they quickly pushed Muyang High's Yu Harim to his personal foul limit. However, Muyang High refused to give up that easily. While the match was underway, Seong Yoon, as the captain, could only watch from the stands due to his injury. Without Seong Yoon, Taeyejong High could not pull off an explosive scoring performance, and finally finished the game with a modest 8-point lead. After the game, Song Yoon's teammates walked over to him dejectedly. Seong Yoon did not scold them, but gently reassured them. It is okay. A win is a win. Now everything will be decided in the final match. The names of those advancing to the finals will be officially revealed through the match between Jeongwang High and Hwapyeong High. Hwapyeong High School, located in Gangdong, Seoul. This is a legendary basketball team, always appearing in the finals of every tournament and a heavy favorite for the national title. When people think of Seoul, they immediately think of 2 major teams, Yusun High and Hwapyeong High. It has become a given that these 2 schools represent Seoul in national competitions. However, recently, Jongwang High from Gangzhou has been rising with terrifying momentum, directly threatening the positions of the top 2 schools. Since they are in the same region, it is not hard to run into old acquaintances during accidental encounters, friends who grew up together on the basketball court. At that moment, as Han Gyo was walking to school, a voice called out, making him look over. Han Giol, ah. That person was none other than Kim Seon, 12th grade, 196 centimeters, center forward. Seeing him, Han Giol returned the greeting. Ah, hey, Sion. Seon lightly brushed his hair and said, I was wondering when we would run into each other, and we end up meeting during the tournament. Han Giol joked, It is fate. By the way, you seem taller, right? He added. Yeah, haha. I grew another 2 centimeters during winter break. Han Giol and Seon are best friends who have gone through thick and thin together since they were on the elementary school basketball team. Growing up in Gangdong, Han Giol went through all the training at the most prestigious basketball schools. Hwapyeong Elementary, Hwapyeong Middle, Hwapyeong High, all students aimed for this elite path, and Han Gio used his exceptional talent to enroll at Hwapyeong High. In terms of skill, Han Giol was always a level above Seon. After school, Sion and Han Giol waved goodbye to each other. But why did Seon join Hwapyeong while Han Giol transferred to Zhongwang? The two of them walked in opposite directions. Seon also had friends or teammates by his side as he walked away. Meanwhile, Han Giol walked alone. The main reason was height. Hwapyeong's basketball team always prioritized height as their top standard. At a quiet football and basketball court with no one around, a group of students was discussing excitedly, Who are we playing today? Hwapyeong High. Ah, the Hwapyeong from Gangdong. A female student in a blue jacket asked enthusiastically. They are both Seoul representatives, right? A male student with a shaved head added, How does Hwapyeong play? Are they good? To their questions, Urim only gave a short reply. Good. Back at the competition area, banners were hanging everywhere. Hwapyeong, affirming victory, along with a voice saying, It feels like, compared to Taejong. Junggyu's coach spoke up. Listen, you all know Zhongwang has been emerging as a formidable opponent lately, right? The opponent will constantly pressure us with extremely fast passes and lightning-quick counterattacks. He frowned slightly, but his voice remained steady. Just play, exactly as we practiced, and we will win. Soon after, the announcer's voice rang out. The final match of Group E, the clash between Hwapyeong High and Zhongwang High, is about to begin. Players, please enter the court. Kang Hui smiled while warming up. Lose and we are out. Win and we are in the finals. No need to overthink it. Dong Hua replied excitedly. If we win by 4 points, we can take the top spot in the group. Seong Bin chimed in. Kya, that sounds amazing. After finishing their warm-up and getting ready, Kang Hui's group ran toward the court together. Let us do this. Hwapyeong High's starting lineup. Bang Se-won, 11th grade, 186 centimeters guard. Se-won thought to himself, this little guy still managed to squeeze into the starting lineup. Another person hummed while speaking. Losing would be so embarrassing. You know Min Young-gyu, 12th grade, 190 centimeters, guard. Moon Tai-kyung, 11th grade, 195 centimeters forward, looked up at him. No way. How could that happen? But that statement was immediately countered. Don't let your guard down. Lee Ju-hyun, 12th grade, 198 centimeters, power forward. Zion Harris, 12th grade, 200 centimeters, center. Seong Bin glanced at them all without saying a word, only telling himself, yesterday was against the beefy guys. Today it is the giants. Seong Bin looked up at Young-gyu. This is the guy who took out Baek Seung-yoon's ankle, right? He made a silent judgment. What an unpleasant guy. Meanwhile, at a different position, Kang Hui was also evaluating in his mind. Let us see. He looked toward the stands, where 3 members of Young-gyu's team were sitting and talking. Sitting over there, huh? Instantly, fragments of memories flooded Kang Hui's mind. He clearly remembered each of their mocking smiles directed at him. Even their looks of contempt were always on his mind. Those bastards who used to laugh at me. His eyes became sharper than ever. Let us see if you can still laugh after the match is over. Se-won saw Kang Hui staring toward their side, and spoke up out of curiosity. It seems like you know someone on our bench. Kang Hui was startled and denied it. What? Oh no, I do not. Seeing that, Se-won continued, then please focus more on me. This statement left Kang Hui somewhat confused. Huh. He lowered his head, his determination burning fiercely. I have always wanted to try and block his dribble once. Despite that, Kang Hui still did not quite understand Se-won's intention. Yeah, okay, what is his deal? Shortly after, the referee blew the whistle. Those girls immediately screamed, It is starting. Go Jiangwang, from the very first seconds. Ilrok and Sion jumped high for the tip-off. Their hands struck both sides of the ball simultaneously, making it bounce up. The ball instantly flew in another direction. The ball is loose. Jo Heon was one step faster than Dong Hwa and managed to grab it. Hwa Pyong has won the second ball. Those sitting on the benches of both teams could not help but exclaim, "They are so tall, one giant after another." Urim evaluated quietly. Hwa Pyong's starting lineup's average height is 193.8 centimeters. Compared to us, that is a whole 8 centimeters difference. Of course, our average height is significantly lower because of Kang Hui, but just the fact that their guard is as tall as our captain is enough to understand. On the court, Dong Hwa was trying to keep up with Yoongyu. There was a significant difference in their height charts. If comparing solely by height, none of our positions had an advantage. C1, holding the ball, ran toward Kang Hui. Suddenly, someone raised a hand and pointed in a direction. Immediately, two players from Yoongyu's team rushed to block the path of one of Kang Hui's teammates. They are making a move. At that moment, Se-won immediately passed the ball to a teammate. Yoongyu, nearby, instantly caught the ball right in front of Dong Hwa. Then he ran quickly toward another side. Defense. To allow Yoongyu to dribble smoothly, Se-won blocked Dong Hwa's path. Seeing this, Kang Hui immediately recognized the other team's strategy. He shouted to Il-rok and Han Gyol, opposite direction. But by then, Yoongyu had already passed the ball before Dong Hwa could catch up. Another teammate of his quickly caught the ball and rushed toward the basket. Han Gyol ran right after him in a panic. As the other person jumped for a layup, Han Gyol immediately reached up as well. Layup, but unfortunately, Han Gyol could not block it. Score. The first points belonged to Hwa Pyong. Those on Hwa Pyong's bench stood up and cheered. "Nice job, everyone." Meanwhile, the students and Urim were equally shocked. Their coordination is seamless. Hwa Pyong's characteristic is their systematic and highly organized play style. Urim looked at Hwa Pyong's coach, who was calculating tactics, and continued all sorts of different set plays, not to mention their offensive plays utilizing their height. It is truly overwhelming. She looked at the game and evaluated. On the contrary, our strength is not slow-paced play, but lightning-fast counterattacks. The key lies in whether we can break through that defense in set play situations. After observing, the male reporter confirmed, Hwa Pyong's power truly shines brightest when they are defending, one of the few teams with the strongest defense in the country. Hwa Pyong's coach was smiling smugly. In this game, we must prevent Jung Wang from scoring more than 70 points. The female reporter also spoke up, but Jung Wang is not the type to give in easily, right? The male reporter explained, yes, unlike their opponent, Jung Wang is a team with explosive offensive power. This is truly a battle between the spear and the shield. On the court now, Kang Hui was holding the ball, advancing cautiously. He looked at the person in front of him. Kang Hui remembered what Se-won had said earlier. I have always wanted to try and block his dribble once. He felt confident and smirked. Let us see you try. Kang Hui raised his hand to signal. The crowd in the stands got excited. A one-on-one right at the start of the game. Kang Hui began his drive. He quickly moved the ball to the right. Skillful dribbling, bringing the ball behind his back and back to the front. His eyes were observing closely. He dribbled behind his back again. Kang Hui maintained that rapid rhythm to dazzle his opponent. Se-won was indeed taken by surprise. Kang Hui was also surprised that Se-won almost kept up with his speed. In the stands, Song Yoon evaluated. He will probably be a bit flustered at first, because the way he handles the ball is faster than imagined. Kang Hui quickly broke through Se-won's defense. He slipped past him and continued forward. Seung Yoon understood this, and it is much more sophisticated than imagined. At that moment, Kang Hui began his finishing move. The ball went perfectly into the net. The people in the stands shouted, "Whoa!" amidst the shock. A solo breakthrough. The female reporter was also stunned. Bang, Se-won's defense is top tier in the country. How could he be broken through so easily? Tae Kyung teased Se-won after the play. Se-won, you are getting quite a workout today, are not you? Yoongyu chimed in, stretching must feel great. Se-won stopped them. Stop teasing me. He glanced at Kang Hui. As expected, seeing it in person makes you realize the difference. The game quickly resumed and the ball was back in Hwa Pyong's hands. Se-won was the one dribbling. He quickly caught a signal from a teammate. Hwa Pyong's nope. 5 quickly blocked Seong Bin. Defense. Se-won passed the ball. Yoongyu accurately received the pass. He quickly took control of the situation. Then he jumped high, accompanied by the commentator's voice, Three-pointer. Yun Seong shouted in surprise. The release speed is too fast. The ball spun sharply and fell beautifully into the basket. Whoa, what a shot. Wan Gu urged his team. Quick, hurry up. The players on the court were gradually getting used to the rhythm of the game. It was clear that the pace of the match had intensified. Run fast. Kang Hui was holding the ball again. He quickly made an accurate pass to a teammate. Il-rok received it and leaped up, but it was a fake. He nimbly crouched down. Il-rok ran straight to the basket and scored smoothly.
Choi Il-rok finishes nice.
The male reporter evaluated the game again. One side plays a set-play offensive style in slow situations, while the other plays a run-and-gun style in fast-break situations. Does the early game favor the spear? A fierce battle between set-play and fast-break styles. When comparing these two types of offense in basketball history, the scoring efficiency of fast breaks during transitions is usually higher than that of set plays. Now the ball was in the hands of Hwapyeong's Tae-kyung. No matter how stable a set play offense is, its success rate can never be 100%. But his shot was inaccurate, wasting a scoring opportunity. The shooting percentages based on the 24-second clock from the 25-26 NBA season show that as the time on the clock decreases, the field goal percentage also drops significantly. This means that assuming both sides have the same number of attacks, Jeongwang, the team with the fast break style, would have the advantage. When they were not fast breaking, they would score using Kang Hui's individual penetration skills or two-man plays. Upon winning the ball, Kang Hui quickly bypassed the opponent's defense. When the opponent's set plays failed, they would finish with a lightning-fast run and gun play. As this pattern repeated, the early lead naturally went to Jeongwang. At the end of the first quarter, the commentator announced, an 8-point gap. The female fans in the stands were also excited. Hwapyeong is being completely overwhelmed, are not they? Jeongwang is really strong this year. Kang Hui was resting, drenched in sweat. He glanced at his opponents. Phew, that is strange. We are clearly winning, but why do I feel so uneasy? It feels like they are the ones playing more comfortably. The break ended and the match started the next quarter. Entering the second quarter, Hwapyeong High completely swapped their lineup. Sion stepped onto the court and greeted, I am counting on you, Han Gyo. All the starters, except for Se-won, were subbed out. As time passed, the unease in Kang Hui's heart became clearer than ever. Sion was marking Han Gyo closely. For the first time, the fast break was completely halted. Kang Hui was still struggling against Se-won. Kang Hui fumbled with the ball, unable to make a decision. And with Kang Hui's inability to break through with his dribbles, Se-won seemed to have anticipated it. He was smug. Just as I thought. He spoke provocatively. Can't take the shot, can you? Hwapyeong's defense began to become more solid than ever. Shooting is the most basic skill a player needs, especially for a guard. Facing a player who can shoot versus one who can't creates a completely different level of defensive difficulty. Kang Hui needed 3-point shots, but from the time he started playing basketball, Kang Hui never had a good shooting touch. These master-level dribbling skills were not just to compensate for his short height, but originally to make up for his poor shooting ability. The lack of shooting skills was the fatal weakness Kang Hui had to carry throughout his career, and also the difficult puzzle he was forced to solve. Kang Hui was faced with a choice. Min Soo realized the opponent's intention. They are intentionally leaving a gap. Yun Seong also shouted to cheer him on. Shoot, shoot, take the shot, Kang Hui. He clicked his tongue and prepared to jump. He released the ball. The shot was up. Hang Yeol watched the ball's trajectory, his heart racing. After the ball bounced off, the commentator's voice rang out sharply. No good. Rebound Il-rok was still being tightly marked. The ball did not reach him. It was intercepted by Hwapyeong's number 4, too tall. The female reporter was stunned once again. Hwapyeong's players are tall, even the substitutes they just brought in. The male reporter added, it is impossible to compete with them on height alone. A series of rapid-fire passes were made. Hwapyeong held the height advantage. And of course, that did not change even when the teams switched between offense and defense. The commentator announced again, defensive switch, mix and match. Sion said cockily, sorry, Han Gyo. He took off and jumped to finish the play. The ball went into the hoop beautifully. The commentator exclaimed, great shot. The match continued its rapid pace. Defense, backcourt. Hang Yeol was being shadowed closely by Hwapyeong's number 11. At that moment, the ball was being passed toward Hwapyeong's number 15. After observing for a while, the male reporter evaluated. When you are outmatched in height, you should use speed to win. But in the second quarter, even that option is being shut down. Hwapyeong's coach was feeling smug. That is it. Don't hold back. Keep the pressure tight and run with everything you have got. He looked toward his players sitting on the bench. The opponents might run out of gas, but we won't. Back in the first quarter, the Hwapyeong coach had already carefully calculated this move. You guys will go in for the second quarter. So while you're on the bench, watch their fast break patterns closely. Running and gunning is not just about running around aimlessly. It follows calculated movement paths. First, read their running lanes and steps. Then neutralize them right from the start. Same goes for the follow-up moves. Just block their set running plays, and their fast break is as good as dead. Hang Yeol was fuming. Damn it, they have completely figured out our fast break patterns. He calculated, in times like this, Kang Hui would usually drive in himself to create an opening. Hang Yeol kept his eyes on Kang Hui's movements. He was struggling and could not get past Se-1. Hang Yeol realized something. Every single move was being seen through. Well, once you realize an opponent has no long-range shooting ability, defending becomes much easier. Even setting that factor aside, their one-on-one defense was just too good. Normally, Kang Hui would have just ignored all that and driven past them with ease. At that moment, Kang Hui passed the ball to Hang Yeol because he was deep in thought. He was slightly startled as he caught the ball. He looked at the opponent in front of him and could only marvel inwardly. So tall. The awareness that his opponent was taller than him made the pressure of the confrontation feel even heavier. How does Kang Hui always manage to mark opponents who are 10 centimeters taller than him? Kang Hui noticed he was losing focus and called out loudly, "Senior Han Gyeol, hang!" Yeol snapped back to his senses. He glanced at the shot clock. The commentator began the countdown. 5, 4. Hang Yeol decided to take the shot. I do not have the confidence to drive past them anymore. The ball left his hands. Left entirely to fate. The ball clanked off the rim. There was no way it was going in. How can I be this helpless? Is it because I am facing an old friend who is playing so brilliantly for a prestigious team that I am this shaken? The weakness deep in my soul that I had always buried and tried to ignore for some reason, it was tormenting me more intensely than ever today. Hwapyeong grabbed the ball again and took a shot. 3 points. The opponent's ball soared up effortlessly. Sion sensed something and chased after the ball. Sure enough, the ball hit the rim and bounced back out. Sion quickly secured the ball, while Hang Yeol looked on in regret. Suddenly, we were constantly losing offensive rebounds, causing even the opportunities to mount a proper attack to dwindle. The Hwapyeong coach urgently commanded, "Finish it now." Sion put the ball in the hoop again. "Nice, great job, Sion." Before anyone knew it, Hwapyeong had taken the lead. Play stopped. Jung Wang Hai called for a timeout. To solve the issue of stamina and height, the coach subbed in the tallest 10th and 11th graders, Yu Seung Chan, 11th grade, 188 centimeters, and Park Hyung Seo, 10th grade, 190 centimeters. However, Hwapyeong immediately sent their key starters, who had been resting on the bench for over 5 minutes, back onto the court, further widening the skill gap. Time slipped away in chaos until the second quarter ended. Once again, I stood on the court, still surrounded by a sense of suffocation. Hang Yeol surveyed the situation again. This time, the one marking him was Sion. It turned out he could play the number 3 position too. Well, it made sense. He was shorter in middle school and used to play guard. He looked toward Kang Hui, who was dribbling skillfully. Hang, Yeol guessed, dribbling again. Is he going to keep trying until he finally breaks through? Kang Hui suddenly accelerated, catching him by surprise. Ah, they are running a 2-man play. Even so, as long as the opponent was anchored under the rim, there was not much Kang Hui could do. Kang Hui charged in, clutching the ball. Hang Yeol was surprised by Kang Hui's choice to take a jump shot instead of going close to the basket, and that shot of his was unstoppable. The ball followed a beautiful arc toward the hoop, but block